Immortal Cultivation family, I can see the clues. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Tips and Layout. Behind Kingsuan Mountain, there are continuous mountain ranges. Although these mountains are much lower than Kingsuan Mountain, there are many of them. This is also the place where most of the foundation building monks of Kingsuan sect build their caves. In the continuous mountain range, there is a valley. In the valley, there is a small lake, reflecting the mountains and ravines. The green mountains and green waters are extraordinary and quiet. The war treasure ship of Kingsuan sect is the first, followed by the monks of the other 5 major sects. A group of monks arrived in front, and as a golden token flew out of King Zhusanren's hand, they instantly flew over the green lake. Suddenly, the water waves were surging, like a lake opening and a mountain breaking, which was magnificent. The green lake disappeared, revealing a gray spiritual platform. Lin Yi and Lin Yi were shocked at the same time. This spiritual platform in front of them is not the teleportation array that the Lin family also has. However, compared with the teleportation array of the Lin family, the current teleportation array is larger and more mysterious. The scope of the entire teleportation array is comparable to the size of the small lake before. From a distance, it looks magnificent and majestic. Looking closer, one can see intricate spiritual patterns and various mysterious iron, stone and rare minerals. The forbidden arrays are densely packed, one after another, as complex as the vast starry sky. Even the spiritual storage platforms used for placement, there are as many as 12. Moreover, the grooves of each spiritual storage platform are much larger than the teleportation array of the Lin family. I am afraid that one groove can hold hundreds of high-quality spiritual stones. On the field, the monks of the affiliated families were also shocked, but the monks of the other 5 major sects were calm. Although no new teleportation arrays were born in the world of Immortal Cultivation due to the Void Crystal, it is clear that the major sects still have more or less teleportation arrays left. These are naturally unknown to outsiders on weekdays, but some disciples of the sects have seen them more or less. Everyone, this Kingsuan secret realm will be open for 3 months. After entering the secret realm, if you don't like the treasures in the Zhuanpan secret realm, you can go directly to the world tower that connects to the small world. According to the instructions of the real person and the inference of this sect, the world tower will automatically open after 3 days and automatically close after 3 months. Of course, you need to pass the test of the world tower every time you pass the world tower. As for the rest of the time, the world tower will automatically fall into hibernation. Everyone knows the consequences. King Zhusanren introduced in a loud voice. He introduced a rough outline, but it was this rough outline that gave many cultivators different ideas. Some cultivators, who boasted of their high strength, would naturally enter at the first time. And some cultivators, just to find treasures that can break through the purple mansion, although rare in the Zhuanpan secret realm, there are still some. Naturally, they will only stay in the Zhuanpan secret realm. Of course, for most of the sect disciples, and those registered disciples arranged by the purple mansion cultivators, except for them, they also have to pass the world tower. Go to the small world for the legendary sect ruins and treasures. After King Zhusanren finished his introduction, he was silent for a while, letting everyone talk about it. Lin Yi and Lin Yi were standing behind Chen Daoyin at this moment. In the distance, Zhao Chen also walked to the end and exchanged glances. To prevent Lin Yi and Lin Yi from forgetting their previous promises, Xian introduced everything in the secret realm to the two in more detail. Xian didn't know much about the small world. The cultivators who returned from the small world in the last session were all called away by the real person and sealed. On the contrary, he knew a lot about the Zhuanpan secret realm. Kingsuan sect also planted a lot of spiritual medicines in it, but there were no spiritual medicines that could break through the purple mansion. The cultivators of the Jin family were also not far away because they belonged to the Kingsuan sect. They belonged to Xianayan Sanren of Shenji Peak, and Xianayan Sanren had a good relationship with Zixuan Sanren, so that Xianayan Sanren's eldest disciple, Bu Qingyan, also had a good relationship with Chen Daoyin. The two also greeted each other and discussed the alliance of the small world. Jin Bashan also gestured to Lin Yi and Lin Yi of the Lin family in a friendly manner. Behind him, Jin Yongfu looked calm, but he couldn't help but smile. However, at this moment, the system's prompt came up. Follow the Jin family monks, you will find a 1,000-year-old stalactite cave. Lin Yi was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that the Jin family monks would come up and actually send them a prompt. And this prompt, the 1,000-year-old stalactite cave can produce 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. If there's this spiritual milk, even if they fight in the secret realm, they can continue to restore their true essence and maintain their fighting power. Especially his current grass sword technique, a sword can consume most of the true essence. Even if he has 3 spiritual platforms, it can't be stopped. With his 1,000-year spiritual milk, his fighting power will definitely be much stronger. Lin Yi couldn't help but squint at Jin Yongfu, and finally understood why Jin Yongfu could have such a strong physical feedback. What made him hesitate was that how to follow the Jin family was a big problem. Shiming. Lin Yi saw the change in Lin Yiming's expression and couldn't help asking. 7th uncle, can you find a way to follow? Lin Yiming immediately sent a telepathic message to Lin Yi. He couldn't follow, but that didn't mean his shrewd 7th uncle couldn't follow. Okay. The 7th uncle understood instantly and gave Lin Yiming a complete surprise. He raised the corner of his mouth, and a small thing seemed to fly out of his sleeve. It's just that it can't be seen by the naked eye, and it can't be detected by the spiritual consciousness. If it weren't for those who were staring at Lin Yi, the 5 people would not be able to find it. This scene was somewhat familiar to Lin Yiming. Isn't this Li Changxi's Lingxi insect goo? At that time, even his 7th uncle couldn't find the tracking, and Jin Bashan and the others also brought a junior in the middle stage of foundation building this time. Lin Yi had obviously cast a goo on the junior in the middle stage of foundation building to track him. Li Changxi was killed by Lin Yi at that time, and it was obvious that the method of cultivating Lingxi insect goo was also taken away by Lin Yi. Lin Yiming immediately felt relieved. Of course, for him, today's reminders have been used up, which also means that he will no longer have danger advance reminders today. After another half a breath of time, the cultivators who need to participate in the secret realm journey also went up to the spiritual platform of the teleportation array. Daoists, each of you is responsible for 2 spiritual platforms. King Su Sanren took the lead and walked to the 2 spiritual storage platforms in the north, and took out a full 198 high-grade spiritual stones. The dazzling spiritual energy, like the bright stars, the spiritual light emitted is even more rich. The next moment, each spiritual storage platform was filled with a full 99 high-grade spiritual stones. The abundant spiritual energy made the foundation building cultivators on the field breathe twice more. Taoist King Su, these high-grade spiritual stones are probably a bit too much? Your King Suan sect has a big appetite. Shamo Sanren said with some displeasure. The blood corpse Sanren next to him also frowned. However, the Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Talisman sect, which had been prepared for a long time, also output 198 high-grade spiritual stones. Gujian Sanren of Wanjian sect took a look and also took out 198 high-grade spirit stones. The Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Talisman sect did not speak, and they would not come forward at this moment. King Su Sanren did not reply, but just watched the spiritual light on the spirit storage platform spread, and one after another spiritual patterns lit up, and a terrifying space aura began to slowly condense. And Shamo Sanren and Zhu Shi Sanren saw that King Zhu Sanren did not reply. Their faces were livid, but they still waved their hands, and a group of cultivators also entered the teleportation array. At the same time, they took out an equal amount of high-grade spirit stones. As all the high-grade spirit stones arrived, the sky was suddenly filled with white light, covering the entire teleportation array. The next moment, white light rushed into the sky, and the terrifying movement made the whole valley roar, and cracks appeared in the void, and finally disappeared. King Su Sanren looked at the formation and everything went well, and the breath in his heart was relieved. He turned around and waved his hand, and the formation closed. The teleportation array in front of him once again turned into a rippling lake. The teleportation array disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the large number of empty cultivators, with only a few purple mansions left, no one would have believed that thousands of foundation building cultivators had gathered here before. An underground cave. Liu's Hunren, Heimo's Hunren, Xianxi's Hunren, Mingxi's Hunren and other demon cultivators were meditating in silence. The next moment, as if they all sensed something, they all opened their eyes. It's really a small world. Xianxi's Hunren spoke first. At this moment, he felt that he had lost contact with his spiritual clone. This time, he separated his mind and entered a third-level peak training corpse, but now he couldn't sense it. Liz Henren next to him also spoke, "I can't contact my clone either." Liz Henren also spoke worriedly. He practiced Li Xian Mogong. When he practiced to perfection, he could have 6 clones at the same time. For the secret realm, he deliberately abolished the purple mansion clone and used it to cultivate a third-level clone. Mo Zhenren waited until he did not release his clone, but looked at Mo Zhenren, the current great elder of Mo sect. Mo Zhenren's strength was also at the peak of the golden core, and he looked a little worried at the moment. Mo Zhenren did not speak, but looked at the great elder of the corpse training sect, Jishi's Henren. The latter glanced at Mo Zhenren, but he was not worried about this, but asked Mo Zhenren, "Has Shenji really transcended and is comparable to half-step Yuanying?" With the addition of the Shenji Tower, it is indeed the case. If I don't consume my blood in essence, there is no possibility of restraining it. Mo Zhenren hesitated for a moment before speaking, and his eyes recalled that outside Jiwai City, Shenji not only killed a giant in early stage Zhenren in front of him. He also had a big fight with him. Shenji is definitely cheating. Jishi's Zhenren sighed. It's a pity that we have to go in. Outside the teleportation valley, an unknown pavilion. Shenfu's Henren looked at Xian Xiao's Henren next to him and asked in confusion, "How is it?" Xian Xiao's Henren had a mysterious white tiger in his hand. However, at this moment, the mini tiger looked very dim, and no matter how Xian Xiao's Henren used the spiritual spell, it had no reaction. It should be the real Tebe Sword sect ruins that have been revealed, and they are really in a mysterious secret realm. Xian Xiao's Henren sighed. Tebe Sword sect is a real Yuanying sect, but I didn't expect that the space change would appear in a mysterious secret realm. Only foundation building cultivators can enter. Shenji is such a good strategy. Shenfu's Henren was suddenly a little angry. He knew that 30 years ago, Qingxuan sect must have discovered something in this secret realm. That's why Shenji's Henren made rapid progress, and even the 5th-level magic weapon Shenji Tower became mysterious. Now that Qingxuan sect is wantonly opening up the secret realm, they don't think Shenji has any good intentions. It's just that the old side of the Yuanying sect cannot be hesitated. They must arrange for their disciples to go in. On the top of a Qingxuan mountain, Zuanjian's Henren, Xianjian's Henren, Shenji's Henren, and Qinglin's Henren gathered. In their hands, each of them held a spiritual flag, and in the middle of the spiritual flag was a huge Shenji Tower. The Shenji Tower also released a dazzling light, and the next moment, countless green smoke emanated from the tower. The green smoke surged, and several real people also cast spiritual spells again. Suddenly, a huge screen was outlined in front of them. On the screen, a huge secret world can be easily seen at this moment, and the monks who entered the secret world, such as Lin Shiming, are also like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water, and scenes appear on this mountain. In particular, a Xianmo sect monk, who is holding a tower at this moment, and the monks wearing 3-color spiritual armor, are like positioning in the eyes of several real people. They can switch at will and see each information. At the same time, there are war treasure ships. Each war treasure ship is also a light spot, and most of the weapons exchanged in the demon slaying tower before are also with light spots. These various magic tools have long been marked by the Shenji Tower before they were taken out of the Qingxuan sect. Everyone, as long as we get the nascent soul technique and the elixir for the nascent soul, the Qingxuan sect will become the first nascent soul sect in the East. Shenji's Henren was also a little excited at this moment. After nearly 700 or 800 years of planning, he finally had to wait for this day. The other 3 Giantans Henren were also excited. In a jungle full of birdsong and flowers, palm-sized soul-swallowing ants flew out in all directions. There was a whoosh sound in the void. A colorful snake suddenly pounced out and bit the soul-swallowing ants. But the next moment, a sword light swept through, and the 5-colored snake was instantly split into 2. A figure in a green robe walked out, saw the stone of the 5-colored snake, threw it into the cave world, and then stepped forward and took a colorful cloud fungus. Although this colorful cloud fungus is only a 3rd-level medium-grade spiritual medicine, it can not only refine the cloud fungus pill that improves cultivation, but also is a secondary medicine for many 4th-level pills, and its value is not low. The figure in front of him is naturally Lin Shiming. The teleportation array was random, and Lin Shiming also separated from Lin Xianzi. On the way to find Lin Xianzi, he found a colorful cloud fungus. Out of caution, he also released the soul-swallowing ant to explore the way. Lin Shiming did not stop, took out a jade card in his hand, looked at it, and rushed towards the east. Along the way, Lin Shiming also saw many figures of the three sects, but they all passed by in a hurry. No one stopped, and began to form gangs. After 3 hours, Lin Shiming finally found Lin Xianzi, who was lying in front of a cliff. The latter was also happy to see Lin Shiming at this moment. The two grandparents came together and could take care of each other. What Lin Shiming did not expect was that a gray soul-seeking rat suddenly emerged from the ground. "There is a treasure ahead," Lin Xianzi said. Lin Shiming was also happy when he saw the soul-seeking rat swallowing a beast-raising pill from Lin Xianzi's hand. Because he had a system prompt, in his opinion, the soul-seeking rat used for treasure hunting was naturally of no value. But at this time, it was just right. Chapter 252 Mysterious Blackfish and Peering Warning. At the edge of the cliff, a spirit-devouring ant flew in the front as usual. It flew towards the bottom of the cliff. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi followed carefully behind, driving their flying swords. There was a dark river under the cliff. In the middle of the cliff, a crooked peach tree grew out of the cliff. This peach tree was not big, just like an ordinary peach tree. However, its roots were very thick and firmly stuck into the cliff rocks. There were also several crystal clear green peaches on the peach tree. However, this peach was very large, 3 times larger than the spiritual fruit of the second stage, late spiritual peach tree in the Lin family's peach blossom forest. Not to mention that this spiritual peach was obviously very green and not ripe. If it was ripe, it would probably be 3 times larger. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi were overjoyed at the same time, especially when they felt the huge spiritual power of the spiritual peach. This kind of spiritual power had only been felt on the water spiritual coconut on the Lin family's Shuangmu Island. A third-level spiritual peach tree. Lin Shiming couldn't help but smile. The soul-devouring ant was still flying forward, emitting a starry glow. However, on the peach tree, a gray mantis suddenly slashed at the soul-devouring ant. This gray mantis was a third-level mid-stage demon beast. Its appearance was the same color as a rock. It was hidden next to it, motionless, and very tempting. Ka. The sickle slashed on the hard shell of the soul-devouring ant, and the soul-devouring ant flew away directly. However, it was not killed instantly. After swallowing the wind, fire, and sand, the soul-devouring ant's hard shell directly underwent a transformation. Now, ordinary third-level magic weapons cannot kill it. Instead, the shock force made the soul-devouring ant a little sluggish, but it recovered quickly. And Lin Shiming's Zilei sword also flew out suddenly. In particular, this sword was practiced by Lin Shiming with the Yunjianju, and the sword energy was crisscrossed and the sword light was rampant. As the sword light covered it, the gray-headed mantis was directly dismembered. This Yunjianju is really amazing. Lin Xianzi next to him also sighed. This made Lin Shiming a little stunned. He wanted to remind Lin Xianzi of the danger of the sword technique, but he held back when he thought that the system prompt had not yet appeared. As soon as he entered this secret realm, he had a feeling of being monitored. This feeling was unreasonable, but for a cultivator, at certain moments, he had to trust his intuition. Especially under the design of the high-level leaders of Kingsun sect, he had to be very careful. Lin Shiming put away the corpse of the gray-headed mantis, took out the soul-enriching liquid, and carefully transplanted the entire third-level spiritual peach tree and sealed it in a jade box. "Shiming, this," Lin Xianzi said with some worry. After leaving the secret realm, the storage bag would be searched. Now he came to the secret realm of Kingsun sect. It's okay to take the spiritual fruit, but transplant the entire spiritual peach tree. Seventh uncle, it doesn't matter. If we don't take it, the demon cultivators will take it. Lin Shiming explained that pulling out the spiritual plant was something that the demon cultivators and the monks of the corpse training sect would definitely do. If he didn't transplant it, then those demon cultivators would transplant it, especially the cultivators of the corpse sect, who were more obsessed with digging up ancient corpses and had a strong attainment in earth escape techniques. Even if it was a cliff like this, it would be found sooner or later. Lin Shiming just looked at the jade box and saw that it had damaged a lot of roots. He sighed in his heart that it was a pity. He was afraid that the spiritual plant had been damaged a lot. This also made him feel helpless. His identity as a spiritual plant master had always been maintained at the late second level. And now it was not suitable for long-term transplantation, so he could only transplant it forcibly like a casual cultivator. By the way, Shiming, why did you follow the Jin family just now? Lin Yi expressed his doubts again. It was not easy to ask outside because there were many people, but now it was the best time for the two of them. Otherwise, when they entered the small world and Shen Gao Iden began to recruit them to control the war treasure ship together, there would be no chance. The spiritual milk planned by the Jin family was obtained by them in this secret realm, and it is likely to be in that small world. Lin Shiming followed the system prompts and said the most reasonable guess. This small secret realm has been controlled by the Kingsuan sect for quite a while. If there are any treasures in this one-grade secret realm, they would have been plundered by the Kingsuan sect long ago, just like the Lin family's own one-grade secret realm, where a wood demon was transplanted. This is conceivable. On the contrary, the small world has only reunited with this secret realm once. The Jin family is an old family in Yunzhou, and they have a backer in the Kingsuan sect. It is entirely possible that they participated in the last trip to the secret realm. Lin Yi also suddenly realized and nodded. No wonder the Jin family's cultivators have been circling, as if they were looking for someone, but their direction changed from left to right, and they did not reunite with other cultivators. Instead, they seemed to be looking for someone to follow them. And generally speaking, the danger in this one-grade secret realm is not great for these cultivators. In this secret realm, except for encounters with demon cultivators, most cultivators will naturally search it once. Of course, there is a high probability that there are no precious treasures. Kingsuan sect released this secret realm, so naturally there would be no precious treasures such as Shineling fruit, taking Ziyu fruit, or Zixuan Baoyu in this small secret realm. The Jin family's actions were naturally very strange. Let's go find them in 2 days. At this time, they are also extremely cautious. Lin Yi suggested. Lin Shiming also agreed, but when he looked at the underground river, he suddenly had the idea of exploring the underground river. The lakes and underground rivers in the secret realm must be a place where treasures gather. What's more, they have no purpose now, but they can take advantage of the current opportunity to search well. His spiritual sense explored the underground river, and the next moment, he only felt a surge in the underground river. It turned out to be a black fish swimming over. The most important thing is that this black fish exudes a strange fragrance. In his spirit beast bag, Wang Jiao, who has telepathy with him, began to frantically transmit information to him. I want to eat. I want to eat. In order to prevent the cave world from being discovered, he also put the 3 spirit beasts into the spirit beast bag at this moment, so that they can help at any time. Lin Shiming was immediately alert. This was not the first time that Wang Jiao was so anxious. The last time he was so anxious, it was because of the delicious stone on his body. He immediately ordered the soul-devouring ant to continue flying downward to explore the way. However, as soon as the soul-devouring ant flew to the surface of the dark river, another black fish suddenly jumped out and swallowed the soul-devouring ant. But the next moment, the soul-devouring ant suddenly opened its fangs. You must know that the soul-devouring ant swallowed the wind, fire and sand. Although it is only a second-level peak monster beast, it can fight even if it encounters a third-level monster beast. If 81 of them go out together, ordinary third-level initial monster beasts will only be swallowed. Second-level top-grade spirit fish. Lin Shiming was also stunned, but when he felt a strange fragrance, he suddenly became more interested in the black fish. Not only is Wang Jiao fond of it, if this kind of black fish tastes excellent, it can be used to make the Lin's restaurant famous. Moreover, Lin Yi was practicing Renshu Zhengjinju, and was extremely good at water attributes. Catching some second-level spirit fish is not too simple. Lin Yi's interest increased greatly at this moment. His Kinglian sword flew out immediately, causing huge waves, and caught a black fragrant fish directly in the air. Lin Shiming, who was next to him, also took out a demon binding ring and bound the black spirit fish tightly. The bulging storage bag began to vibrate. Wang Jiao's character was getting more and more anxious. In Lin Shiming's mind, he kept begging. Be honest and finish the research first. Lin Shiming warned the latter. Because of the soul contract, Wang Jiao had no choice but to stop, but he kept begging. He took out the Zile sword and cut off a small part of the black fish with one sword. He immediately felt a huge blood and energy appear. The fish meat of this black spirit fish was obviously very nutritious. At this time, even Red Hair and Golden Wing began to squeak and howl. These two can't speak, but they hummed and chirped, and there was no intention to stop. But he finally understood why these spirit beasts reacted so strongly. These rich blood and meat can quickly improve their physical strength and accelerate their growth. If they were to be physical cultivators, they would also like it very much. Although it is not as good as the blood and energy treasures, such as dragon bloodgrass and dragon beast meat, this spirit fish still exudes an extremely pleasant fragrance. 7th Uncle, if this fish can be raised in the family, it is possible to cultivate a large number of high-level physical cultivators for the family. Lin Shiming did not mention spirit beasts at the beginning, nor did he mention selling them. The Lin family raises many spirit beasts, but for the Immortal Cultivation family, spirit beasts are external objects after all, and they do not have the rich means of controlling beasts like the spirit beast sect. Of course, the most important thing is that this black fish is from the secret realm of Kingsun sect. They are selling it in the Lin family, probably because they think its lifespan is too long. Lin Yi was also extremely happy. They were not very interested in the inheritance in this small secret realm and many other 4th and 5th level treasures. After all, good treasures must be taken within their means. The purpose of their trip, in addition to the Purple Mansion treasure, is to find some treasures for the family's development. Moreover, this is more in line with the Zuanpan secret realm. Shiming, this dark river has a great restriction on the divine consciousness. Lin Yi looked at the dark river and frowned again. The restriction of divine consciousness means that it will be extremely difficult for them to search the entire dark river clearly. More importantly, this black fish is very strange. Because there are no records of Kingsun sect, the two feel that this black fish seems to have appeared in the secret realm in the past 20 years. 7th Uncle, I suddenly feel that there is another world under this dark river. Lin Shiming didn't care about the restriction of divine consciousness. It is precisely because of the restriction of divine consciousness that this dark river may not have been discovered. If there are treasures like the spiritual peach tree on their cliff, it is very likely to be discovered. But this is a bit dangerous. Lin Yi still frowned and was a little worried. What Lin Shiming said is right, but after all, it is in the secret realm. Then let's take a half-day break and observe for a while. Lin Shiming suggested. As for why it was half a day, it was because the system prompt would only appear once a day. In such a critical place, the system prompt would probably refresh at a certain time. Lin Yi nodded, and the two of them used their flying swords to smash a big hole in the cliff. They landed in the hole, and Lin Shiming continued to control the soul-devouring ants, wandering on the dark river. Those mysterious black fish obviously seemed to be eager for the soul-devouring ants. It was just right to use these soul-devouring ants to fish. For this reason, Lin Shiming directly controlled 24 soul-devouring ants to cover most of the dark river. Lin Yi was responsible for 12, and he was responsible for 12. Sure enough, as Lin Shiming expected, the mysterious black fish opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow the bowl-sized soul-devouring ant. However, Lin Shiming and Lin Yi used the Zile sword to capture it, and the demon binding ring and the sky waste bag came in handy. And Lin Yi also took out a green gourd magic weapon to capture these mysterious black fish. Half a day passed, and the two had caught nearly 20 black spirit fish. Lin Shiming even caught a 3rd-level black spirit fish, which was even fatter, like a thick catfish. Its ki and blood were even more vigorous, and it was not much different from the dragon lizard he caught last time. As the sky showed the bright light, it also meant the arrival of the 2nd day of the secret realm. The system prompt in Lin Shiming's mind arrived on time as he expected. But the next moment, he was shocked. Please put away all the treasures obtained by the Xianmo sect and put them in the storage bag to avoid the surveillance of Jindan's Henrun. Zile sword, Xingmu shield. Lin Shiming was shocked. This new prompt was not the treasure under the dark river, nor was it an advance payment of the treasure. Instead, it was a warning from Jindan's Henrun. In an instant, Lin Shiming thought of his actions just one day. If Jindan's Henrun wanted to see it, he could see it all. How terrifying would that scene be? He was also thankful that he did not open the cave world to enter and exit. If the cave world was known, there would be no place for him in the entire eastern region. After so many years of struggling in the world of immortal cultivation, he knew very well that it was a crime to possess a treasure. On the contrary, pulling out a 3rd-level spiritual tree was nothing. Moreover, Looking at these magic tools, he was more worried that many of the treasures exchanged in the demon-slaying building in Xi'an City were under surveillance. In other words, Qingxuan's sect had been planning this game for more than 10 years. Through the war, these treasures were legitimately awarded to a group of foundation-building cultivators. And the cultivators of the Xi'an Mo sect and the corpse training sect probably also seized a lot. For a while, Lin Shiming was so shocked by the Qingxuan sect's plan that he could not calm down for a long time. Yesterday, he was still thinking about releasing Banjiao Wengjiao and letting him explore the underground. But if he released it, he was afraid that he would be found by the Purple Mansion cultivators when he went out. You know, even in the Spirit Beast sect, there is only one Black Flood dragon who has a dragon-like Spirit Beast, but that Spirit Beast is just a miscellaneous dragon. After thinking about it, Lin Shiming forced himself to calm down. Those giant and true immortals were definitely not planning for a small foundation-building cultivator like him. But he had already entered the chess game, and he believed that as long as he didn't commit suicide, he would not be in the eyes of those giant and true immortals. Lin Shiming took out a medium-grade spirit stone and began to recover his true essence. The Zilei sword was also put away, followed by the Xingmu shield, all of which were put into the storage bag. He put them in step by step, and didn't put them all away at once. At the same time, he sent a voice message to Lin Xianzi. Fortunately, his seventh uncle was used to using the Kinglian sword, but he had never taken out the magic sword given by Zixun True Immortal. Reminded by Lin Shiming, Lin Xianzi immediately thought that Lin Shiming had discovered something about Zixun True Immortal. He wanted to send a voice message to ask, but found that Lin Shiming was not answering. By the time everything was put away, it was already daybreak, and all the magical instruments that could be used to monitor the two of them were also put away. Lin Shiming's body was suddenly covered in cold sweats of nervousness. Chapter 253 Mysterious Spirit Shell Robbery. The two came out of the cave, and the soul-swallowing ants were still flying around above the dark river. However, no more black soulfish were found. It seemed that the number of black soulfish in the entire dark river had reached the bottom. Lin Xianzi looked at Lin Shiming, obviously wanting to know why those magic weapons were put away. Two of those magic weapons were given by Zixun Sanrun, and they could also use the Yunjianju. Lin Xianzi's face was full of questions, but Lin Shiming did not explain directly. Moreover, at this time, he also found that the Wengjiao in his soul beast bag became extremely anxious again, as if he had found something. He was eager to come out. This kind of emotion had never been seen before, even when the third-level black fish appeared. The next moment, Lin Shiming pressed the soul beast bag. A dark-colored horned python rushed out and jumped towards the dark river. This jump was like a fish entering the sea and a bird flying into the sky. The imposing roar, although not as good as the roar of a dragon, had the momentum of a dragon. In a blink of an eye, it plunged down and disappeared. Is this the half-dragon snake egg from before? Lin Xianzi was the only one who knew about this snake egg at the beginning, and he was obviously surprised at this moment. 5 years later, the snake egg hatched, and not only did it hatch, but it was also born at the early stage of the third level. If it was the poisonous horned python from before, it would never be able to do it. Lin Xianzi just took a quick glance, but he also saw the bulge on Wang Jiao's head, the scales on his body, and the two blood bags under his belly. This is clearly the appearance of a dragon with horns, claws, and scales. Yes, seventh uncle, and I signed a soul contract with him. It is also because he is extremely afraid of my Zilei sword. If it is placed in the storage bag, it will disappear, so I reminded him. Lin Shiming explained. This explanation also made Lin Xianzi a little silent. The Zilei sword was given by Zixun Sanrun. Since there is a problem with the Zilei sword, then his magic tools may also have problems. It is natural to put it away now. Shiming, this half-dragon must not be easily displayed in the territory of Qingxuan sect. Lin Xianzi thought about it and reminded Lin Shiming again. The combat power of this half-dragon was only at the early stage of the third level at this time. If it was seen by those Purple Mansion cultivators, they would probably have evil intentions. Even if this half-dragon could not be tamed, its flesh and blood were very valuable. When Lin Shiming heard what Lin Xianzi said, he naturally understood and quickly agreed. At this time, Wang Jiao also sent a message. Seventh uncle, Wang Jiao has been caught. The two immediately took out the water escape talisman and chased under the dark river. The dark river was very large, and the water below was extremely cold. It was obvious that not only the black fish was strange, but the water was also strange and extraordinary. The two did not stop. Lin Shiming was in front, and Lin Xianzi was behind. Lin Shiming took out the Lion sword, which was the magic weapon he obtained from the Lu family and was also a top-grade magic sword. Lin Xianzi took out the Kinglian sword. Under the Dark River, Lin Xianzi's strength was obviously higher than his. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only one who could sense the position of Wang Jiao, Lin Xianzi would be much better than him in using water escape. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the next water cave in the Dark River. There was a terrifying noise coming from the front. Lin Xianzi even took out a set of array plates and arranged them at the entrance of the cave. Then he headed towards the entrance. The entrance of the cave was not shallow. After going around 3 large circles, Wang Jiao's body of 3 or 4 meters was actually surrounding a huge shell and constantly attacking. Its flexible tail swung towards the shell. However, the tail that could throw the 3-meter-tall red-haired demon monkey away slapped in the huge white shell, but it did not move at all. Instead, it just smashed the shell into the gray stone. At this moment, a hole suddenly opened in the shell, and some small white spiritual light flocks were suddenly released. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi thought it was an attack, but the next moment, Wang Jiao suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed all the spiritual light in one gulp. After swallowing, his whole body rolled in the water, as if he was extremely excited. He rolled and roared in the cave. The shell that was originally embedded in the stone suddenly shone brightly and fled towards the cave entrance. Wang Jiao stood there stupidly and didn't chase him at all. He seemed to be trapped in some kind of illusion. Even if he called out with his soul contract, there was no response for a while. Lin Shiming was also surprised to see this scene. Lion's sword slashed out fiercely, and the lamb-sized shell flew away. However, even if he brought a flying sword, he couldn't cut the shell open at all. Lin Xianzi, who was standing next to him, also saw the magic of the shell. He took out the Kinglian sword and turned it into Kinglian sword key. The green sword light was extremely rich, and the unfolding Kinglian sword light even had stamens at this moment. The sword lotus slashed on the shell one petal at a time, making a huge rumbling sound. But there was still no crack at all. The sword stamens on the sword lotus slashed out, and at this moment, the water flow was excited and was directly separated, and the dark water stone next to it also cracked instantly. This was really the sword energy condensed by Lin Xianzi, but his sword realm was still a little short of the complete sword energy condensed, but the power was also incomparable. However, the sword energy condensed hit the shell, but still failed to cut it open. The nearby Wang Jiao stretched out his big head at this time, had recovered, and stretched out his tail again to hit the shell. But the shell refused to open again, revealing the previous spiritual light and floating catkins. The Wang Jiao was anxious. Seventh uncle, what kind of shell is this? Lin Shiming thought that this shell was a purple mansion monster at this moment. With his and Lin Xianzi's sword realm, they couldn't break the shell of this shell. Lin Xianzi also frowned, obviously not recognizing what this shell was. But from the spiritual light and floating catkins just now, it seems that the black spirit fish appeared here, which seems to be because of this shell monster. Beads, beads. At this moment, it was Wang Jiao who conveyed vague information to Lin Shiming. It seemed that there was something special in this shell. This shell doesn't seem to attack. It can only attract spirit beasts through those spiritual lights and induce hallucinations. Lin Xianzi said. Then put it away first. Seeing that the shell was motionless, Lin Shimo also took out the spirit beast bag and wanted to put the mysterious shell in. The spiritual light of the spirit beast bag covered the shell, but surprisingly, the spirit shell also had spiritual light, and the next moment it directly defeated the spiritual light of the spirit beast bag. Failed to collect the shell. Wang Jiao next to him was also watching Lin Shiming's actions at this moment. Seeing that he failed, he raised his tail suddenly. With a sway, the shell was smashed into the wall again. However, the spirit shell still did not open, nor did it release the floating silk just now. Seeing that the spirit beast bag could not be collected, Lin Xianzi took other magic weapons and began to attack the spirit shells one by one. Lin Shiming also summoned the golden-winged mantis and the red-haired demon monkey. The two sickle feet of the golden-winged mantis slashed the shell, but there was still no crack. The red-haired demon monkey next to him took out the Yuan magnetic seal and swayed it. This time the spirit shell obviously moved. But it didn't break open in the end. The fact that the Yuan magnetic seal didn't break open also gave Lin Shiming and Lin Zianzi a headache. Forget it. Lin Zianzi was thinking of leaving at this moment. If this spirit shell cannot be put into the spirit beast bag, then carrying it will become the public enemy of the entire secret realm. Seventh uncle, Shiming, try again. Lin Shiming took out the heavenly demon bag and sucked it towards the spirit shell fiercely. The powerful strong wind sucked the spirit shell, and a kind of spiritual light emerged again on the surface of the spirit shell. However, the next moment, Lin Shiming played another spiritual spell. The spirit shell finally disappeared. Of course, it did not enter the heavenly demon bag, but entered the cave world. It was in the swamp before he released Wen Jiao. By the way, Lin Shiming also put away Wen Jiao and asked him to enter the cave world to watch over the spirit shell. This time the secret realm can be supervised by Jinden's Henren, and he can't rely on Wen Jiao's combat power, otherwise it will be at least the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Seeing the spirit shell being put away, Lin Zianzi's brows relaxed and he smiled happily. This trip to the secret realm also obtained at least a third-level spiritual tree and this mysterious spiritual shell. If those black spiritual fish were because of this spiritual shell, the future physical cultivation of the Lin family will be greatly developed. After the two checked the cave entrance again and confirmed that there were no other treasures, they also flew away from the dark river. A dozen soul-swallowing ants were still flying above the dark river, and there was no black spiritual fish. Seeing that it was a black spiritual fish, they could not continue to catch it. The two also left the dark river and flew towards the top of the cliff. However, as soon as the two flew out, they saw only a dozen formation flags flying out, and then directly covered the two. A formation was formed. At the same time, more than a dozen spiritual talismans flew out and hit the two. Lin Shiming immediately took out the purplewood Zuanshan sword formation, a total of 4 sets, a total of 36 swords. Blocked the two from all sides. Those dazzling spiritual talismans also shattered one by one. And Lin Shiming and Lin Zianzi finally saw the person who attacked them. What they didn't expect was that the demon cultivators didn't attack them, but the cultivators from the Lingfu sect did. There were 4 people in total, 2 in the late foundation building stage, and 2 in the middle foundation building stage. If this strength was replaced by a cultivator in the late foundation building stage or the middle foundation building stage, they would naturally be attacked by the other party. But Lin Shiming and Lin Zianzi were not ordinary cultivators. For a while, even with a formation, the 4 people from the Lingfu sect could not do anything to the 2. Fellow Daoists from the Lingfu sect, why did you attack our Kingsuan sect? Lin Shiming asked while casting spells. You, the Kingsuan sect is so familiar with the treasures in this secret realm, shouldn't you share some of them? A cultivator from the middle foundation building stage of the Lingfu sect couldn't help but speak. The other 3 also narrowed their eyes. However, in this time, the 4 people had already activated the formation, and also threw out 4 beast talismans. The monsters transformed by the 4 beast talismans were all 3rd-level late-stage monsters. For a while, Lin Shiming and Lin Zianzi were under great pressure. But the next moment, Lin Shiming waved his hand fiercely, and another 36 array swords flew out, a total of 72 array swords, forming 8 small Zuanshan sword arrays. This was not over yet. He threw out a large number of purple gold vine seeds in his hand at some point. And Lin Zianzi also made a move, and saw his Kinglian sword was pushed to the maximum, transforming into a bunch of blue sword lotuses. The faces of several cultivators suddenly changed. They quickly swallowed the elixir and cast a spell, but before they could block it, they saw 81 swallowing spirit ants, which had already bitten a big hole in the array. The Kinglian sword flew out and instantly killed a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. The remaining arrays were also destroyed in an instant because of the lack of an array foundation. The purple gold vines flew up all over the sky, and the 3 cultivators reacted very quickly, but the array swords were overwhelming above, and the sword energy was crisscrossed. There were dense purple gold vines below, blocking the escape position of the 3 people. Next to him, Lin Zianzi flew out the Kinglian sword again and evolved a sword lotus. The sword core in the green sword lotus was a condensed sword energy, extremely terrifying. Along with the disappearance of the sword light, a late-stage foundation building cultivator also disappeared. In addition, Lin Shiming used a total of 72 array swords to shatter 4 beast symbols. At the same time, the remaining late-stage cultivator, with the cooperation of Lin Shiming and Lin Zianzi, also died again. If it were 5 years ago, he did not have the third secondary spirit platform, and he would not be able to summon so many purple wood sword arrays and purple gold vines for a while. But now, not only has the sword intent broken through the sword light and transformed, but the amount of true essence is far from what it was before. In addition, Lin Yi, who is half a step away from condensing sword energy, how can these people be opponents even if they have array formations? In the end, there was only one mid-stage foundation building cultivator left, and Lin Yi wanted to search his soul. But he found that the latter also had the sect Jade Book of the Lingfu sect, so he had to give up. Tell me, why did you attack us? Lin Yi asked the last mid-stage foundation building cultivator coldly. Now that the secret realm has just begun, if you want to plunder, you have to wait until the cultivators have something to gain. Why would you start now? This is also where it is confused, and Lin Yi next to it is also confused at the same time. You only have one chance to answer. In the sky, several soul-swallowing ants flew to the cultivator at some point, and their sharp teeth seemed to be ready to bite the cultivator at any time. The remaining mid-stage foundation building cultivators were now tied up by the demon binding ring and could not move at all. They were extremely terrified when they saw the soul-swallowing ants. At the same time, they were filled with regret. They originally thought that they could only deal with 2 cultivators from small families, but they did not expect that Lin Yi and Lin Yi had such powerful strength. Even the peak sect disciples would not be so terrifying. If you tell me, can you spare your life? The mid-stage foundation building cultivator mustered up the courage to speak. But the next moment, the soul-swallowing ants bit down fiercely. A dozen soul-swallowing ants could bite a third-level buffalo to death in one effort. The foundation building cultivator screamed in pain. But he was bound by the demon binding ring and could not move. It's because the Tebe Sword Palace has been born. You need the Tebe Sword map to enter. The 4 of us only have 3 Tebe Sword maps. The mid-stage foundation building cultivator quickly bared his teeth and said, "Give me a quick death." The mid-stage foundation building cultivator howled in pain. Lin Yi also used his flying sword in an instant, and the 4 monks of the Lingfu sect who were robbing were instantly killed. Lin Yi frowned and found 3 sheepskin treasure maps from the storage bags of the 4 people. And this treasure map, Lin Yi also has 2 in his storage bag, and Lin Yi also has 1. They were all obtained in Xi'an City and Jiwai City. At the beginning, this treasure map was also put on the auction, but because they couldn't tell where the treasure map came from, the price was not high. But neither of them thought that it was actually the treasure map of the Tebe Sword Palace in the secret realm. Shiming, it's a bit troublesome. It is said that this Tebe Sword sect is a Yuanying sect 10,000 years ago. The appearance of the ruins will inevitably set off a bloody storm. At that time, there will be more attacks and killings. Lin Yi was a little worried. Chapter 254, Beast Talisman and World Tower. The emergence of Tebe Sword sect made Lin Yi and Lin Yi feel a little uncertain again. After they learned that the spiritual sword had appeared, they guessed that the origin of this secret realm was not small. But they really didn't expect that the ruins of the Yuanying sect would appear in this small world. In this way, even those Jinden's Henrin would be moved. At this moment, Lin Yi also understood why Qingxuan sect would make such a big move. Moreover, judging from the reactions of the 5 major sects, they must have a lot of means. If it was Qingxuan sect, it would be okay. As long as they didn't rush, they would still be considered a camp. But if they encountered the strong men of Xianmo sect or Lianxi sect, no matter how big the trump card he prepared, it might still be slightly inferior. But what he didn't understand was what Qingxuan sect's intention was. So many cultivators were summoned, and there were 5 other major sects, which made the variables huge. How could those Henrin people ensure that the treasures fell into their hands? Even if they detected it, if it was on the cultivators of Qingxuan sect, it would be okay to hand it over directly. If it were in the other 5 major sects, those Jinden's Henrin would definitely not give in. At that time, the several Jinden's Henrin of Qingxuan sect might not be able to withstand the pressure. While the 2 speculated, they also collected the storage bags of the 4 people. What surprised Lin Yi was that one of the 4 people also let them find a jade slip. The secret method recorded in this jade slip is the method of refining the 3rd level beast talisman. Although the power of this beast talisman is not very great, and there are only 2nd and 3rd level ones, it is of great use to the Lin family. In the future, when opening up Shuangmu Island, It is still unknown whether there will be a beast tide, although the Lin family is currently developing rapidly. However, the foundation of the 4 ways of elixir, array and talisman is still slightly insufficient. In this way, when facing the crisis of invasion by a large force, there will be a clear lack of means. Especially when the Lin family has a purple mansion cultivator, it needs a 4th level inheritance, and it will be even more embarrassing at that time. That means that the family does not have a 4th level formation, and no one can refine a 4th level elixir. Of course, this beast talisman can also be regarded as a supplement to part of the Lin family's inheritance of making talismans. Besides, the development of the family is not just his alone. Since he failed to practice the 4 arts of cultivation, it will naturally be the family cultivators who will carry it forward. In the storage bags of the 4 people, there are no more surprising spiritual objects. Several powerful talismans were also used up in the battle just now, but there are still many spiritual stones. A simple fireball technique burned the bodies of several people, and the 2 continued to move cautiously towards the center of the secret realm. There is a world tower leading to the small world. Moreover, under the induction of Lin Yi's spiritual rhinoceros insect, the Jin family also began to move towards the tower. However, the 2 were not in a hurry. The world tower was opened at the end of the 3rd day. If they went up now, they would encounter some old monsters from the Heavenly Demon sect and the Corpse Training sect. And because of the Tebe Sword Palace, it would obviously be more intense. Maybe there would be a dispute in front of the world tower. As for the agreement with Xiao Chen, Zian and others, the 2 naturally did not take it too seriously. It was normal to get lost when they didn't know whether it was safe. Rather than risking the treasure that cannot be kept, it is better to search more in this mysterious secret realm. Especially Lin Yi also has a spirit-seeking rat. Let them harvest a lot of spiritual medicines and treasures. And, from this time on, Lin Shiming must wait until the dawn of the next day before he goes to explore. Even if there is a crisis, he can prepare and respond in advance under the prompt of the system. Moreover, in this secret realm, there are many spiritual medicines that are not available in the outside world. This time he also used his small world to transplant some rare spiritual medicine seedlings and some spiritual trees with roots. Lin Yi was still a little strange at first, but afterwards, he helped Lin Shiming to start some simple transplants. In this mysterious secret realm, neither of them knew whether there would be a second chance to enter, so they naturally wanted a rare opportunity. What's more, this time there are so many demon cultivators entering. Can demon cultivators still be considered demon cultivators if they don't cause some damage? The 2 of them acted like this, and the speed was not fast, but they were not worried. The small world was taken advantage of, so they took the lead. The victory is steady. Along the way, they were ambushed several times, and encountered several monks from the Corpse sect. These monks wanted to rob and kill Lin Shiming and the others with a spirit corpse in their hands. However, Lin Shiming and Lin Yi were not afraid of even the peak foundation building monks, so how could they be ambushed by these monks? Instead, they made a lot of money, and the hard-earned belongings of several monks fell into their hands. They even got a few top-grade magic tools, but they were also wary of these newly acquired magic tools, put them in the storage bag, and no longer cared about them. Of course, they also met monks from other 3 sects, but the strength of several monks was not strong, and they also avoided Lin Shiming and the others from a distance. The whole secret realm was filled with a murderous atmosphere, and everyone was in danger. It was not until the 6th day that the 2 came to the world tower. As soon as they saw the world tower, even if it was 100 miles away, they only felt their own insignificance. The huge tower in front of me was 100 feet high, piercing the sky. The tower was built of unknown materials, glowing with spiritual light, covered with spiritual patterns, inlaid with golden enmu on the outside, and carved with dragons and phoenixes, like the Golden Palace, luxurious and magnificent. The entire world tower has a total of 9,981 floors. There is a dazzling spiritual bead on the top of the tower, like the sun. In front of the world tower, many monks were meditating and practicing. These monks were divided into 6 camps. There were Qingxuan sect monks wearing green robes, Lingxiao sect monks wearing brocade robes, Lingfu sect monks wearing Xianfu robes, plus Wanjian sect monks carrying heavy swords, and Xianmo sect monks wearing black robes and holding Xianmo banners, as well as Lianxi sect monks with coffins in front of them. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi came to the Qingxuan sect without making a sound. But Xian came into view. As the direct disciple of King Sun sect and the peak strength of foundation building, the latter was also organizing the cultivators of King Sun sect with several other peak foundation building disciples. As soon as Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi appeared, a large group of eyes fell on them, especially Lin Shiming, whose cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building was extremely conspicuous at this time. There were even many cultivators who secretly sent messages to him and threatened him blatantly. Asked him if he had the sword map of Tebei Sword Palace. Asked him to hand it over. Lin Shiming naturally ignored it. With all the cultivators of King Sun sect here, he didn't believe that the other party would take action. Speaking of the 6 major camps now, they just didn't see any substantial treasures, otherwise they would have fought to the death. In addition, no one was sure, so they were safe, but there was a lot of tension. Z senior brother. Seeing that Xian was finally free, Lin Shiming went to say hello. Shiming, Xianzi, you are finally here. It just so happens that I am also preparing to enter the small world. Why don't we go together? Xian also spoke with some joy. Lin Shiming looked around and found that the other disciples who were with Zixu and Sanrun that day seemed to have already entered the small world. It was normal for Xian to invite him to go with him. I am afraid that the latter also knows that this trip to the secret realm is far from that simple. Then I will trouble you, Brother Z. Lin Shiming immediately waved his hand respectfully. Xian is the most familiar to the two of them. They have also fought against demon cultivators together, so they are naturally willing to have a companion. Brother, we are new here and don't know much about the World Tower. I wonder if you can give us some pointers. Lin Shiming looked at the World Tower and found that the cultivators who entered the tower seemed to be fully armed and well prepared, so he asked Xian. Shiming, this World Tower is a magical weapon that seals the small world. It was discovered by a senior brother from Shenji Peak last time, which triggered the appearance of the World Tower. As a magical weapon, the World Tower has become the entrance to the small world, and it also intercepts the monsters of the small world from entering this mysterious secret realm. It is a two-way sealed door. According to the uncle from the sect, this small world is only open once every 30 years. In addition, this World Tower will also screen the cultivators who enter the small world. One is the soul age and the other is the strength. Therefore, if a cultivator wants to enter the small world, he must break through the tower. He can enter after breaking through the 9-story tower. He can get an extra magic weapon after breaking through the 18-story tower. For every 9-story tower, he can get another treasure, all the way to the 99 and 81-story tower. With Xian's introduction, Lin Shiming was shocked again. This World Tower seemed to be selecting direct disciples. This actually greatly increased the interest of Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi. Especially Lin Xianzi, looking at Lin Shiming, was extremely confident in the latter. Lin Shiming is less than 50 years old now, but he has reached the middle stage of foundation building, and has cultivated sword intent. His body refining cultivation is also in the middle stage of foundation building. His strength is comparable to the peak of foundation building, so it is naturally easy for him to break into the tower. And this is also Lin Shiming's biggest advantage. Although there are also geniuses with second spiritual roots and special spiritual roots among the entire cultivators, there are not many of them. It is said that after breaking into the 9981st floor of the tower, you can also get the inheritance token of Tebei Sword Palace. Xian said with some envy in his eyes. Most of the cultivators who stay here want to prepare well for breaking into the tower, and secondly, this tower can only be entered by 3 people at a time. Lin Shiming took a deep breath when he heard this. It is impossible not to be tempted by the inheritance token of Tebei Sword Palace, but at the same time, he also knows that it may not be so easy. How is the safety of breaking into the tower? Lin Shiming asked again. This question is also the most critical. If his life is in danger, he will not be so arrogant as to risk everything for the treasure. Of course it's fine. Xian said. At least we have seen so many times, and no one is in danger. They have all entered that level of the tower. And there are already cultivators who have returned from the tower. Xian knows everything and tells all the information. This information is not a secret. As long as you stay here for a while, you will naturally know that this tower will not cause danger to cultivators. There is no violation of the sect rules. Moreover, he and Lin Shiming are both carrying the orders of Zixu and Sanrun. When Lin Shiming heard this, he nodded and finally put his mind at ease. In this case, he can go for it. The only thing that puzzled him was that the entrance of the small world was guarded by a tower, which puzzled him. You know, it is normal to use the inheritance ladder and the inheritance palace for normal inheritance. Of course, he didn't think much about it. Since there is a Tebe sword palace and a Wanjian tomb in the small world, it is reasonable to have another world tower. While Lin Shiming was thinking, 3 cultivators from the Spirit Beast sect rushed towards the world tower. The 3 people this time were not very old, and their cultivation was all in the late stage of foundation building. The 3 of them were carrying 3 or 4 Spirit Beast bags, which were bulging with stuff, and holding top-grade magic tools and spirit talismans in their hands, and walked towards the world tower. As the 3 entered, the first floor of the world tower also lit up. It seemed that they had already started to experience. And in the direction where the Spirit Beast sect monks were, there were also several monks looking expectantly. Based on their age, there should be a Spirit Beast of the 3rd stage in the first floor, 2 on the 2nd floor. And so on. Xian was still introducing to Lin Shiming on the side. Sure enough, there were 3 more spiritual lights on the tower, and the 3 spiritual lights climbed up layer by layer very quickly. Obviously, the Spirit Beasts they encountered were not strong. Soon they reached the 9th floor of the world tower. Shiming, you have been practicing Taoism for less than 50 years, right? Xian suddenly asked. Lin Shiming nodded. This matter was not a secret in the Lin family, and he could not hide it. Then the first floor you faced should only be a 3rd stage early stage monster beast. You can try to become the second 99th floor. Xian said excitedly. He knew Lin Shiming's strength, and Lin Shiming also had several quite good spirit beasts. And with the tower he was corresponding to, even on the 99th floor, he was only facing 9 third-order late-stage monsters. Brother, you are too kind, it's not that easy, it's good enough to get through the 45th floor. Lin Shiming nodded, and he didn't have much intention for the 99th floor. You can really try it. Speaking of which, the one who got through the 81st floor before was a cultivator from the Lingfu sect, and he exchanged the cultivator who had copied the magic weapon from the Shenji Tower before. Xian continued to speak, with some envy in his eyes. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the appearance of such a cultivator in the Kingshan sect. You know, because the cultivator reached the top floor, the cultivators of the entire Lingfu sect were quite impressive. And he himself was not young, and the first floor was probably a 3rd-order late-stage monster. By the 81st floor, there might be purple mansion monsters. One of the 3 cultivators from the Spirit Beast sect lit up with white light on the 32nd floor, while the other 2 all lit up with brilliant white light on the 36th floor. The appearance of white light also meant that the 3 people had entered the small world. As the 3 of them finished, 3 more people from the corpse training sect walked out and began to head towards the world tower. A new round of tower exploration is about to begin. Shiming, Xianzi, you 2 should meditate for a while, and when you recover, we will explore the tower together. Xian said. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi also nodded in unison, especially Lin Shiming. His system prompts for today have been used up, and he wanted to wait for the status adjustment. Chapter 255, Entering the Tower and Taming the Beast. The next day, early in the morning. With the last ray of spiritual energy entering the body, the cycle of the Purple Wood Heart Sutra ended, and the faint spiritual light condensed on Lin Xianzi's body surface also disappeared. Lin Shiming opened his eyes and put away the isolation formation he had arranged. The world tower in front of him was still emitting light. Obviously, there were still people who were still breaking into the tower, and what even surprised Lin Shiming was that one person broke into the 80th floor directly. Although with a sound of light, that person did not reach the last floor in the end and obtain the token of the legendary Tebe Sword Palace. Lin Shiming looked to the side, and Lin Xianzi was alert beside him. It was obvious that only Lin Shiming was resting for most of the day, and Lin Xianzi had been protecting Lin Shiming outside the formation. Who is that? Lin Shiming looked at the tower and asked Lin Xianzi. It's an old senior from the Spirit Beast sect, but his strength is really terrifying. Lin Xianzi said with some sighs. Xian beside him also had a face full of respect. Obviously, at that age, breaking into the tower and reaching the 80th floor, I'm afraid that the Purple Mansion monster beast would appear. But they were just observing outside the tower after all. Thank you for waiting for me, Senior Brother Z. Let's go together later. Lin Shiming said apologetically. Okay. Since you are ready, let's take action later. Xian also nodded generously. At this time, he really couldn't wait any longer. It is now the 8th day, and 5 days have passed since the first group of people entered the small world. There are fewer people from the 6 major sects nearby. When these people appear in the small world, they will also plunder the treasures in the small world. Even if there are 4th-level purple mansion monsters in the small world, many cultivators also bring war treasure ships. The preciousness of the 4th-level spirit boat magic weapon is that here, the power of more than a dozen cultivators can be gathered to reach the purple mansion combat power. Unfortunately, they will not be expelled from this mysterious secret realm. As the last ray of light in the world tower disappeared, it also meant that the first 3 cultivators had entered the small world. Xian walked out with Lin Yi and Lin Shiming and headed towards the world tower. The closer he got to the world tower, the more he felt insignificant. The feeling of being able to only look up made Lin Shiming feel like worshipping. The gate of the tower was also very high. The 3 wanted to look inside, but they were covered by a layer of light curtain. Even their spiritual consciousness could not get in at all, so their idea finally came to nothing. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi looked at each other, while Xian walked in the front. He had been in the world tower for 2 or 3 days and was fully prepared. Holding the top-grade magic sword, he was not afraid at all at this moment and strode forward. Xian disappeared in the light curtain, and Lin Shiming and Lin Yi also entered one after another. As he walked into the light curtain, Lin Shiming only felt a layer of light covering his body. The light was extremely comfortable, making his soul feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. After the light curtain was gone, an empty room appeared in front of Lin Shiming. Lin Yi and Xian had disappeared, and it was obvious that this test was for one person. The room was surrounded by moonstones, which illuminated the tower extremely brightly. Around the tower were paintings of sword cultivators. However, these paintings did not have the true meaning of sword cultivation. The ground was made of layers of unknown granite, which was engraved with various spiritual patterns in a large pentagram formation. Lin Shiming was a little surprised that the system prompt did not appear. Even if it was danger or perception before, he knew it immediately, but this time, he did not feel it at all. Whether it was opportunity or danger. The system prompt had never appeared unexpectedly before, and the first time it appeared, Lin Shiming was a little confused. It stands to reason that the system prompt of this world tower would remind him how to reach the 81st floor, or reach a certain middle floor, and obtain some treasures, even if it did not remind him how to avoid danger. And the next moment, what surprised him was that the pentagram in front of him suddenly appeared a layer of light curtain, and a bright and huge word appeared on the ground. 72. Lin Shiming's heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves, and he was stunned on the spot. Xian had mentioned this word, and it was the age that was revealed. He was 49. He was not 50 in full, and the 72 that appeared in front of him had only one possibility, which was his age in his previous life. He had hidden this secret for 50 years, but he did not expect it to be discovered in front of this world tower. He suddenly remembered the soul age that Xian mentioned. For a moment, he was stunned and could not calm down for a long time. But fortunately, only he knew this age. If Lin Yi knew it, he would probably worry whether Lin Shiming had been possessed. The matter of possessing a body has appeared frequently in the world of immortal cultivation, but Lin Yi might not be able to accept it if it appeared in a family cultivator. The next moment, the pentagram array began to light up, and then a third-stage mid-stage saber-toothed tiger rushed out. It roared at him. He was a little surprised that there was no real spirit beast in front of him. But he did not hesitate, took out the cloud sword, and directly made a flying slash. The grass-shaped sword-like phantom with sword intent slashed in the air, extremely fast. Fast, ruthless. In a flash, the light and shadow of the saber-toothed tiger was chopped into pieces. The first level passed. He himself did not imagine that it would pass so quickly. But soon, he realized that the spirit beast in this world tower was just a projection, and its strength was far inferior to that of a real third-order mid-stage demon beast. In addition, he was transformed by the sword light, and his strength had already reached the late stage of foundation building, or even the peak of foundation building. It was not surprising that he easily killed the light and shadow. The saber-toothed tiger was chopped into pieces, and a staircase appeared behind the pentagram light array. Lin Shiming stepped on the staircase and went up to the second floor of the world tower. On the second floor was a cracking wind wolf, which was obviously stronger than the saber-toothed tiger. But it was still in the category of a third-order mid-stage demon beast, and was also killed by Lin Shiming with one sword. On the third floor were two third-order mid-stage demon beasts, and on the fourth floor were two stronger ones. On the fifth floor were three. And so on. It was somewhat different from what Xian said. I think the number and strength of spirit beasts vary according to age and cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Shiming could kill the third-order mid-stage monster with his flying sword instantly, without even using vines. After breaking through 8 levels in a row, Lin Shiming also reached the 9th level. Unlike the previous 8 levels, the layout of the tower on the 9th level was obviously more solid. The scrolls on the wall became murals, and the moonstones became a spiritual light formation inlaid in the tower. And most importantly, the pentagram formation in front of him turned into hexagram formation. The next moment, as the hexagram flashed, a 3-headed fire wolf, as big as a buffalo, suddenly walked out of the hexagram formation. The hair on the 3-headed fire wolf's body was like a flame, burning continuously, and the 3 pairs of diamond-shaped pupils flashed with a strong bloodthirstiness. What surprised Lin Shiming was that the 3-headed fire wolf in front of him was actually a real monster, not the previous phantom. The strength also changed from a third-order mid-stage monster to a third-order late-stage monster. As soon as the 3 fire wolves appeared, the 3 fiery red wolf heads howled loudly, and the howl was deafening. The echo could not dissipate for a long time in the tower. Then, the big mouth opened, revealing the ferocious fangs, and the spiritual light gathered, and a large amount of flames were sprayed out in the next moment. Lin Shiming quickly took out the grinding god plate. The huge grinding god plate blocked all the flames, and then it was quickly ground with the grinding plate. Kakaka. The spiritual attack immediately hit the soul of the 3 fire wolves. The latter roared continuously, and the 3 huge wolf heads spewed fire crazily. The temperature in the entire tower rose to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. And a sword light, at some point, broke through the fire and directly cut off 2 of the 3 fire wolves' heads, leaving only the middle head. The whole 3 fire wolves screamed in pain. The grinding god plate also fell on the 3 fire wolves, crushing them directly to the ground. Lin Shiming's flying sword stood on the air, but he didn't cut it down. He saw that one after another spiritual spell appeared in his hand. The spiritual light of the spiritual spell was extremely rich and was compressed countless times. Finally, Lin Shiming shouted coldly, and a palm-sized spiritual seal appeared in his hand. It was the soul control seal. This soul control seal was still a secret method like the soul binding. In the Zuanpan secret realm, Lin Shiming didn't see any third-order late-stage monsters, and in his opinion, there was no need to use the soul control seal. At this moment, the 3 fire wolves were just right. The spiritual seal flew out with a furious power towards the last head of the 3 fire wolves, and finally entered the forehead of the only head left of the 3 fire wolves under the latter's unwilling anger. The next moment, Lin Shiming seemed to have a sense in his heart, and a smaller spiritual seal appeared in his sea of consciousness. The spiritual seal looked like a 3-headed fire wolf, and the light of the spiritual seal was gradually disappearing. He knew from the beginning that the Yuling seal had a duration, and presumably, when the Yuling seal in his mind disappeared, the 3 fire wolves would completely break free from his control. Sit up. Lin Shiming put away the grinding god plate and issued orders to the 3 fire wolves. Although the latter was extremely reluctant and full of anger, they still obeyed obediently, like a mountain dog on the lookout. This is the domineering power of the Yuling seal. Lin Shiming then controlled the 3 fire wolves to perform other actions, and they also followed his instructions one by one. He finally put his heart at ease. With the Yuling seal, he can continue to control the spirit beasts in this tower. At the critical moment, they can use them together, and the power will definitely not be small. Lin Shiming has always been very clear about his position, and his greatest fighting strength is not the sword technique. The grass sword technique combined with his sword intent can certainly exert a terrifying attack, but the consumption is too great. Even if he has 3 spirit platforms, he can't help consuming. On the contrary, it is his wood attribute vines, especially the poisonous dragon vine. Controlling these monsters, as well as his sword formation and sword intent, is his greatest means. As the 3 fire wolves were put away, behind the hexagram formation, a staircase appeared again. Lin Shiming took a pill to restore his true essence, but he did not go up directly. Instead, he meditated for a while before heading to the 10th floor. As soon as he reached the 10th floor of the tower, as expected, the hexagram formation turned into a pentagram again, and the monsters that appeared also became phantoms of spirit beasts again. However, The strength of the monsters that appeared did reach the late 3rd stage. Lin Shiming could not kill them with a sword like in the previous floors, but needed to use the grinding god plate and ley iron sword, 2 top-grade magic weapons. As he went up one floor after another, Lin Shiming also came to the 18th floor. The thick walls were covered with spiritual light formations emitting weak light. On the ground of the tower, a monster appeared again in the hexagram formation. This time it was a late 3rd stage blue-red python. The python was covered with the blue and red scales, with a long snake tongue and cold triangular pupils. As soon as it appeared, it swung its big head towards Lin Shiming. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Lin Shiming only had time to throw out the god grinding plate, but the head of the blue and red python was like a mountain, and it actually smashed the god grinding plate. Lin Shiming had to throw out 4 sets of purple wood Zuanshan sword formations. As the purple wood sword light swept, the huge head of the blue and red python, which was like armor, suddenly swung non-stop. The terrifying speed, combined with the armor-like head, for a while, all 4 sword formations began to tremble. However, the next moment, I don't know when, a large number of purple gold vine seeds crawled out from the bottom of the tower and wrapped around the blue and red python. The golden spirit root spear kept piercing the scales of the blue and red python, ejecting a large number of golden sparks. The god grinding plate was also enlarged to the maximum and slammed on the head of the blue and red python. Lin Shiming swung out the ley iron sword again, exerting the sword intent of grass, and immediately left a hideous scar on the head of the green-red python, and blood spurted out in large quantities. The god-splitting art and the god-shocking drum sounded at the same time, causing the green-red python to open its mouth to the extreme, and let out a crazy and unwilling roar. The next moment, Lin Shiming's Yuling seal also fell on the head of the green-red python. As a new small seal appeared in Lin Shiming's sea of consciousness, it also meant that he controlled the 2nd-3rd level late-stage monster. And this monster is more powerful than the 3-headed fire wolf, and is less injured. Lin Shiming used the spirit beast bag to put away the green-red python again. The 6-pointed star array flickered again, but a mahogany table appeared in front of him. An incense burner, and a spiritual armor magic weapon. The spiritual armor magic weapon was only a 3rd level upper grade, which was only average for Lin Shiming, which made him a little disappointed. It was not as good as his Starwood shield, but now he didn't dare to take out the Starwood shield for fear of being monitored. However, the high-grade spiritual shield in front of him could also play a protective role. Otherwise, he would have to use the grinding god plate as a defensive magic weapon at a critical moment. Lin Shiming put away his spiritual armor and took a look at the incense burner, but it seemed that there was something empty in front of the incense burner. Logically, there should be a wooden plaque or a scroll behind the incense burner. Lin Shiming touched the incense burner, but found that the incense burner was fixed to the table, and the table was fixed to the tower. When he wanted to use the flying sword, the table disappeared. Lin Shiming could only climb to the 19th floor again. The 19th floor was still the phantom of the 3rd stage late-stage monster, but its strength was much stronger again. But under Lin Shiming's purple gold vine and the grinding god plate ley iron sword, it was still unstoppable. However, he swallowed more and more pills to restore his true essence. Fortunately, this tower does not prohibit the restoration of true essence in the tower, and his true essence is not inferior to that of the late-stage foundation building. He also rushed to the 27th floor again, and subdued a golden rhino with the Imperial Spirit Seal. The strength of this golden rhino is extremely strong among the 3rd stage late-stage monsters. This time, Lin Shiming dispatched the poisonous dragon vine, and the red-haired demon monkey took out the Yuan magnetic seal, and also suppressed the thick-skinned golden rhino and subdued it with the Imperial Spirit Seal. However, the reward for this floor is still a 3rd stage top-grade magic weapon, and it is also an attack magic weapon, which is still inferior to the spiritual armor of the 18th floor. P.S. 500 average updates, now only 20 averages are left, brothers. Chapter 256, Old Friend Sinelin Mansion. On the 27th floor, Lin Shiming continued to meditate. Under the spiritual light array, his true essence recovered quickly. Looking at the newly appeared stairs, Lin Shiming hesitated. The system prompt did not appear, which also meant that each reward of the tower level might be a high-grade magic weapon. Then there was less need to break through the tower. He had no shortage of 3rd-level high-grade magic weapons. On the contrary, he had quite a few top-grade magic weapons. According to the strength of this monster beast, He could not reach the 81st floor. Moreover, the golden rhino was almost at the edge of his spiritual control range. While controlling 3 monster beasts, the Imperial Seal was also consuming a lot of true essence. He estimated that controlling another 3rd-level late-stage monster beast would reach the limit. As for more, it would be troublesome to control, wasting his mind and energy, and it would not be worth the loss. Of course, the weirdness of the tower was also a reason. Seeing through the age of the soul and selecting the monster beast training monks according to their age, all this seemed very reasonable. It was in line with the magic weapon that the sect monks chose to inherit. But this magic weapon reward was not in line with the handwriting of a Yuanying sect. Moreover, he always felt that there was something missing on the tribute table every 9 floors. However, without the system prompt, he could not know what was hidden in this world tower. Even if he put everything aside, he still had to guess. Every 8 floors, there was a real spirit beast. If it was a projection of a demon beast, it would be fine, it might not really die. But if it was a real demon beast, how could he guarantee that it was not really dead? This was a magic weapon, not a real cultivator. His judgment ability was not that strong. If it really had that ability, it would mean that this magic weapon had a spirit, and the system prompt did not appear, which meant that the spirit did not exist. Death and the passage to the small world both lit up with white light, and no one would know as long as the cultivator did not return. Whether the cultivator who broke into the tower really reached the other side of the tower or died, all this would not be known to the cultivators outside the tower. In addition, Lin Yi was still a little worried about the calculations of those real people. After hesitating again and again, he did not continue to break into the tower, but walked towards a light door in the tower. This light door was also the passage to the small world. In front of the light gate, Lin Yi glanced at the stairs again, and then blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was seriously injured and had to leave. Finally, he walked into the light gate with a face full of reluctance. The 81st floor of the world tower. If an outsider was here, he would be able to see that there was still one person in the tower. However, there was no spiritual light in the tower, and outsiders could not know it at all. In the void, 9 scrolls were floating in the void, surrounding a figure wearing a spiritual beast robe. In front of the figure, a small tower was floating in the air, emitting a dazzling spiritual light. The phantom closed his eyes, pinching an unknown spiritual spell in his hand, and the 9 scrolls were getting closer and closer to the small tower. In the void, more and more spiritual patterns were echoing. It seemed that some sounds of the avenue began to appear around the tower. Sometimes far, sometimes near. In a small valley, there are small lakes and pavilions, green mountains and clear waters, and the scenery is endless. Inside the tower, Lin Yi and Xian looked at the tower vigilantly, and then looked around vigilantly. After a long time, a burst of light came on, and Lin Yiming's figure also appeared in the tower. Yiming, how is it? Which floor have you reached? The 27th floor. The treasures are not very good, so I came here first. Lin Yiming did not lie, and said it honestly. If he continued to break through the tower and break through the 18th floor, he would still have confidence. Indeed, the treasures are not as good as before. Xian also shook his head. He and Lin Yi only broke through the 18th floor. They are not young, nearly 200 years old. The phantom of the spirit beast that appeared at the beginning was already a good existence among the late 3rd-level monsters. After reaching the 9th floor, it was a peak 3rd-level monster. Of course, the most important thing is not this, but the treasures of the tower, which are a little worse for them. For cultivators of their age, any experience has long been a cloud, and the substantial treasures are the most real. And if they were to enter the tower just for the top-grade magic weapon, there was no need. They could not enter the 81st floor either. By the way, Yiming, what are your plans? The 10,000 Swords tomb is not open yet. Xian asked Lin Yiming and Lin Yi again. In addition, the Tebe sword sect has not yet appeared. When it appears, there will be strange phenomena. Xian seemed to see the doubts of Lin Yi and continued to speak. This is also the reason why many people are not in a hurry after the world tower. The entire secret realm plus the small world will be open for a total of 3 months. On the contrary, once you enter the small world, you may encounter the Purple Mansion monster. And then you may get some warnings when you enter. After the Purple Mansion monster kills the monks, it will naturally leave some traces of fighting. Monsters have never destroyed corpses since ancient times. On the contrary, They are more accustomed to throwing the bones of prey in their territory as a warning. Thank you very much for your kindness, senior brother. For the time being, we want to go to the periphery to find out if there are any spiritual objects that can prolong life. Lin Shiming knew that Xian wanted the two of them to go together. But the two of them had an appointment with Xiao Chen. If they didn't go now, Xiao Chen would think that they had an accident. Okay, be careful along the way. When the 10,000 Swords tomb comes out, you must come as soon as possible. When senior brother Chen drives the war treasure ship, we will be qualified to compete. After Xian said this, his face was also a little disappointed. He entered with Lin Xianzi and the others just to go together. But the two of them had their own ideas. He was not so magnanimous. Moreover, he had made sufficient preparations for this trip to the secret realm. There was also the sword given to him by Zixu and Sanrun. The edge of the sword was the only one he had ever seen in his life among the third-level magic weapons. Xian left, driving the flying sword, heading due north. Only a simple map was left. There are many teleportation points like Xiaohu Tower in the whole small world. If there is no map to compare, you can only grope in the dark in this small world. Seventh uncle, can you still feel the Jin family monks? Lin Shiming asked Lin Xianzi. The stalactite cave was definitely of great help to their trip, especially since he was now controlling 3 spirit beasts. It's too far away, we can't detect it, we can only sense it faintly in the east. Lin Xianzi flipped his hand and took out an extremely small lynxy insect. It was extremely difficult to find it with divine sense. If Lin Xianzi hadn't spread it out, Lin Shiming used the magic of divine eyes, he would never be able to observe it. This is also the abnormality of lynxy insect. The place agreed with Deacon Zio is also in the east. Lin Shiming also replied. The two of them couldn't help but feel a little happy. They were all in the same place, which saved a lot of effort. They wanted the stalactite cave, and they also wanted the taking purple jade fruit tree. At this time, Lin Shiming's system prompt sounded again. Please go 100 miles to the east, there is a purple mansion monk inheritance cave. In Lin Shiming's mind, the prompt suddenly sounded, and he was overjoyed. The prompt that the world tower failed to work appeared again, which also made him feel much more at ease. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he came out, he got the purple mansion monk inheritance cave. This is worthy of being the side of the Yuanying sect. The caves of purple mansion cultivators can only be in the outer periphery. I'm afraid there are many golden core caves and nascent soul caves in the inner periphery. When Lin Shiming thought of this, his face was full of longing. He had a system prompt, and he was like a fish in water in this secret realm. Of course, he must also be alert. The greater the opportunity, the more dangerous it is. Seventh uncle, let's go east. Lin Shiming also suggested. Lin Xianzi nodded, and then thought of the Yuling seal, and suddenly said, Shiming, how many spirit beasts have you controlled? 3. Lin Shiming did not pretend. He gave Lin Xianzi both the Yuling seal and the soul binding. Lin Xianzi could not use the soul binding for the time being, but the Yuling seal could be used in the tower. That's why the other party asked this question. Okay. Lin Xianzi was overjoyed. He only controlled one late-stage third-level beast, but he didn't expect Lin Shiming to control 3. The divine consciousness and true essence required by this Yuling seal are both extremely great. However, he thought that Lin Shiming's 9th floor was most likely a third-order mid-stage demon beast, so he immediately felt that it was natural. Lin Shiming wanted to know how many demons Lin Xianzi controlled, but Lin Xianzi didn't say, and he didn't ask. The two of them didn't hesitate and immediately headed east. There are purple mansion demons in the small world. Those demons are the most stubborn in the air. If you fly with a sword and get hit by a purple mansion demon, you're in big trouble. The two are foundation building cultivators, and even if they are running fast, their speed is extremely terrifying. During this period, Lin Xianzi also took out the spirit-seeking rat and searched for spiritual objects in heaven and earth. Fortunately, this seems to be the periphery, and no purple mansion demons were found. Instead, they asked the two to find some third-order spiritual medicines. The two also followed the rules. These spiritual medicines are just sprinkled water for the Kingsun sect, but they are extremely rare spiritual medicines for the Lin family. Whether it is mature spiritual medicine or spiritual medicine seedlings, they were picked one by Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi. After half a day, a mountain finally appeared in front of them. The mountain is very high, even higher than the Fangmu mountain of the Lin family, and the spiritual energy content is incomparable. Lin Shiming looked at Lin Xianzi. This mountain is probably the location of the cave of the Purple Mansion monks, as prompted by the system. There must be a forbidden formation on it. But for some reason, the spiritual energy in front of him is radiating. Go around it. Lin Xianzi also found that the spiritual energy is unusual. This kind of mountain is very likely to have a Purple Mansion monster. With the strength of him and Lin Shiming, facing a Purple Mansion monster, there is naturally no chance. However, just when Lin Shiming was hesitating and worried, not knowing how to convince Lin Xianzi, a terrifying sound of fighting came from the mountain. There are monks. Lin Shiming said immediately. Naturally, the monks fought back and forth, and no various escape lights were seen, which also meant that there were no Purple Mansion monks in front of them. Otherwise, the monks' various escape techniques would be launched together, and the might of the Purple Mansion monster would cover the entire mountain. Lin Xianzi nodded when he heard this. There are no Purple Mansion cultivators, and it is located on the edge of the small world. Logically speaking, the danger is not great. Lin Shiming took out the green lotus Taoist robe. Although this Taoist robe is not very useful for the concealment of late-stage and peak-stage foundation building cultivators, the opponents are fighting and may not notice him. Lin Xianzi also took out a black bamboo hat and black robe, which covered his figure and could also isolate his spiritual consciousness, but his concealment method was worse than that of the green lotus Taoist robe. Once he reached the top of the mountain, he could only hear the roar of spirit beasts and the roar of corpses, accompanied by the sound of flying swords breaking through the air. Going further, he saw a small palace mansion in front of him. The plaque of the palace mansion was marked with Sinoan Mansion. For cultivators, mansion represents the cave mansion of a scattered person, and palace represents the cave mansion of a golden elixir real person. In front of him was a Purple Mansion cultivator's inheritance cave mansion. No wonder they had already started fighting. Lin Shiming's consciousness looked at the group of people, but found that there were exactly 3 groups of people in front of him. One of them was 3 cultivators from the Spirit Beast sect, and there were 3 cultivators from the Corpse Training sect. As for the remaining 3, they were cultivators from the 10,000 Sword sect. Speaking of the 10,000 Sword sect cultivators, Lin Shiming was very familiar with them. They were the 3 people from the 10,000 Sword sect, Wang Qing, Wan Wuyan, and an old man carrying a sword. The Spirit Beast sect and the 10,000 Sword sect worked together to deal with the Corpse Training sect cultivators. The 3 Corpse Training sect cultivators were all in the late stage of foundation building, and each of them had 3 or 4 third stage late iron corpses, but they were obviously a little weak in the face of the encirclement. The Corpse Training sect had corpses, and the Spirit Beast sect had spirit beasts. With the 3 sword cultivators with unparalleled combat power, the 3 Corpse Training sect cultivators immediately ran away with their heads in their hands. They wanted to escape, but they were a little unconvinced when they saw the Sinoan Mansion. However, the next moment, a formation appeared. Wang Qing also laughed. He was seen holding the formation in one hand and flying into the air. Suddenly, flying swords appeared all over the sky, and they actually covered the entire mountain. Haha, Uncle Wu, the sword formation is complete. Wang Qing controlled the sword formation and looked at an old man from the Wanjian sect. The old man's body was also shaken, and a shocking sword intent rushed into the sky. The 3 monks of the Corpse Training sect suddenly felt cold in their hearts. They didn't expect that the old man from the Wanjian sect was actually at the peak of the foundation building stage, and they didn't expect that the old man was an extremely powerful sword cultivator. The previous containment was just hiding his weakness. Why don't you surrender? A young man among the 3 people from the Spirit Beast sect also laughed. He immediately mocked the 3 people from the Corpse Training sect. On the contrary, the 2 old men next to the young man looked a little different. Surrendering, it's ridiculous. Take care of yourselves first. Do you think these people from the Wanjian sect will share the treasures with you? The 3 monks of the Corpse Training sect, whose faces were already dark, became even gloomier. The people who practice corpses are most afraid of sword cultivators. Now they have been set up with a sword array. Of course, they also think that this Spirit Beast sect kid is ridiculous. At this time, they actually thought that Wang Qing would let them go. Since this sword array is all over the mountain, it means that the Wanjian sect is going to clear the field. Brother Wan. The young man reacted and looked at Wang Qing, while the 2 old men behind him stood in front of the Spirit Beast sect cultivator. Haha, Brother Zio, Brother One has no choice. Do you know what Sunil and Sanrin is best at? Alchemy, the 4th level alchemy inheritance. If you want to blame, you can only blame this inheritance for being too rich. Wan Qing laughed, but did not take action. But in the sky, more and more swords appeared. Zio Wan, a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, suddenly changed his face and became extremely pale. The 2 old men next to him kept looking at the entire sword array, looking for an opportunity to break the array. Wan Qing looked down the mountain. Why, you haven't appeared yet, do you want one to ask you to appear? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Concealing the Truth. In the sky, thousands of swords were flying, and the sword energy was surging. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi no longer hid and walked out generously. Being trapped by the formation, it was difficult to conceal it even with the most sophisticated means. But there was still some worry in his eyes. Especially Lin Xianzi, staring at the old man with a sword on his back. This old man was obviously not just a sword cultivator, but also a 3rd-level top-grade formation master. Wan Qing, are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that we will join forces to deal with you? Lin Shiming also stared at Wan Qing. Haha, join forces? Do you think Wan is afraid of your joining forces? Wan Qing said with disdain. Without this little confidence, how can you have the confidence to step into the realm of the real person? He was seen speaking with heroic spirit, and then looked at Lin Shiming with disdain. But you are really unlucky. Just when Wan wanted to kill someone, you delivered it to the door. Wan Qing stared at Lin Shiming with some bloodthirstiness. Then all the swords were facing down. The sword intent was surging, and the sword light was sweeping. The next moment, it turned into a rain of swords that poured down. Of course, this rain was not to kill Lin Shiming alone, but to target all the cultivators in the sword formation. How dare you? The faces of the 3 cultivators from the corpse training sect all changed drastically. The 3 of them slapped their storage bags at the same time, and then 3 3-meter-long black coffins appeared. Various strange spiritual patterns appeared on the coffins, and the next moment the cover of the coffin exploded directly, and 3 natal spirit corpses appeared. The 3 spirit corpses were very hideous, obviously made by powerful beasts. They jumped up, like baring their teeth and claws, and went towards the flying sword in the sky. The 3 people from the spirit beast sect next to them, 2 old men protected Zio Wan, and 3 third-stage late-stage monsters instantly rushed up. Lin Shiming was also well prepared, and he threw his hand. A grinding god plate, agitated to the maximum, was as big as a small mountain, and the whole body was shining with dim light. At the same time, the purplewood Zuanshan sword formation flew out with a spiritual spell, forming 4 defensive sword formations, blocking the top. Lin Shiming was protected in it. Lin Xianzi was more direct. When his sword lotus came out, he cut everything. The sword light in the sky was rolled up by the sword lotus and turned into spiritual light and disappeared. Half-step sword energy condensed silk. The old man carrying the sword was also shocked. Then the old man carrying the sword also took out a magic sword, and when he activated it, the small half of the flying sword of the sword technique was in the old man's hand. On the contrary, Wan Qing's sword light was much less, but the remaining number of spiritual swords was enough for Wan Qing to exert his impressive strength. The main control of the sword formation was obviously in the hands of the old man carrying the sword. Under the control of the old man, the small half of the flying sword flew out. It rushed straight to Lin Xianzi, and the sword light in the sky began to collide with the sword lotus. The golden brilliant sparks were like the Milky Way. Especially the sword core formed by the condensed sword energy, which was extremely powerful. 300 or 500 sword lights disappeared at the touch. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiming was also relieved. Lin Xianzi's strength was stronger than he imagined. He had completely reached the peak level of foundation building, and was a little stronger than the old man. However, at this moment, under the continuous attack of the old man's sword formation, he seemed a little exhausted. At this time, Wan Qing also controlled the remaining lightsabers and attacked the 3 monks of the corpse sect, plus the 3 natal spirit corpses. For a time, he still had the upper hand. The remaining Wan Wuyan also controlled a lot of sword formations and confronted the monks of the Spirit Beast sect. Zio one of the Spirit Beast sect was obviously only an ordinary middle-stage foundation building. Compared with casual cultivators, he could be comparable to the late stage of foundation building, but his strength was far inferior. The Spirit Beast he controlled was only the middle stage of the third level, but it had good potential. It was a green-eyed golden-eyed tiger. But Wan Wuyan's strength was not inferior. He had a soft sword and was extremely difficult to deal with. This allowed Lin Shiming to see another way of practicing wood-attributed swordsmanship. For a while, the fight was back and forth. "Brother Wan, you are courting death." Zio Wan saw that the situation had been reversed by Lin Xian's strength. He also snorted at Wan Qing. But at this moment, Wan Qing was silent. He didn't expect that the three people from the corpse training sect would hide their abilities and leave behind their own spirit corpses. They also didn't expect that Lin Xianzi would comprehend the half-step sword energy condensation. Lin Shiming stared at Wan Qing, but the next moment, his face changed. He just released a soul-devouring ant and broke the formation. However, he saw a scene that he couldn't imagine. A monkey-like demon beast had already rushed into the Sinoan mansion. The guy from the Wanjian sect in front of him was clearly grabbing with both hands, either killing them all or taking the treasure alone. The formation was just a cover-up. In private, the spirit beast had long been asked to steal it. As for whether this spirit beast belonged to the spirit beast sect, he didn't think about it at all. Wan Qing controlled the 10,000 swords heaven-slaying formation, so he naturally wouldn't let the people of the spirit beast sect take advantage of it. No wonder Wan Qing was so arrogant. And the old man didn't stop him. The treasures were all taken away, so what if he didn't kill everyone? Lin Shiming's face changed quickly, but it disappeared quickly. The next moment, he took out a large number of spirit seeds and scattered them on the ground. The next moment, poisonous dragon vines appeared all over the sky, and suddenly they looked like huge evil dragons. The poisonous dragon vines emitted black mist, and in an instant, they were like black dragons ravaging in the black mist. Even because these poisonous dragon vines were once planted in the swamp of the horned python, they seemed to have the roar of dragons while rolling, and their rush towards Wan Qing in an overwhelming manner. Wan Qing was naturally not afraid of this. His sword formation was simply the best magic weapon to restrain this kind of wood attribute cultivator. He sneered, "This Lin Shiming is also worthy of being called a sword cultivator, he doesn't even know this common sense." He took out a broadsword he was carrying on his back, and when the broadsword came out, all the poisonous dragon vines were chopped into pieces. The sword light still went towards the three people from the corpse training sect and their spirit corpses. However, the next moment, he did not expect that the poisonous dragon vine that had been chopped into pieces would reorganize again in the air and continue to tie up Wan Qing. Wan Qing was not paying attention and was tied up by the poisonous dragon vine, and the sword light suddenly stagnated. If it were not for a light shield that appeared in his body and covered him, he might have been pierced by the poisonous dragon vine and poisoned to death. You must know that the poisonous dragon vine is not an ordinary vine. This third-level top-grade vine is extremely threatening to a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. It is extremely poisonous. Without precious antidote elixirs, he will not survive for a moment. Besides, the three original spirit corpses were the most angry when they were chopped by the sword light. Now the sword light stagnated and rushed up immediately. It was still the sword-carrying old man who waved his hand, and a group of sword lights chopped the poisonous dragon vines into pieces again. Wan Qing escaped, and Wan Wuyan next to him took out another spiritual talisman. The next moment, a wooden puppet sword cultivator walked out and blocked all the claws and attacks of the three spirit corpses. This puppet sword talisman was obviously very powerful, and its strength might not be less than the peak of foundation building. For a while, the three training corpses could not get any benefits. The faces of the three training corpses also changed. Knowing that they could not get any benefits, they waved their hands and hundreds of coffins were opened. The lids of these coffins were almost blown off in an instant and blasted towards Wan Qing. However, the next moment, the spirit corpses that crawled out of the hundreds of coffins actually rushed towards the periphery of the sword formation. It was just like the self-destructing spirit corpse that broke Cheyenne City that day. However, the sword light in the sky trembled again, making a terrifying sword sound, and another row of endless sword lights came from the 9 heavens and pierced into the bodies of those self-destructing spirit corpses, and they were instantly chopped into pieces of minced meat and blood. In the sky, Wan Qing breathed a sigh of relief. They had naturally studied the methods of the corpse sect. Now that they saw that the methods of the three people were ineffective and they were protected, they were relieved. Then, he stared at Lin Shiming, his heart itching with hatred. If it weren't for Lin Shiming, if it weren't for Lin Xianzi, no one here would have thought of escaping. There's a problem with this sword formation, check your spirit beast. At this time, the old man with the sword on his back took the time to cut a sword and began to transmit a message to Wan Qing. His eyes glanced at Lin Shiming from time to time, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Some uncertainty, and some worry. As if afraid that Wan Qing didn't know, the old man with the sword on his back added again, when he pulled out the vines, the sword formation opened a hole for some reason, but the poisonous fog blocked some of the perception. After the old man said this, he fought with Lin Xianzi again. Okay. Wan Qing was also extremely shocked. The old man's words made him a little nervous. He quickly sensed the spirit beast, but at this time Lin Shiming continued to control the poisonous dragon vine to sneak attack. For a while, Wan Qing could only dodge in the air. The broadsword behind him did not dare to stop at all. A waterfall-like sword curtain danced around him. Under the sword energy, all the poisonous dragon vines were crushed. Even the poisonous fog was cut open by the whirlwind. In addition to the sword curtain, he waved his hands and pinched the seal, and the sword light in the sky continued to rush towards Lin Shiming. On the contrary, the three monks of the corpse training sect were relieved again. The four sword formations on the top of Lin Shiming's head continued to block the sword light and did not attack, but Wan Qing's face suddenly turned pale. But now, Lin Shiming could not stop him anymore. He remembered the arrangement at the beginning, and his mood suddenly became slightly better. He felt a blood contract in his sea of consciousness. His spirit beast seemed to be moving away. This made Wan Qing breathe a sigh of relief. The arrangement of the 10,000 swords heaven-slaying formation did not cover the Purple Mansion Cave. Otherwise, it would be a real stupid thing if the Purple Mansion Cave was destroyed. When the sword formation was used, he had two plans. It would be great if he could kill the people from the Spirit Beast sect and the Corpse Training sect. Those who could enter the small world must have gained a lot. Maybe he would have a chance to taste the secrets of the two sects. Of course, if their means were not weak, but they could not get out for a while under the cover of the formation, he had already released the spirit beasts he raised and emptied the Purple Mansion Cave. This was the purpose. His Xianbao spirit ape was not ordinary and was extremely sensitive to treasures. It was because of that spirit ape that he found this Snellen cave. The spirit beast was fine, so he was completely relieved and focused on dealing with the present. The sword light in his hand became more fierce, and he even borrowed many sword lights from Wan Wuyan. He wanted to use the sword formation to complete the 1,000 swords returned to one. He wanted to kill Lin Shiming as soon as possible. For a while, a terrifying spiritual power appeared. In the sky, a sword light of 100 feet, like lightning, slashed towards Lin Shiming. He could spare the lives of others, but at this moment, he wanted to kill Lin Shiming. However, at this moment, the first person to move was not Lin Shiming, but Lin Xianzi next to him. Suddenly, his white hair fluttered behind him. The gold attributed true essence and the water attributed true essence collided, and for a moment, the gold and blue colors filled the world. The huge sword intent made the old man with the sword in his hand retreat. But the latter also swung out the 1,000 swords returned to one. Lin Xianzi also swung a sword, and this sword was the strongest sword in the Rinshu Zhenjinju. In a trance, countless sword lotuses appeared, and each sword lotus was gold and blue. And the sword core was like the sharpest sword energy in the world, dazzling. Shiming, watch carefully, let this group of people from the Wanjian sect know what it means to condense sword energy into silk and what it means to break all laws with one sword. With a sword, all the sword lotuses pulled out their sword cores, and then the sword lotuses shattered one by one. Only one sword core was left, condensed into silk, and slashed towards the two giant swords. Boom! The terrifying sound made the ears ring. The sword light disappeared into thin air, and they were equally matched. However, only the heaven and earth were left, and the sword energy was crisscrossing up and down, rising and falling, plundering without distinguishing between enemies and friends. The three monks of the corpse training sect also placed the three natal spirit corpses in front of them at this moment. Even so, the spirit stone was cut into pieces by the sword energy. The next moment, they seemed to have made some important decisions, and directly controlled the natal spirit corpses to the edge of the formation. The next moment, The 3 spirit corpses exploded together. The terrifying explosion appeared again, and the spiritual energy storm and the sword energy were stirred together, like a tornado, whirring and lasting for a long time. The spiritual light dissipated, and the sword formation was also broken by a small part, revealing the cave of Sanran. However, looking at the huge mansion now, it has been robbed. Where is the spiritual light? Where's the treasure? Wan Qing, you actually trapped us and stole the treasure alone. The 3 disciples of the corpse training sect shouted at the moment, extremely angry. They thought they would fight to the death, but they didn't expect that they were set up by Wan Qing. The treasures have been taken away by him. What's the point of them? The 3 people roared and spit out a huge mouthful of blood. Their life spirit corpses were destroyed and they were seriously injured. The old man with a sword on his back raised his sword high, and the next moment the sword light surged to the maximum, and then it came in front of the 3 monks of the corpse training sect. The 3 monks were instantly horrified, but they shook their bodies and blood rushed to the sky. The 3 were all physical cultivators, but only 2 of them were physical cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, and 1 was a physical cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. The physical cultivator in the early stage of foundation building died on the spot. The remaining 2 disappeared with a yellow escape light, sprinkling blood and fleeing away. Who said we robbed it? I think you robbed it. The old man with a sword on his back looked at everyone with his sharp eagle's eyes, especially the spirit beast sect. At this moment, if Lin Shiming didn't know, he might have been fooled by this old man. 7th uncle, let's go too. Lin Shiming didn't stay and drove away directly. Although the sword formation was broken, Lin Xianzi was seriously injured, especially the last sword. It was glorious, but it also reversed the Rinshu Zhengjinju, and it was several years of life. His 7th uncle didn't feel bad, but he felt bad. How many times did he tell his 7th uncle not to reverse the sword formula? But it was useless. At the critical moment, his 7th uncle would still fight hard. Moreover, Lin Xianzi's true essence was also consumed by more than half, and he swallowed the 100-year spiritual milk to recover to normal level. But there was obviously no benefit in fighting any further. The old man with the sword on his back was sure that the spirit beast sect had stolen it, and he killed the 2 people from the spirit beast sect. On the contrary, Wan Qing, holding a sword, killed Lin Shiming and the others. Lin Shiming was a little dissatisfied with the old man for acting, but the next moment, he saw a blazing sword light suddenly rushing towards him from underground. This old thing actually attacked again, and his target was not the 2 people from the spirit beast sect at all, but him. Chapter 258, Magical Treasure Twin Swords 5 Flame Sutra. Seeing this scene, although Lin Shiming had been prepared, he almost cursed. However, Lin Xianzi, who was still recovering his true energy, once again glared and used the sword technique in his hand to the extreme. Sword lotuses were cut out one after another. The old man's fiery sword light was blocked again. The people of the spirit beast sect also started running, and countless spirit beasts began to self-destruct, forcing Wan Wui into retreat more than 10 meters. The 2 elders of the spirit beast sect held Zio Wan and directly pulled out a wind escape talisman and began to flee. Leaving behind a green light, they disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi also took out a 3rd-level top-grade spirit boat and began to flee desperately. Wan Qing and the old man carrying the sword obviously have many more means, and they don't need to fight to the death with these 3 people. Their respective means of escape were displayed one after another. However, Wan Qing and the old man carrying the sword cut a few swords, and after seeing that there was no effect, they also fell into the flat bottom and did not chase them anymore. In this small world, you may encounter a purple mansion monster at any time. It is actually an unwise move to chase and be chased. Wan Qing, where's the treasure? The old man with the sword on his back looked at Wan Qing. Even though these monks only killed a monk from the corpse training sect, the treasure in the cave of Sanran is the most critical. Uncle Wu, it's hundreds of miles to the north. Wan Qing replied hesitantly after sensing it. Why isn't it a chaotic stone forest? The old man with the sword on his back suddenly widened his eyes, and his heart also rang. I don't know, Uncle Wu, it may be that the power of the sword formation is too great, and my Xian Baolingyin is worried that something will happen. Although Wan Qing was also worried, seeing that Xian Baolingyin was fine, he could only find a few reasons. After all, the blood contract is still there. But just when he was about to sense it carefully again, The blood contract of Lin Yi suddenly turned into nothingness. The disappearance of the blood contract. It also means the death of the monster. How is it possible? Wan Qing roared in disbelief. What's going on, Wan Qing? The old man with the sword on his back suddenly raised his voice, his eyes like an eagle, extremely sharp. Lin Yi is dead. Wan Qing suddenly cried. Let's go and see where he died. He must not have gone far. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the old man with the sword on his back. He called 3 people, took out a 3rd-level top-grade spirit boat, and made a move to the sky. It immediately turned into a 3-meter-long golden spirit boat. The spirit boat flew quickly into the distance. About half a minute, the 3 jumped from the sky, and saw a charred black in front of them, and then there was a turbulent flow of the void. The old man with the sword on his back sensed it, and he didn't even sense the 5 elements. Another Yuan magnetic beast that masters the Yuan magnetic divine light appeared. The old man with the sword on his back couldn't help but open his pupils. Run. The old man drove the spirit boat again and ran very fast. The Yuan magnetic beast is not something they can deal with at all. Uncle Wu, what is the Yuan magnetic beast? Wan Qing couldn't help but ask. Stop talking nonsense, drive the spirit boat and run. The old man shouted loudly, not daring to stay at all. Any Yuan sea beast is a terrifying existence for these 5-element cultivators. Under a low hill, a spirit boat suddenly disappeared, revealing 2 figures wearing green Taoist robes. One of the younger cultivators waved his hand to the forest in front. Suddenly, a golden light flew first, followed by 40 soul-swallowing ants with star spots, and a red monkey running over. The green-shirted figure was naturally Lin Yi. The golden-winged mantis, red-haired demon monkey and soul-swallowing ants in front of him were all spirit beasts released when he activated a poisonous dragon vine. The golden-winged mantis in front of him was holding 2 golden swords, while the red-haired demon monkey was holding a Yuan sea seal in one hand and a storage bag in the other. Magic flying sword. Lin Yi looked at the flying sword and couldn't help but speak in surprise. These treasures were naturally taken out from the cave of Sanel Sanrun, but the 2 magic flying swords of the golden-winged mantis shocked the 2 of them at once. Lin Yi immediately took out the isolation formation from the storage bag and laid it without delay. He breathed a sigh of relief. The golden-winged mantis rubbed Lin Yi's body with its triangular head, and gave Lin Yi 2 magic flying swords as if they were treasures. Then it squeaked in a low voice. Lin Yi also generously took out a black spirit fish and gave it to the golden-winged mantis, and then grabbed a handful of animal breeding pills and a Mianyang pill. This beast is growing so fast. Lin Yi was also a little shocked when he looked at the 8-winged golden-winged mantis. You know, he had seen the mantis when it was just hatched, and at that time he thought that the mantis could reach the late 2nd stage. Who knew that this mantis not only had a keen sense of smell, but also had an excellent ability to find treasures. Now it seems that its bloodline talent is also extremely high, otherwise even if there were more animal breeding pills, it would not be able to grow to the peak of the current 3rd stage. Not to mention, he had never heard of a golden mantis. 7th uncle, these 2 magic weapons are perfect for you. Lin Yi said immediately. When Lin Yi heard what Lin Yi said, he turned around and looked at the 2 magic flying swords. The 2 flying swords were about 3 feet long, not big, and they were twin swords. However, their attributes were very different. One was gold and the other was water. The gold attribute flying sword obviously added some Zhengjin, making it extremely sharp, while the water attribute flying sword added cold marrow jade, so even a water attribute cultivator would have the freezing power of an ice spiritual root cultivator when using it. 7th uncle, these 2 flying swords are perfect for you. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yi, it's not suitable. You have 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire, and you can also use these magic weapons. Lin Yi avoided it a little, but there was obviously still a trace of desire in his eyes. It's just that his inner reason and love for the younger generation made him prefer to give up. 7th uncle, what are you talking about? You are going to get the Purple Palace soon, but it will take too long for Yi to get the Purple Palace. Besides, this magic weapon happens to match your skills. If you don't use it, then Yi won't need it either. Lin Yi also replied. After saying this, Lin Yi was very fond of it and carefully put away the 2 magic weapons. The love in his eyes was revealed. Since he took the Minxin tea tree's natal spiritual tea and comprehended the half-step sword energy condensation, He was also confident that he could break through the Purple Palace. Seeing Lin Xian, so he put away the magic weapon. Lin Shiming began to look at the red-haired demon monkey. At this moment, the red-haired demon monkey was playing with a Yuan magnetic seal and screaming excitedly. On the contrary, if Lin Shiming hadn't specifically told him to, he might not have picked up the storage bag. At this moment, it was full of thoughts of using the Yuan magnetic seal to hide it, and it even thought about whether it could hit the two-legged snake. Let it steal its spiritual food. Lin Shiming took the storage bag and took out some black spirit fish, as well as the beast nurturing pill and the Mayanayang pill. Lin Xianzi, who was standing next to him, was surprised again. He didn't expect that Lin Shiming's red-haired demon monkey had also reached the third-order intermediate stage. He just didn't know why the monkey had become smaller. Seeing the other party playing with a Yuan magnetic seal casually, he was even more shocked. He couldn't help but admire the spirit beasts raised by Lin Shiming. Lin Shiming didn't pay attention to Lin Xianzi anymore, but took the storage bag. The storage bag was obviously older. Since it was ownerless, he easily engraved the mark of his spiritual consciousness on it. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, and the next moment, he was extremely surprised to find that the space of this storage bag was really huge, as big as a slightly smaller mountain. There were many wooden shelves inside, but there were not many things, especially the spirit talismans and pills, all of which disappeared over time. Lin Shiming looked at the treasures and jade slips. On the treasure shelf, the eye-catching thing is a double-eared alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is colorful and the spiritual light is still radiant. Lin Shiming took it in his hand and felt that it was dazzling and extremely beautiful. After inputting the true essence, the spiritual patterns on the surface of the alchemy furnace suddenly seemed to come alive, and a special colorful fire was diffused in the alchemy furnace. The temperature of the flame is many times higher than the underground fire under the Lin family. 7th uncle, this is a 3rd level top-grade alchemy furnace. Even if it is used to refine 4th level elixirs, it can be of some help. Lin Shiming said excitedly to Lin Xianzi. The latter was also very excited. You know, for an alchemist, whether there is a good alchemy furnace or not, the difference in alchemy skills is huge. The best alchemy furnace of the Lin family before was only a 3rd level low-grade one, and it was only managed by the previous alchemy hall masters, and it was not allowed to be taken away from Fangmu Mountain. With this alchemy furnace, the alchemy skills of the Lin family will be taken to a higher level. This furnace will be given to Shi Tao. With her talent for alchemy, it will only be a matter of time before she can refine 4th level elixirs in the future. Lin Xianzi was also very happy. After taking a look, Lin Shiming also put the furnace away. He put it back into the storage bag. On the wooden shelf, there were still some magic tools and furnaces. However, the remaining furnaces were all 3rd level low-grade and 3rd level middle-grade furnaces. They were less precious, but they were also rare treasures for the Lin family. If they were placed in the family treasure house, the alchemists in the family would definitely fight for them with red necks. Of course, he also found that these furnaces had another feature. The surface of the furnaces was very beautiful, and the gold and silk spiritual patterns were also extremely beautiful. The next moment, he looked at the shelf where the treasures were placed. There was a red long silk treasure, which was also a 3rd level top grade. This Sanitan Sanrin is probably a female cultivator. Lin Shiming said with some emotion. We can see if there are any techniques suitable for female practitioners. Lin Xianzi also agreed, so he spoke again. With more surprises, the latter was much calmer. When Lin Shiming heard this, he also checked the jade slips. The jade slip placed on the top happened to be a technique. 5 Flame Sutra. Lin Shiming saw the introduction of the technique and immediately read it out loud. 7th uncle, this is a Zhuan level upper grade technique, which can be cultivated to the late Jinden stage at the highest. You must know that the highest level of the Lin family now is the Fiery Flame Sutra, which is only a Zhuan level lower grade technique. On the contrary, his Mountain Ape Body Refining technique belongs to the Zhuan level middle grade, and as for other attribute techniques, they are all Zhuan level lower grade. Even his Purple Wood Heart Sutra and Lin Xianzi's Rinshu Zhenjinju are only Zhuan level upper grade techniques, and they are also sect techniques that can only be practiced by one person, which is extremely limited. The 5 Flames Sutra is not only a Zhuan level upper grade technique, but can also be cultivated to the Jinden stage. In this respect, even his Purple Wood Heart Sutra cannot compare. How can he not be excited? At this moment, Lin Shiming finally understood why Wan Qing, even at such a great risk, wanted to challenge them all alone. He obviously knew some information. This 5-flame sutra is also worth doing. Lin Shiming continued to look up the introduction of the 5-flame sutra and found that this technique can form 5 color flames when it is cultivated to perfection. Any kind of flame is extremely powerful, not to mention the 5 flames together. And this technique is also of great help to alchemists and weapon refiners. This technique must be properly kept. Even if it returns to the family, don't let too many people know about it. Lin Yi was also extremely cautious. The technique that can be cultivated to the golden core stage will tempt the golden core family, not to mention the foundation establishment family, even the purple mansion family and the golden core family. In the Zhao kingdom, where the techniques are basically monopolized by the 3 sects, a technique that can be cultivated to the late purple mansion stage can be used to fight to the death. If a golden core technique appears, then their entire Lin family will never have peace. Shiming understands. Lin Shiming also nodded quickly. This technique is too important. If you practice it, you will either stay on Fangmu Mountain and stay there unless something unexpected happens, or stay on Shuangmu Island overseas. Only when the Lin family becomes a purple mansion family, or even a golden pill family, can they relax. It is indeed the inheritance cave of the purple mansion cultivator. Lin Yi also looked up and laughed, extremely pleased. Lin Shiming also nodded, and looked forward to the remaining jade slips. The second jade slip is the experience of alchemy. From the 1st level alchemist to the alchemy experience of the 4th level middle grade alchemist. Seeing this alchemy experience, Lin Shiming could no longer hide his joy. With the 4th level alchemy experience, the Lin family's future alchemy road is equivalent to having a half-baked gentleman. At least there is a direction and guidance. Lin Shiming couldn't help but look at the remaining jade slips. He believed that if there is experience, there must be a pill recipe. Sure enough, there are 4 4th-level pill recipes and 12 3rd-level pill recipes. It is a complete alchemy inheritance. With this alchemy inheritance, the Lin family will have a 4th-level alchemist in the future. Not only will they not have to worry about not having a 4th-level pill recipe, but they will also have the experience of a 4th-level middle-grade alchemist to check. Lin Shiming held the jade slips and handed them to Lin Yi one by one. After reading them, the latter was also overjoyed and said it was good. They didn't expect that a treasure on the road would yield such a harvest. After the pill recipe jade slips were sorted out, the rest were some miscellaneous notes and secrets. These also made Lin Shiming extremely interested. However, the things recorded in them did not describe much about the Tebe sword sect, which disappointed the latter. After reading the jade slips, he looked at the remaining wooden frames. Many of them had some residues left. Obviously, some spiritual medicines and spiritual materials had turned into ashes as time passed because no one input spiritual energy to maintain them. Lin Shiming put away the storage bag, and then took out some black spiritual fish and beast-raising pills and distributed them to the spirit-swallowing ants. This time, we can have this harvest, thanks to the spirit-swallowing ants. If it weren't for the soul-devouring ant, he wouldn't have been so capable of breaking through the sword formation and detecting the abnormality of the Purple Mansion cave. Not to mention, he secretly found 2 beasts and took back all the treasures. Shiming, I have a rough sense of the cultivators of the Jin family. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Chapter 259, Heavenly Corpse Worm Night Worry. Green mountains and ridges, mountains and ravines. A green river, winding out of the mountain. The water is calm and gurgling. A spiritual boat slowly descended. The figures of the 3 members of the Jin family were revealed. Jin Bashan was in the front, Jin Yongfu was the second, but the young cultivator of the family, Jin Yuchen, stayed at the back. Jin Bashan wanted to move forward, but was stopped by Jin Yongfu. Jin Yongfu suddenly coughed. Dao, you have been following me for so long, why don't you show up and talk? Jin Yongfu's sudden words also made Jin Bashan's body stagnate. But there was no reaction around him, not to mention that there was someone, and the wind was not even a little hurried. Just when Jin Bashan wondered whether Jin Yongfu was bluffing, there was a surge in the void, a transparent coffin was opened, and a figure in a sky corpse robe walked out directly. The figure looked at Jin Yongfu, put away the coffin with one hand, and finally said, I didn't expect that a small foundation building family in Yunzhou could have such a spiritual power that could see through the void coffin made of 5-colored silk. The figure was wearing a golden robe. If Lin Shiming was here, he would naturally recognize that the golden-robed monk was actually Jin Shizi. "Dao I out there to chase me alone?" Jin Yongfu did not answer, but asked back. "Haha, Dao I are joking, Jin is naturally not alone. Because, Jin has 1,000 troops." As soon as Jin Shizi finished speaking, he saw his embroidered robe swung out. In an instant, 3 golden coffins flew out. The golden coffin fell in response, and 3 huge golden iron corpses with dazzling golden light rushed forward. In a triangular shape, they surrounded the 3 people. With that terrifying momentum, each spiritual corpse was no less powerful than the peak of the 3rd level. However, Jin Yongfu and the other 2 did not move, and there was no panic in their expressions. Instead, a faint smile appeared on their faces. The claws of the 3 spirit corpses stretched out 3 or 4 meters long, and instantly grabbed several people into pieces. Suddenly, the spiritual light of the fragments exploded on the water surface, becoming a light that was extremely fast. Jin Shizi immediately thought it was not good, and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The 3 golden corpses were all covered by the golden light and trapped in it. On the bank of the Bio River, the figures of Jin Yongfu and the other 2 appeared again. In front of them, 3 robbery spirit talismans slowly burned out. When Jin Basheng saw the formation and Jin Shizi trapped in the formation, he admired his uncle next to him even more. Jin Shizi was an old devil who was well known in the Lineage sect. He was also a terrifying existence among the peak foundation building cultivators. However, Jin Yongfu still stood there and did not move. The appearance of waiting for someone made Jin Yongfu hesitate. At this time, the best time to get the treasure was to trap Jin Shizi. Although this location was remote, it could not be stopped. There were as many as 600 or 700 cultivators entering the small world this time. Any accidents are possible. Bashin, don't you think that this 3rd grade top grade Rinshu heaven trapping array is not enough to trap one person? Jin Yongfu continued to speak calmly. Jin Basheng's heart skipped a beat, and he saw Jin Yongfu suddenly move. He pressed his hand towards the ground, and suddenly there were several roars, and bright spiritual light exploded from the ground. 2 monks from the corpse training sect, wearing heavenly corpse robes, suddenly jumped out with a gloomy face. "Your Excellency is really capable." After the 2 monks from the corpse training sect came out, they were not annoyed, but stared at Jin Yongfu. "I don't have any ability, but you, Taoist, gave my junior a heavenly corpse worm, which is too much?" Jin Yongfu snorted coldly, and his palm came out again, and at a terrifying speed, he directly threw Jin Yuchen beside him into the array. In an instant, the 2 people from the corpse training sect suddenly changed color. The sky corpse worm is a rare insect of their corpse training sect. It is extremely precious and is also an excellent spiritual insect used by corpse training sect monks to refine their own spiritual corpses. It can lurk in the bodies of living monks, and then, without anyone noticing, at a critical moment, it can devour the souls of the monks, turning the monks into corpses and turning them against their own side. The 2 corpse training sect monks looked livid. They had never expected Jin Yongfu to be so decisive. They had previously wanted to use the other juniors to sneak attack Jin Yongfu. Now it seems that Jin Yongfu is far more ruthless than they imagined. Even his juniors were thrown into the heavenly trapped formation without hesitation. The 2 had no choice but to quickly take out the remaining corpses. These corpses were all in the late 3rd stage, and they were extremely fierce. However, at this moment, 2 small flags appeared in Jin Yongfu's hands. The small flag waved to the sky, and suddenly a strong wind blew. The black tornado blew the 2 corpses into pieces. And this strong wind seemed to be able to blow away the soul, making the already confused corpses even less intelligent. "If you want to attack my Jin family, then let's see if you are qualified enough." Jin Yongfu rushed forward, and his snow-white hair floated back, his spiritual light bloomed, and his figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the monk of the corpse sect, grabbed his palm forward, and the latter died on the spot. The remaining person was horrified, and he didn't expect that Jin Yongfu in front of him was a physical cultivator at the peak of the foundation building. He wanted to escape, but how could he be Jin Yongfu's opponent? The soul-splitting flag moved again, and the monk's figure paused. The next moment, Jin Yongfu grabbed his heart again. Jin Yongfu coughed again, but it was already settled, and the 2 storage bags were also casually hung on his waist. All this happened so fast that Jin Basheng next to him was a little stunned. He was also a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building, but he felt that he might not be the opponent of his 5th uncle. I've dealt with a follower. Jin Yongfu said, and he was relieved. Uncle Wu, is there more? Jin Bashan was also stunned. Of course there are, and there are more than one. Jin Yongfu answered as a matter of course, and the picture of the grandfather and grandson inadvertently appeared in his mind. So many, we have obviously taken a detour. Jin Bashan is also an old man, but at this moment, compared with his uncle, he just feels too immature. Yujin is also wronged, so many spells have been cast on him. Jin Yongfu then shook his head, took out a green spirit boat, and dropped it into the green river. The spirit boat surprisingly went upstream, and Jin Bashan was puzzled at this moment, but Jin Yongfu did not say anything, and followed on the boat, one by one. I don't know how long it took, and a spirit boat fell again in the depths of the jungle. It was Lin Yi and Lin Shiming. The two hid their bodies and entered the jungle. It's in the distance. If you go forward, you may be discovered by the other party's consciousness. Lin Yi said to Lin Shiming while holding the rhinoceros worm in one hand. Okay. Lin Shiming also took out the Kinglian Taoist robe, while the latter Lin Yi also took out the isolation veil. The two of them put on the invisibility talisman and the isolation talisman, and then went forward from the jungle. Seventh uncle, will it be too smooth? Lin Shiming was also a little worried at this moment. His system prompt had been used on the way and obtained a precious Zhengjin treasure. This Zhengjin treasure is an excellent material for refining flying sword magic weapons. In the future, if a little other materials are added, it can be tailored for his own flying sword magic weapon. This is also his good luck, otherwise if he went a little later, he would be swallowed by a third-level late-stage gold-eating rat. This gold-eating rat is extremely large, much larger than the rats in their Lin family's Shiling cave. In the end, not only did he obtain Zhengjin, but he also used the Yuling seal to control this gold-eating rat. In this way, Lin Shiming also controlled 4 spirit beasts, a 3-headed fire wolf, a green and red python, a golden rhinoceros, and a gold-eating rat. As for more, it was beyond their ability, and the pressure on their spiritual consciousness and true essence was too great. It was indeed a bit smooth. The Jin family shouldn't be like this. Lin Yi was also a little scared. This isn't a small world, you can't make mistakes, especially the latter still has a lot of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. Let's just wait and see for a day. Lin Yi also made a decision. Lin Shiming naturally agreed. The two immediately took out the formation, and then meditated on the spot. After more than an hour, Lin Yi felt that the Lingxi insect goo had not moved, and he was completely sure. Jin Yongfu had dug a trap waiting for them. Moreover, the other party seemed to have calculated the time. It happened to stop when he could sense where they were. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Lin Shiming more, and in his heart, he was more appreciative. This way, with Lin Shiming, it was very smooth. He didn't think it was his own credit, but all the credit was given to the young man in front of him who was less than 60 years old. The night was as quiet as water, and the Lingxi insect goo didn't move at all. The two were still waiting in the jungle. Lin Shiming waited until dawn, while Lin Yi waited for Lin Shiming. The two slowly recovered their true essence. No, there are more people coming, and there is more than one person following them. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi opened their eyes almost at the same time. The detection array they set up was just swept by their spiritual consciousness. Although they didn't know who the other party was, it was definitely impossible for them to be the cultivators of the Jin family. And their spiritual consciousness was also heading towards the location of the Lingxi insect goo. They are also heading towards Jin Yongfu and the others, and they must be fighting for the stalactite cave. Lin Shiming also said. This scene also made Lin Shiming and Lin Yi frown even more, and the matter became more and more complicated. They even felt that the Jin family was fishing. But Lin Shiming also knew that the stalactite cave was real, otherwise the system would not have prompted. However, the news of the stalactite cave was either released by the Jin family or known by more than one party. Seventh uncle, wait half an hour, and we will act too. Lin Shiming said. After another half an hour, the system prompt can be refreshed. In addition, the more people appear, the more chances there are. Moreover, they also believe that this stalactite cave would not be so easy to be taken away in this small world with a purple mansion demon. The sensitivity of the spirit beast to the spirits of heaven and earth is not ordinary. After half an hour, the two of them also retracted the formation and sneaked towards the destination. The sky was already bright white, and the warm morning sun raised a large piece of red clouds. Above the green river, clouds and mist suddenly surged. A spirit boat was running around in the river. The three people on the boat were Jin Yongfu and Jin Bushin. The three people went up and down in the river, and sometimes far and sometimes near. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they kept using various means. On the river bank, a spirit boat landed, revealing the figures of three people. If Lin Shiming was here, he would definitely see that this was Li Chengxin of the Li family. Next to Li Chengxin, there was another person who was also wearing a black robe of the heavenly demon with the word Li on it, and the remaining one was a complete heavenly demon sect cultivator. Good opportunity, they seemed to be trapped by the illusion array and the trap array. Li Chengxin said excitedly, and took out a flying sword. He was ready to stab the three people. With his sword as the advance, even if there is a trick ahead, he can move forward and backward freely. Don't. The cultivator of the Xianmo sect next to him blocked Li Chengxin's flying sword with a magic banner. He looked forward, squinting his eyes, and his pupils gathered and changed, like a magic mist surging up, deep and distant. In the green river in front of him, two rays of light stood quietly. The pupils faded, and the expression on his face returned to normal again. This is the Rinshu Xiankang formation. The illusion created in the water is also perfect. And if there is an external attack, no matter how far away, it will be pulled into the illusion and the formation. As the demon cultivator spoke, Li Chengxin was also shocked, and then hurriedly bowed. Thank you, senior brother Yi, otherwise I would have almost made a big mistake. Li Chengxin naturally did not dare to doubt what senior brother Yi said. You know, the other party is a disciple of Jindan's Henren and a direct disciple of Xianmo sect. Even Chen Lao Mo back then, when he saw Wu Iao in front of him, he had to respectfully call him senior brother Yi. At the same time, in his heart, he became more vigilant against Jin Yongfu, the old fox. Senior brother Yi, do we need to set off immediately to intercept them in the stalactite cave? Li Chengxin asked again. His eyes could not help but look at the source of the green river. No hurry. But Yu Waiao waved his hand and then gradually walked forward. Until 7 steps beside the river bank, it stopped abruptly. Then he spoke confidently, Brother Jin Shizi, this is not your style. The Rinshu Heaven Trapping Array can trap ordinary peak-level cultivators, but it can't trap you. The voice spread quickly, and the next moment, there was a flash in the void, and a thick blood mist appeared. The hideous corpse came out of the blood mist, roaring, hideous, and roaring. The next moment, the corpse suddenly fell to the ground. And a figure walked out of it. It was the trapped Jin Shizi. Brother Jin Shizi has a great skill. This move of using corpse blood to escape is so extreme. You can come and go freely in the world. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Brother Yi. I was forced to be trapped in the Renshu Kunshin formation. If it weren't for your golden words, I would have woken up and I don't know how long I would be trapped. Jin Shizi shook his head, and then said with flattery, Brother Dao's divine eyes are the real magical power, which can see through the Renshu Kunshin formation. Haha, each has his own strengths, so why don't we join hands again? This time, we can each go back and have an explanation for what we have gained from the stalactite cave. Yu Wuiao said. Of course. Several people immediately took out a flatboat and threw it on the river. 4 people in a boat, upstream. As the sun was high, the blue waves began to ripple again, and the phosphorescence was shining. The identities of the 2 people appeared again by the river. I saw Jin Yongfu and the other 2 in the river, who seemed to be trapped in the formation. Old 6, please help share, it's just a little bit short of being equal. Chapter 260, Skill Trading Grass Sword Killing. The sun was high in the sky, the green river was flowing slowly, and the spirit boat was still changing in the river. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi stood on the shore, leaning against the willows. They looked ahead, but their consciousness was thousands of miles away. They did not dare to relax at all for any disturbance. After a long time, Lin Xianzi said, they seem to be controlled by the illusion array. At this moment, the 2 of them, like Li Chengxin before, felt that Jin Yongfu and the other 2 seemed to be trapped in the river by the illusion array. They could not get out. Even Lin Xianzi was a little surprised at this moment. Whether from the consciousness or from the voice and combat power, the 3 people were extremely real at this moment. If they were really controlled by the illusion array, then it would be understandable for them to stay here all day. But what about the group of people they saw coming in the daytime? The 2 of them were puzzled. When Lin Shiming was hesitating beside him, His system really rang. The formation in front of us is the Rinshu Trapped Sky Formation. Please do not attack or approach, and be careful of Jin Yongfu's attack. As soon as the system prompt appeared, Lin Shiming paused. The three people in the formation were actually real. Jin Yongfu and the other two were really trapped in this Rinshu Trapped Sky Formation. However, the system prompt to be careful of attack made Lin Xianxi hesitate for a moment. But the next moment, he shouted directly. Not good, run. Lin Shiming didn't have time to send a message at this moment, so he had to retreat desperately. Lin Xianxi was also alert when he heard the voice. The two of them turned out quickly like flying swords. However, at this moment, two wind flags appeared in the air and rolled towards Lin Shiming and Lin Xianxi. The gloomy wind whistled and was endless, but this wind could not only blow people, but also blow souls and consciousness. Lin Shiming felt as if he had practiced the god-splitting technique. For a while, he had a severe headache, but he was already devastated, but he could still control the god-splitting blade to cut these gloomy winds. Seventh uncle, god-splitting blade. Lin Shiming reacted and sent a voice message to the side. Lin Xianxi also practiced the god-splitting art, and naturally he also knew the god-splitting blade, but his level of practice was not as strong as Lin Shiming's. But with his late foundation building cultivation, he could also resist a little, and it seemed that he was not much worse than Lin Shiming. The spiritual light also spread suddenly, and it was obvious that the Rinshu heaven trapping array began to trap them, but the two just happened to retreat. The spiritual light reached the willow tree before, and only a sound of pity was heard in the void. Obviously, the caution of the two made the hidden people fall into the air. However, the next moment, there was a sound of bang. A terrifying huge force suddenly surged from the ground. Lin Shiming suddenly jumped up, and at the same time pinched the art in his hands, and the purple gold vine grew wildly underground, eliminating the huge force into nothingness. The next moment, Jin Yongfu and Jin Bashan, the two crossed the formation and came out. Jin Bashan faced Lin Xianxi, intending to delay, while Jin Yongfu was approaching Lin Shiming. The latter's speed was like a ghost. Before Lin Shiming's purple gold vine rose, Jin Yongfu had already arrived in front of him. His palm turned into a claw, and a terrifying spiritual light leaped on his palm, grabbing directly towards Lin Shiming. Lin Shiming quickly released the Lion sword and the defensive talisman. But this palm was so powerful, and Lin Shiming had very little time to react. The Lion sword was caught and flew away, and the defensive talisman was instantly crushed, turning into dots of colorful spiritual light and dissipating in the air. Lin Shiming had to stretch out his hand to block it. However, his physical cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building was not enough in front of Jin Yongfu at this moment, and he was directly knocked out by the latter. Hey, you have also practiced a body training method. Jin Yongfu was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Shiming was not only at the peak of the middle stage of foundation building at such a young age, but also a physical cultivation of foundation building. However, despite his feelings, his hand did not stop at all, and he quickly approached, trying to grab Lin Shiming's neck directly. His attack was even more ruthless than before. Lin Shiming continued to release the purple gold vine, but it only slowed down Jin Yongfu's attack. But it was still like a small boat in the sea, which could be destroyed at any time. Jin Yongfu's attack was too fast, one after another, and he didn't even have time to release the sword formation. The horror of the peak physical cultivation of the foundation building was vividly reflected. Lin Shiming's face was extremely livid, and his nerves were highly concentrated, but he could only be beaten continuously. If he didn't have the strength of a physical cultivation in the middle stage of the foundation building, and he had practiced physical cultivation melee with a red-haired demon monkey countless times, he felt that he couldn't resist even 3 moves under Jin Yongfu's attack. Jin Yongfu, don't you dare. Lin Xianxi next to him was completely furious, and the Rinshu Zhenjinju was reversed almost in an instant. The Kinglian sword in his hand suddenly made a sound of Kinglian, and the golden and blue sword lotus was agitated. Jin Bashan couldn't resist at all, and his magic sword was cut off by a sword. His whole body was almost killed by Lin Xianxi's sword. After splitting Jin Bashan, Lin Xianxi did not dare to delay at all, and the Kinglian sword went towards Jin Yongfu again. Lin Shiming recovered at this time, and he made a move casually, and the 3-headed fire wolf, the blue-red python, the golden rhinoceros, and the gold-eating rat appeared together. They protected him around him, and at the same time, A full 81 top-grade array swords floated above him. The sword energy rippled and turned into a complete purple-wood Zuanshan sword array. Lin Shiming only felt that most of his true essence had dried up, and he quickly took out a drop of 100-year-old spiritual milk and drank it. The deterrent power Jin Yongfu gave him was too great. They had previously thought that Jin Yongfu had only broken through the Purple Mansion once, but now it seems that not only is his key training at the peak of foundation building, but even his foundation building body cultivation is also at the peak. Lin Xianxi and Jin Yongfu fought together, and they fought evenly for a while, but Lin Shiming was extremely worried about this. Lin Xianxi has now reversed the Rinshu Zhengjinju, and it consumes life. He quickly ordered the four beasts to rush forward together. Fellow Taoist Lin, you and I are both from Yun's Hao family. How about we make a deal? Jin Yongfu suddenly laughed. Lin Xianxi ignored him and continued to wield his sword. Each strike was fierce. Jin Yongfu had put Lin Xianxi to death the moment before. How could he bear it? How long can you fight with this life-consuming fighting style? After consuming it, will you ignore the talented descendants of your Lin family? Jin Yongfu said disdainfully. Lin Xianxi's face changed drastically. He was obviously aware of Jin Yongfu's threat and his sword slowed down a lot. But the sword was still raised high, as if he had a disagreement and continued to fight. Even if he died, he must fight to kill most of Jin Yongfu's life and give Lin Shiming a chance. Don't worry, the deal is simple. Your skills should have been improved. You can automatically control the combat power to be stronger and not consume life. Jin Yongfu said. But Lin Xianxi was shocked. Lin Shiming was also in a state of panic at this moment, and was extremely horrified. This technique is the biggest secret of their Lin family. Don't doubt how I know it. Jin Yongfu looked at Lin Xianxi's eyes, and then looked at Lin Shiming. Then he also used a sword, but only a Rinshu Zhengjin sword energy appeared, although the sword intent was not as good as Lin Xianxi. But the technique Jin Yongfu practiced was also Rinshu Zhengjinju. I also have dual spiritual roots of gold and water. We are all disciples who were harmed by Kingsun sect. The immortal Shenji wants to cultivate the great Dao and use the great Dao to forge the Dao infant. Our techniques are just the experimental products of the immortal Shenji. Jin Yongfu continued to speak, with a helpless look on his face. At this moment, the two were even more surprised. Lin Shiming stared at the magic weapon on Jin Yongfu's body. If there is one that comes from Kingsun sect, he must take action and can't let Jin Yongfu continue. Otherwise, if the immortal finds out what he said today, the great Zhao state will no longer have a place for the Lin family to survive. Don't worry, the game of Kingsun sect is too big, there are no weapons of Kingsun sect. Jin Yongfu seemed to see through Lin Shiming's mind and shook his head slightly. Lin Shiming's face gradually improved. How about it? This deal is fair, right? The skills are exchanged for your 2 lives, and you can also share this stalactite cave. Do you know what is in the stalactite cave? That is a 1,000-year-old spiritual essence. A drop of spiritual essence can increase the probability of a cultivator to have a purple mansion by 10%. If there is another purple and black gem or a portion of purple mansion spiritual liquid, the huge true essence can safely break through the purple mansion. Jin Yongfu became more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes were full of ambition. The purple mansion was right in front of him. Then Lin wants to tell you that there is no improved skills. Lin Xianxi was not overwhelmed by Jin Yongfu's words. Jin Yongfu is really scheming. Link Sigu tracking seems to have become Jin Yongfu's bait. No. Then die. Jin Yongfu's face suddenly became ferocious. The next moment, the waves on the Green River were surging. In a blink of an eye, the formation began to shift horizontally again, and it was about to cover Lin Xianxi and Lin Shiming again. And this time, the soul-splitting flag made another move, and the terrifying spiritual attack continued to swing towards the two. The two hurriedly controlled the god-splitting blade, but they did not expect that the power of the 2 flags was even more terrifying. Even if the two reacted very quickly, their souls were also shaken for a moment. Since you don't say it, then I will take it myself. Don't think that I can't break your family jade book. Jin Yongfu laughed. The speed of the Rinshu trapped sky formation is too fast, and with a high display of the soul-splitting flag, it is almost unsolvable. Seeing that it was about to cover the two, Jin Yongfu's face was finally relieved. After planning for so long, he was just short of perfecting the skills. After entering the formation, Lin Xianxi and Lin Shiming could only become fish on the knife and chopping board. However, What made his face change drastically was that he saw a full 81 soul-swallowing ants with colorful starlight directly swallowing a corner of the formation. The spirit formation had a loophole, and Lin Yi and Lin Shiming also walked out of the loophole in an instant. The Renshu trapped sky formation covered it again, but it still missed. This made Jin Yongfu's face change instantly. He didn't expect that his third-level top-grade Renshu trapped sky formation would miss again, and failed to trap the two, which also reduced his chances of winning a lot. "You will die if you run away," Jin Yongfu roared, and his figure rushed out again like a ghost. And at this moment, he was still holding a top-grade magic sword, fighting with Lin Yi with one hand, and waiting for an opportunity to rush towards Lin Shiming. His sword tactics were exactly the same as Lin Yi's, and they also consumed his lifespan, but this time, he ignored it. As long as he caught Lin Shiming, he could still threaten Lin Yi. But now Lin Shiming is not without any fighting power. Body refining is just Lin Shiming's concurrent practice. His strength and main medicine are still his vines, his true essence, and his sword formation. A total of 81 top-grade sword formations mixed together to form an 8-diagram-shaped sword curtain, blocking Jin Yongfu's figure, while the poisonous dragon vines pulled up again and again. For physical cultivators, the poisonous dragon vines are too terrifying. It was torn apart, but it condensed again. Unless he could chop it into slag. But now facing Lin Yi, his sword couldn't be empty at all, and was entangled by the poisonous dragon vines for a while. Jin Bashan wanted to help, but was stopped by 5 third-stage late-stage monsters. Among these 5 monsters, 4 of them belonged to Lin Shiming and 1 belonged to Lin Yi. The 5 monsters were all controlled by the Yuling seal, and Lin Shiming didn't feel bad. Even if he was killed by Jin Bashan, he would find an opportunity to control them again next time. Lin Yi's attack was also very terrifying. At this moment, even if his lifespan was burned out, he couldn't retreat half a step. The other party even had a way to crack the family jade book, and it was no longer possible to deal with the aftermath. Only one party could walk out of here. However, what made the two of them change their expressions was that Jin Yongfu is not only a physical cultivator at the peak of foundation building, but some of the attacks could not even break Jin Yongfu's body, not to mention that the latter still had a lot of 100-year-old and 1000-year-old spiritual milk. Consumption was that the Lin family could not compete with the latter no matter what. 7th uncle, he is a physical cultivator, he can't be delayed, you and I will each have a sword. Lin Shiming sent a voice message to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's most powerful sword was naturally the sword energy condensed silk, which was performed by the water gold sword lotus. And Lin Shiming's strongest attack was naturally the grass sword technique, which was activated by the sword seed. Lin Yi also nodded, and Lin Yi's attack became more and more fierce. And Lin Shiming drove the purplewood Zuanshan sword formation and pressed forward. At the same time, the grinding god plate and the shocking god drum were deployed together and attacked Jin Yongfu. The opponent's soul-breaking flag attacked the soul, but such a magic weapon was not only owned by Jin Yongfu. The latter's spiritual awareness was strong, but because he was caught off guard, he was also shocked by Lin Yi for a moment. Before the latter could recover, a red-haired demon monkey next to him suddenly turned into a 3-meter-long giant ape, and a black yuan magnetic seal fell down. Jin Yongfu subconsciously performed the sword technique, but the yuan magnetic seal restrained the 5 elements. If the latter used his physical body to block it, it might be better, but when he performed the sword technique, he was suddenly smashed into the ground, his blood surged, and he vomited a lot of blood on the spot. And this is not over yet. Lin Yi performed the sword lotus, the blue gold sword lotus, and slashed towards Jin Yongfu. The sword lotus rotated and opened, revealing the sword core that was condensed to the extreme, and the sword energy condensed silk slammed into Jin Yongfu. The latter hurriedly took out the defensive magic weapon, but was knocked out in an instant. His body also began to crack, like broken glass, and was severely injured. However, for a physical cultivator at the peak of foundation building, he had the 1000-year-old spiritual milk, so he could still recover. But Lin Shiming would not give him a chance. At this moment, he concentrated his mind and calmed down. With his move, the Laiite sword fell into his hand again. His spiritual consciousness was madly exerted, and at the same time, he closed his eyes. In an instant, it was as if a seed took root in the darkness. It was as if thunder was shaking, and the seed sprouted and broke through the ground. The sky opened, and the sky was cut. The earth came out, and the earth was cracked. A terrifying sword intent was excited around Lin Shiming. A trace of sword energy began to take shape like a seed. One by one, sword grass began to sprout around Lin Shiming, waving and waving. This sword cut the sky. Lin Shiming opened his eyes suddenly, as if he had seen the eternal sword light. His whole body seemed to have turned into larger sword grass. The sword grass fell, and the sword energy burst out. Even the green river behind Jin Yongfu seemed to be cut by the sword net, turning into thousands of drops of water. Jin Yongfu, dead. Chapter 261 The Devil's Blood Forbidden Key. Jin Yongfu's whole body was shattered by the sword energy, and Lin Shiming also fell suddenly, breathing in the air, holding a piece of top-grade spirit stone in his hand, and swallowing a drop of 100-year-old spirit milk. After the set, his true essence was almost exhausted. These were his 3 spirit platforms. If it were an ordinary mid-stage foundation building cultivator, even if there were more 1,000-year-old spirit milk, he would not be able to use it at all. Or maybe he was drained by this sword. Beside him, Jin Bashan was still restraining 5 third-stage late-stage monsters. His strength was mediocre in itself, and his skills and true essence were not outstanding. Even if he was at the peak of foundation building at this moment, he could not gain the upper hand against these 5 monsters. Just when he wanted to take out the treasure and wanted to escape, he saw a golden light suddenly appear in the void. This golden light was too fast. Only a slight flapping sound was heard, and the golden light seemed to be in front of him. 2 sickle feet slashed down fiercely. This was the golden winged mantis that Lin Shiming had prepared to finish off Jin Yongfu, but Jin Yongfu died under his sword art of grass, so there was no need to finish off the mantis. It was just right to use it to sneak attack Jin Bashan. Jin Bashan's escaping body, only the upper body was still desperately fleeing, but the lower body was strangely left in the same place. 3 breaths of time passed again, and Jin Bashan also died on the spot. His body was split in 2. Lin Yi and Lin Shiming had no intention of staying at this moment. You know, there are at least a group of monks here who are trying to seize this stalactite cave. If they were to turn around at this moment, the 2 of them would have no chance of winning. The 2 rolled up all the storage bags and collected the spirit beasts at the same time, leaving only the red-haired demon monkey's tail. The flames at the original place suddenly boiled, and the Yuan magnetic seal pressed hard on it. Suddenly, no trace was left. After seeing that there was no trace, the 2 ran away. It was not until thousands of miles away that they fell into the water of the lower reaches of the Green River, lurking 100 meters below, and began to recover. Needless to say, Lin Yi's lifespan has been reduced by a few years. His whole body's true essence is almost exhausted, and he is taking the last 100-year spiritual milk to restore his true essence. Lin Shiming is the same. Most of his sword seeds have been consumed, and his true essence has been exhausted. He is still holding the 100-year spiritual milk and constantly recovering. It took a whole night. The 2 recovered. But the injury still exists. Lin Yi also woke up slowly. He immediately took out Jin Yongfu's storage bag and began to check. Lin Shiming first took out the soul-splitting flag. These 2 small flags are top-grade spiritual artifacts with very good attacks. Lin Shiming also directly handed the latter to Lin Yi. 7th uncle, these 2 artifacts are suitable for you. Shiming already has the God grinding plate and the God shocking drum. Okay. Lin Yi did not hesitate. The longer he stayed in this small world, the more frightened he was. Just now, facing Jin Yongfu, they all felt a little powerless. If it weren't for the last moment, they escaped the trapped sky formation, let alone winning, they would not even have the chance to fight. Check the jade slips first to see if you can control the array. Lin Yi suggested. The power of the Renshu trapped heaven array is not bad. If they can control the array, they will have more trump cards and their ability to survive in the small world will be a little better. Lin Shiming nodded immediately and began to check the jade slips. However, the first jade slip he checked was a body refining technique called Blood Demon Body. This technique is naturally a magic technique, and it can be cultivated to the late purple mansion, but this magic technique requires not only the blood of the cultivator, but also a large number of mortal blood sacrifices every time it breaks through the barrier. The only advantage is that even if it is practiced, because it is a body refining technique, other cultivators can't detect it. However, every time the blood demon body technique breaks through a major realm, it will be tested by 100 times the heart demon. If it fails the test, It can only become a mindless demon. Jin Yongfu was obviously afraid of this 100 times the heart demon test. He didn't want to try to refine the body to break through the purple mansion, but wanted to obtain a normal technique to break through the purple mansion. 7th uncle, this is a magic skill for refining the body, but there is a secret here, which is to break the blood magic ban, which can break the seal of the family jade book. Lin Yi spoke again. He didn't expect that the secret method of breaking the family jade book mentioned by Jin Yongfu actually existed, and it was such a magic skill. Lin Shiming then searched in the storage bag again, and soon found a jade box. In the jade box, a blood essence with a fishy smell was swaying in it. Not only was the surface of the jade box flashing with spiritual light, but in this blood essence, it seemed that countless wronged souls were screaming. It was only because it was sealed by the spiritual formation of the jade box that it seemed safe and sound. 7th uncle, here is the blood of breaking the blood magic ban. Lin Shiming said with some surprise. This blood of breaking the magic was naturally refined by countless innocent mortals. They didn't expect that the Jin family had been silent for so long, but they were actually refining magic skills. No wonder they were so low-key in Yun's Hao. It turned out that they were collecting the blood essence of mortals, and for a foundation-building family to perform a blood sacrifice in their own territory, outsiders really didn't want to know. It's a pity that Jin Yongfu's residual soul is gone, otherwise we could search Jin Yongfu's soul. Lin Shiming said with some regret. Jin Yongfu's last words clearly revealed a lot of information. If we could search his soul, even if it was a residual soul, we should have a lot of gains. The Lin family would naturally not refine this blood ban to break the devil, but it did not prevent them from using the blood in front of them. However, at this time, Lin Yi smiled slightly, opened his hand, and saw a soul-binding bottle appeared in his hand. This was the residual soul that Lin Yi had just collected. Since Jin Yongfu said that he could break the family jade book to search for souls, Lin Yi took it to heart. After killing Jin Bashan, when Lin Shiming killed Jin Bashan, he immediately used the soul-binding bottle to bind Jin Yongfu's residual soul that had not yet dissipated. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. Go and search it. Lin Yi handed the jade bottle to Lin Shiming. Lin Shiming did not refuse, and immediately learned the secret method in the jade slip and practiced a blood ban to break the devil. With the blood of breaking the devil, he began to search Jin Yongfu's soul that day. The demon-breaking blood formed a huge bloodlight under the urging of the secret method. The bloodlight was still twisting, like a monster. At the same time, a large number of illusions appeared in his mind. Lin Shiming ignored it and continued to concentrate and calm down. With another pinch, the bloodlight began to cover Jin Yongfu's residual soul, causing a jade book in the latter's residual soul to break into dots of jade light as if it was polluted and disappeared. Lin Shiming, who saw this scene, was overjoyed. The family jade book disappeared, and the soul search could be carried out normally. Lin Shiming did not delay. After a while of soul searching, he was shocked and scared. This Jin Yongfu not only calculated the two of them, but also calculated Jin Shizi and Li Chenx and Yu Huayao before that. These people are all ruthless people, but they didn't expect that they were really calculated by Jin Yongfu. He first trapped Jin Shizi, making the latter lose his vigilance and think that they had gone to find the stalactite cave. In fact, they were still in the sea area under the formation, with a Renshu-trapped sky formation. Other cultivators did not dare to believe that the two were in the formation and under the Green River. According to Jin Yongfu's plan, he wanted the direct disciples of the Xianmo sect and the Lianchi sect to deal with the Jade Knight Bat King who guarded the 1,000-year spiritual essence. That was the real Purple Mansion monster. Jin Yongfu and Jin Bashan stayed under the formation, but they were waiting for Lin Yi and Lin Shiming, and then took the opportunity to find the Renshu Zhenjinju without sequelae. He could break through the Purple Mansion. Of course, in addition to these, Jin Yongfu also had a key to the stalactite cave. This key was not only the key to open the stalactite cave formation, but also the forbidden god token of the Jade Knight Bat King, but this token was only controlled by the Jade Knight Bat when it was a third-level monster. The restriction on the Jade Knight Bat is far less than that. But it can still inflict some trauma on the Jade Knight Bat King at a critical moment, and can also enter the formation of the stalactite cave through the key. This is also the reason why Jin Yongfu was fearless and let the monks of the Heavenly Demon sect and the Corpse Training sect go first. In addition, Lin Shiming also learned from his memory that Jin Yongfu had broken through the Purple Mansion once before, and he used more than 10 drops of millennium spiritual milk to force a breakthrough, but the breakthrough failed and his lifespan was approaching the limit, so he practiced a magic body training method to fight for this opportunity. The millennium spiritual essence is more effective for breaking through the purple mansion, and what Lin Shiming did not expect was that Jin Yongfu had actually set his sights on Wan Qing of the 10,000 Swords sect, and he wanted the purple mysterious jade in the latter's hand. Wan Qing's status in the 10,000 Swords sect is not low, and he must have many means of protection, so he needs the correct method of Rinshu Zhenjinju. However, the whole plan was in vain. Of course, this is not the first time Jin Yongfu has failed. He also planned the war treasure ship, but he did not expect Li Chengxin to call Yu Wuao. Otherwise, once the golden corpse was trapped and Li Chengxin was controlled into the formation, he would take action. Without the other party being alert, with a war treasure ship, he would be extremely convenient in the small world, whether advancing or retreating. As for the plan of the Taoist master Shenji that Lin Shiming was concerned about, it was just Jin Yongfu's guess, and there was no other related memory. Lin Shiming sorted out all the memories, and then told Lin Xianxi the important contents one by one. First of all, there was the array plate of the Rinshu trapped sky array, which Lin Xianxi could collect and use, which was definitely a great help at the critical moment. In addition, 2 top-grade spiritual swords and a top-grade spiritual shield were found on Jin Yongfu, but the top-grade spiritual shield was also issued by the Kingsun sect. This time they didn't want the secret to be known, and they couldn't use it in the small world. Of course, the biggest gain was a drop of 1,000-year spiritual milk. With this drop of 1,000-year spiritual milk, Lin Xianxi could squander his true essence several times. And from Jin Bashan's storage bag, 2 top-grade magic tools were found, but the power was not satisfactory. Instead, a jade slip attracted the attention of the two. It turned out to be a secret method of the Jin family, the 3 purities Kankiju. It can conceal the cultivation and drop by 1 level. Unfortunately, there is no follow-up, only the first level. If there is a follow-up technique, it can be reduced to a large level when building the foundation. This technique can have a miraculous effect at certain times. The rest are other auxiliary spiritual medicines for the Purple Mansion Jade Liquid. I didn't expect that Jin Yongfu had found them all, except for the taking purple jade fruit. The Lin family also has a copy of the method for refining the Purple Mansion Jade Liquid. 7th uncle, the Jin family. Lin Shiming said hesitantly. After going out, find a way to prevent the beast tide. Lin Xianxi nodded. Jin Bashing and Jin Yongfu of the Jin family are finished, so there is no need for the Jin family to exist. You know, the Jin family also knows the existence of the Purple Mansion Jade Liquid recipe, but they still have to be careful of the Jin family's scattered people in the Kingsun sect. Although the latter has been cut off from the family due to the sect, if there is still involvement, it is also a considerable threat. Lin Shiming nodded immediately. The beast tide is naturally the Yuling seal in their hands. The existence of Yunzhao itself is the place to isolate a beast tide in the Qinghai Mountains. After finishing the storage bag, Lin Xianxi began to refine the soul-splitting flag and master the formation of the Rinshu Heaven Trapping Array. When everything was ready, he went to put away the Rinshu Heaven Trapping Array. On the contrary, at this time, Lin Shiming only needed to heal his wounds and refine the key at the same time. Lin Shiming took out a key, which was a palm-sized wooden sign with various spiritual formations engraved on it, which was obviously more complicated than the Lin family's mountain protection formation. At the same time, using the divine sense to sense, he could easily feel the appearance of a small bat in the wooden sign. It was part of the soul of the Jade Liquid Bat King. However, the latter had already broken through the Purple Mansion, and the soul had been nourished by the Purple Mansion. It was unknown how much stronger it had been. If it relied solely on the soul threat left at the 3rd level, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Another day passed, and Lin Xianxi also refined the soul-splitting flag, and also mastered the disassembly and arrangement of the formation plate of the Rinshu Heaven Trapping Array. The two immediately set off and came to the place where Jin Yongfu was fishing again. The Rinshu Heaven Trapping Array was still there. The two checked again with their spiritual sense. At the same time, a spirit-seeking rat crawled out from the ground and fell into Lin Xianxi's hands. As the spirit-seeking rat shook its head, Lin Xianxi and the others were relieved again. Lin Xianxi began to dismantle the array, while Lin Shiming was on guard. After another stick of incense, Lin Xianxi shouted softly. In front of him, suddenly, A full 49 array flags emerged from the Green River and finally fell into Lin Yi's hands. At the same time, Jin Yucheng's figure also appeared. Jin Yucheng's face was full of regret at this moment. He was pushed into the array by Jin Yongfu. He waited for 2 or 3 days, but the ancestor didn't save him. Seeing Lin Yi and the others, he was about to beg for mercy and ask. But he saw a demon binding ring flying out and binding it in place. The storage bag also fell into Lin Shiming's hands. 7th uncle, he has a sky corpse worm and 2 spiritual rhinoceros worms. Lin Shiming said, he knew it from Jin Yongfu's memory. The sky corpse worm was planted by Jin Shizi, and the other Linxi worm was planted by Li Chengxin. If they killed the latter, it would alert the enemy, and if they took it with them, it would also alert Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao. Put him here. Lin Yi said. Then the two took out another set of array plates and a coffin. This coffin was obtained from Jin Yongfu's storage bag, and Jin Yucheng was directly sealed in the coffin. These coffins were all made by the monks of the corpse sect, and were comparable to the 3rd-level middle-grade magic tools. It was just right to use it at this moment. Although Jin Yucheng was unwilling, how could he stop at this time? Chapter 262, Testing the Formation. At the end of the Green River, there is a barren mountain, towering like clouds. The river meanders out of the mountain, revealing a huge cave about 3 meters high. The rushing water flows out of the cave, making a huge sound. At this time, 100 miles outside the cave, a huge jade night bat, flapping its huge wings, turned into a series of terrifying whirlwinds, and constantly bombarded a huge golden ship. On the ship, Li Chengxin saw the jade night bat king rushing over, his face solemn, his brows furrowed, and he kept pinching one spiritual spell after another. At the same time, a large number of medium-grade spiritual stones kept going to several spiritual platforms on the ship. Seeing the Jade Knight Bat King constantly emitting strange whirlwinds, and his fangs kept hissing and roaring, emitting waves of purple ripples. Suddenly, the golden light of the ship was opened to the maximum, but it was still blasted away by the purple ripples. Layer after layer of forbidden formations. Fortunately, there are enough forbidden formations in the battle formation treasure ship, and they can be opened continuously. But Li Chengxin's consumption of true essence was undoubtedly huge, and the consumption of spiritual stones of the treasure ship next to him was also huge. The next moment, with a huge bang, the Jade Knight Bat King screamed, and then turned into purple light, rushed up suddenly, and 3 claw marks grabbed the war treasure ship, and the whole ship began to shake violently. But fortunately, as Li Chengxin continued to pinch the formula, layers of spiritual light appeared around the war treasure ship again, protecting the ship inside. The strange cry of the Bat King became louder, and purple ripples surged like a tide. The Purple Mansion Demon was a Purple Mansion Demon after all, and at this moment, it completely suppressed the war treasure ship. In the distance of the battle, under a small hill, Lin Yi and Lin Shiming were lurking in one place at this moment, and their true essence was suppressed to the lowest level. And it even aroused the 3 pure ones Kangkiju. Unless the cultivator's consciousness searched in a carpet-like manner, they would never be found. 7th uncle, Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao are not here. It seems that Li Chengxin used the puppet and Jin Shizi's corpse training to activate the war treasure ship and delay the Jade Knight Bat King, while the two of them were waiting for an opportunity to steal the spiritual milk. Lin Shiming sent a voice message to Lin Yi next to him. Lin Yi also nodded. Li Chengxin had no intention of attacking at all. He was just defending and delaying time. Seeing this, the Lin family's grandparents also sighed. This huge Zifu family insisted on going all the way and following the Shyamo sect. Not only was the Zifu ancestor killed, but the only remaining genius was also used as a gun. Even if there is a war treasure ship, what can it do? Which sect in this world can be called truly righteous? 7th uncle, let's go to the entrance of the stalactite cave. There is also a mountain protection formation there. No matter how talented Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao are, they will never be able to break in easily. Lin Shiming sent a voice message again. From Jin Yongfu's memory, Lin Shiming knew that there was no key in the formation, and unless led by the Jade Knight Bat King, it would be difficult to enter easily. The two continued to sneak, and in order not to be discovered by the Jade Knight Bat, they took a detour according to the highest range of the foundation building period. They went all the way to the cave entrance. At this point, they were calm. Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao would not use their spiritual sense. If they used their spiritual sense at this time, They would certainly alarm the Jade Knight Bat King in the distance. Of course, the two of them did not dare to use their spiritual sense at this moment. The two hid 1,000 meters away from the cave. Lin Shiming wore the Kinglian Taoist robe and the Sanking Kanki Ju. Lin Yi also took out the same treasure. If the cultivators did not use their spiritual sense recklessly, they would naturally not be able to find them. The two were not in a hurry. If the formation was broken, the Jade Knight Bat King would definitely be able to sense it, and of course Lin Shiming's key would also be able to sense it. Lin Shiming took out the Jade card, took a look, and found that the forbidden formation inside was normal, and he calmed down again. The system prompt did not appear at this moment, and he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was a little curious about how Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao, who did not know how to form an array, could break the array. However, the next moment, there was a bang, and purple ripples came from a distance. The two felt their hearts beat faster, as if they were controlled by the purple spiritual pattern. In the distance, a shadow as big as a hill appeared, rushing from a distance. In the cave, there were only some ripples in the void. Lin Shiming did not dare to use his spiritual sense, but he knew that Jin Shizi had come out and stayed outside the cave, 50 meters away. This position was really very bold. If the Jade Knight Bat King found it, he would be torn to pieces and would definitely die. He used the void silkworm coffin of the 5-colored silkworm that Jin Yongfu had cheated out before. It was colorless and tasteless, and had no spiritual fluctuations, and could isolate spiritual sense. And if he guessed correctly, Yi Wuao was also in the coffin. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi were both a little nervous at this moment. Although they were hiding far enough away, they were still afraid. Seeing that the Jade Knight Bat King in the distance was getting bigger and bigger, he was seen staying at the entrance of the cave. His 2-meter-long wingspan kept flapping the entrance of the cave, and then he snorted fiercely into the cave. The purple spiritual pattern ripples swept open again. The Jade Knight Bat King was obviously also a ruthless character. It couldn't find the hidden monks, so it launched a crazy attack directly at the entrance of the cave. It was not until half an hour later that the Jade Knight Bat King gave up and flapped its wings to fly into the cave. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi at this moment fully activated the God-splitting art and used the God-splitting blade to remove the spiritual pattern attacks in their bodies, but they still suffered serious injuries. But at this moment, they dared not move. Lin Shiming even dared not look at the Jade Knight Bat King at this moment. For some powerful monks, even if they are not divine consciousness, they will feel it just by looking at them, let alone this kind of purple mansion monster. Fortunately, until the end, Jade Knight Bat King did not notice anything unusual. As Jade Knight Bat King entered the cave, Lin Shiming noticed with sharp eyes that the void at the entrance of the cave was squirming. The squirming lasted for a few breaths, and in the distance, a war treasure ship flew over again. The spiritual light on the treasure ship gathered, and the terrifying spiritual power gathered again. The next moment, it turned directly into a huge formation blade and blasted into the cave again. Boom! The terrifying sound came out again, and the Jade Knight Bat King who entered the cave roared even more angrily, accompanied by bursts of purple spiritual patterns. The next moment, it felt like a behemoth hit the spirit boat even more fiercely. The entire spirit boat shook wildly in an instant. Li Chengxin had never expected that Jade Knight Bat King was so fierce, but the reason why the war treasure ship was called in existence comparable to the Purple Mansion was that it was instantly filled with thousands of rays of light. The spiritual cover shattered countless times, but it still resisted at the last moment. The war treasure ship once again turned into golden rays of light and rushed into the distance. The Jade Knight Bat King became even more angry, and his terrifying purple spiritual claws kept sweeping the spiritual shield of the war treasure ship. As the Purple Mansion Great Demon went away, the void in front of the cave seemed to wriggle again, and ripples like airwaves appeared. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi looked at each other, and neither of them moved. Although they did not transmit their voices, they were both extremely vigilant. The Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao in front of them were obviously luring the Jade Knight Bat King in and out again and again to find the life gate of the formation, in order to steal the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk and spiritual essence. After another 10 breaths, the entrance of the cave flashed with ripples in the void again. As the ripples flashed, Lin Shiming and Lin Yi looked at each other again. Both of them were a little scared. They were indeed demon cultivators. Even at this moment, they were still on guard against whether someone was secretly following them. At this moment, they could not communicate with their spiritual consciousness, But at this moment, neither of them was impulsive. And Lin Shiming's system prompt also appeared again: please be careful of the hidden Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao. Lin Shiming was shocked instantly. At this moment, he clearly saw that Lin Xianzi was going to perform the formation. He quickly sent his expression over. Lin Xianzi didn't dare to ignore Lin Shiming at this moment. Even though now was the best time, the two chose to lurk again. 10 breaths passed again. This time, ripples appeared at the entrance of the cave again. This time, the flash was obviously smaller than the previous 2 times. At this time, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This Jin Shizi actually tried twice in a row. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would naturally be discovered by this Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao. As the two entered the formation, Lin Shiming also found that the key in his hand began to emit a faint spiritual light. 7th uncle, set up the formation. Lin Shiming sent a voice to Lin Xianzi, and the two quietly came to the entrance of the cave again. With more than 20 formation flags, they scattered everywhere. The spiritual light continued to shine. Although it was the first time to set up, Lin Xianzi had already simulated it countless times and completed it in one go. The next moment, with a wave of Lin Xianzi's hand, the Renshu trapped sky formation was formed again. Old monster Jin, how dare you? In the cave, Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao shouted loudly. They obviously thought that the person in front of them was a cultivator from the Jin family. With the Renshu Zhenjinju and the Renshu Kunshin formation, it was no wonder that they made a mistake. As soon as the formation was arranged, Lin Xianzi and Lin Shiming retreated madly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a rosy glow and disappeared. And a transparent coffin inside rushed out suddenly, but only crashed into the Renshu Kunshin formation. The Renshu Kunshin formation had blocked the entrance to the cave, and thousands of miles away, the Jade Knight Bat King, who seemed to have sensed it, rushed back madly. The huge bat mouth kept roaring, and the purple spiritual pattern attacked like a tsunami, one wave after another, one wave higher than the other. Behind the Jade Knight Bat King, Li Shengxin kept driving the spirit boat to attack, but at this moment, the Jade Knight Bat simply ignored it. He rushed to the entrance of the cave madly and crashed into Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao. Jin Shizi took out a large number of self-destructing spirit corpses, wanting to directly defile the Renshu trapped sky formation and escape. However, the Renshu trapped sky formation is different from the ordinary mountain protection formation. It focuses on the word illusion trap. Although the self-destructing spirit corpse exploded into vacuum, blood was everywhere. But it was trapped by the Renshu trapped sky formation and could not escape. Jin Shizi's face changed drastically, and he used countless giant golden corpses again. The next moment, he took out another spirit corpse and used blood escape on the spot. However, the Renshu trapped sky formation had been stimulated to the maximum by Lin Xianzi at this moment. Even Jin Shizi's blood escape could not escape from the formation, and instead caused the latter to lose a lot of blood in essence, and lost another excellent spirit corpse. His face became even gloomier. He had no idea that he had used blood escape to escape before, but it was only because Jin Yongfu had restrained the formation a lot that he was able to escape with blood escape. Not to mention Yu Wu Iao next to him, he had to release a huge demon banner. The demon banner fluttered in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it was already 30 or 40 feet long. Countless demons rushed out and covered him, ready to block the upcoming attack. Since he couldn't escape, he could only block it by force. Not to block the formation, but to block the upcoming attack of the Purple Mansion monster. The terrifying spiritual power came first, followed by the huge body of the Jade Knight Bat King, which directly crashed into the formation. When the Renshu Xianshan formation was activated, countless water streams rose up. It turned into a thick wall of water. But the Renshu Xianshan formation was not a 4th level formation after all. It was hit by the Purple Mansion monster from the outside and immediately began to crack. Obviously, another attack might directly smash the Renshu Xianshan formation. The figures of Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao were even more exposed. The Jade Knight Bat was even more angry, and its cold eyes seemed to want to swallow the two of them. Its long and sharp teeth cracked, and purple ripples spread out like the center of the lake. Almost covering the entire space near Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao, the two people's faces changed drastically, and they used several methods again. But they still vomited blood. Fortunately, several people had countless corpses and demons in front to block this spiritual pattern attack. Under the formation, No one noticed that two figures had already gone from the bottom of the Renshu Kunshin formation to the cave. This move was also the hidden formation used by Jin Yongfu, hiding at the bottom of the Renshu Kunshin formation. But at this moment, the two people also had blood spurting from the corners of their mouths, and they were seriously injured. This was not the main target of attack. The two people rushed into the cave at a very fast speed, and saw that the entire cave was dripping with water everywhere, dripping into the dark river, and the stalactites of various caves floated in the cave. The two did not dare to hesitate, and controlled the sword light, reaching the extreme speed. Soon they saw a huge underground cave world. The hall of this cave was even larger, with a length of hundreds of feet. At the top of the cave, all kinds of strange-shaped stalactites, like long spears, were inserted upside down. The huge spiritual energy washed over the two of them, and also revealed a burst of purple spiritual light cover in front of them. This spiritual light cover was naturally the mountain protection formation. This mountain protection formation had two ways to enter, the life gate and the key. The Jade Knight Bat entered through the life gate, and if other people broke in, they would be led into the death gate by the mountain protection formation. Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao had previously observed through the cave entrance to find the location of the life gate, and then tried to enter the life gate through corpse training. At this moment, Lin Shiming, who had the key, did not need to go through so much trouble. He took out the key wooden card and made a move towards the formation. Suddenly, the purple spiritual cover began to fade slowly, leaving a passage as high as a person. The two did not hesitate at all and rushed in. As soon as they entered the hall, the more dense spiritual energy almost submerged them. Under the many upside-down stalactite columns, one stone plate after another appeared in the center. In each stone plate, there was a lot of sparkling spiritual liquid. It was also the 100-year spiritual milk and 1000-year spiritual milk that Lin Shiming had seen before. However, many stone plates were empty, obviously swallowed by the Jade Knight Bat. Among the many stone plates, there was an even more dazzling jade plate in the center. In the jade plate, there was a drop of crystal liquid, like a white star, dazzling. Chapter 263 Spiritual Treasure Ship. Under the cave, that drop of spiritual essence, in an instant, countless spiritual rays gathered, shining like thousands of stars. The entire jade plate was illuminated. The abundant spiritual energy formed clouds, which were reflected on the colorful stalactites, and it looked particularly beautiful. At this moment, the 100-year-old spiritual milk and the 1000-year-old spiritual milk were all eclipsed in an instant. For a moment, Lin Xianxi and Lin Shiming's eyes were all fixed on this spiritual essence, and they could no longer move away. It's just ripe. Lin Shiming felt the extremely active spiritual energy around him, and he was also very happy at this moment. The price of this drop of spiritual essence outside is at least millions of spiritual stones, and there is no market for it. Its terrifying spiritual power is enough to help the cultivators who are about to break through the purple mansion. Adding a 10% probability, and it can also work together with the purple and mysterious gems. If the Lin family can get a piece of purple and mysterious gems, then there is a 30% chance, and if there is purple mansion jade liquid, then it is 40%. Even Lin Xianxi was excited at the moment and couldn't calm down for a long time. Shiming, take it quickly, the formation outside has been broken. Lin Xianxi also spoke anxiously beside him. Since there was no one in charge of the Renshu trapped sky formation, it was obvious that even the Jade Knight Bat King couldn't resist it for a few breaths. Of course, even if Lin Xianxi was in the formation, he would definitely not be able to resist it for long. Lin Shiming didn't hesitate. He fought for so long just for this 1000-year spiritual essence. He took out several jade bottles. Flying into the air, with a series of spiritual spells, the 1000-year spiritual essence steadily entered the jade bottle. In addition, Lin Shiming didn't let go of the other 100-year spiritual milk and 1000-year spiritual milk. Although these spiritual milks are not as good as the 1000-year spiritual marrow, they are equally precious. In an instant, the spiritual milk and spiritual marrow were all taken away. Suddenly, only the bell stone hanging upside down under the stone wall was left. And with a roar, a huge Jade Knight Bat rushed towards the formation. Lin Shiming immediately took out the wooden sign and controlled the formation. The life gate of the formation changed again, blocking the Jade Knight Bat directly. The Jade Knight Bat King kept roaring, and the sharp teeth and ghost-like face were even more ferocious and terrifying. The purple spiritual patterns were like ripples on the lake, constantly rushing towards the formation. For a while, The mountain protection formation also began to vibrate violently. At the entrance of the cave, Jin Shizi, Yi Wuiao and Li Chengxin, although the three were seriously injured, still guarded the entrance of the cave. Obviously, they wanted to wait until Lin Xianxi and the other two fought to the death with the Jade Knight Bat King, and then take the opportunity to take advantage. However, at this time, Lin Shiming took out the wooden sign, and madness surged in his eyes. The next moment, he pinched the wooden sign hard. In an instant, the wooden sign broke, and a tiny bat shadow suddenly shattered. In an instant, the Jade Knight Bat King's whole body trembled wildly, and the next moment, his wings flapped back fiercely, and the whole ghost-faced head wailed wildly. For a moment, he lost all reason and raged everywhere. The formation was still there, and the Night Bat King looked towards the entrance of the cave instantly. Its bloodthirsty eyes seemed to want to devour the three people. Its teeth also grew longer, like two tusks, and it rushed towards the three people of Jin Shizi in a terrifying manner. "You are crazy, and you can't get out." Jin Shizi and Yi Wuiao changed color at the same time. In their opinion, Lin Shiming's move was completely suicidal. If he couldn't get out of the formation, he would only become food in the cage. However, they didn't have time to think. The crazy Jade Knight Bat King had already rushed towards them. At this moment, the Bat King was completely exchanging injuries for injuries. The Purple Mansion Demon, who had lost half of his soul, had completely lost his reason. He was only bloodthirsty and killing. "Hurry up and get on the war treasure ship." Jin Shizi and Yi Wuiao all started to roar. It was just that they just relied on the war treasure ship to block the attack of the Bat King. Now facing a more terrifying bombardment, they were even more pale and powerless. The three golden corpses that Jin Shizi was so proud of were torn into two pieces by Yu Bat in an instant, and the remaining one was bitten on the neck by Yu Bat. Although there was no blood, it was bitten into golden pieces of flesh, which turned into a rain of corpses. Yu Wuiao's heavenly demon banner also frantically suppressed Yu Bat King, trying to put the latter into the heavenly demon banner, but was directly caught by the purple clawlight and turned into two pieces of broken flags. The two of them did not dare to stay any longer, and when they got on the treasure ship, they were about to escape. But they were tightly entangled by Yu Bat King. The two of them chased out again. The spiritual light forbidden formation on the war treasure ship became increasingly dim. The power of the Purple Mansion Great Demon's full explosion was obviously beyond the war treasure ship's tolerance, so they had to keep fleeing. "Seventh uncle, let's go in the opposite direction." Lin Shiming saw that several people in one beast had finished running, and hurriedly turned the other way and went deeper into the cave. The entire cave was surrounded by a mountain protection formation. If it were someone else, they would naturally not be able to get out. The gate of life changes so drastically, unless it is a fourth-level formation master. But Lin Shiming has mutated soul-devouring ants. At this moment, these soul-devouring ants appeared, but they all shouted so irritably, heading towards the upside-down stalactite pillars that produced soul milk in the sky. It seemed that those stones that produced soul milk had a great attraction to them. It was so big that some of them ignored Lin Shiming's orders. Seeing this, Lin Shiming also took out his flying sword and immediately began to sweep across the entire cave, cutting off most of the soul milk stone pillars. It is almost impossible for them to come to this secret realm for the second time. In this case, there is no way to leave a line in the future and take soul milk again. Most of the stone pillars were cut off and put into the cave world. Lin Shiming controlled the soul-devouring ants again, and they were immediately much more honest. One by one, the soul-devouring ants bit towards the soul formation on the stone wall. As the soul formation was torn apart, the two immediately took out the Earth Escape Talisman and followed behind the soul-devouring ants. 81 soul-devouring ants with star-speckled spots bit the spirit formation frantically, which was much more difficult than the previous times. Obviously, this mountain protection formation may have reached the 4th level, and even these soul-devouring ants would have to work hard to bite it. Fortunately, Jin Shizi and others just led the furious Jade Knight Bat King away. For monsters, even the Purple Mansion monsters are not as smart as humans, not to mention that half of their souls have been exploded. Although this half of the soul is not fatal, it has completely exhausted the Jade Knight Bat King's limited intelligence. The Jade Knight Bat King has completely become a beast that only knows how to kill, and there is no hope of recovery for a while. Half an incense stick of time has passed, and Lin Shiming and Lin Xianxi have finally broken through the mountain protection formation. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, And seeing that the spirit formation was still slowly recovering, the two of them immediately continued to flee underground. At this moment, only the underground could make the two feel a little safe. If the Jade Knight Bat King really finds out that they have come out, the latter will definitely hate them more. The two of them continued to head east cautiously. Although they had harvested a large amount of spiritual milk and treasures such as the soul-splitting flag, the more they wandered around in this small world, the more shocked they were by the danger. The two of them did not dare to stay any longer. They fled all the way until they had escaped for thousands of miles before they found a small mountain range and began to recover and heal their wounds. The formation was forcibly destroyed, and Lin Yi was also seriously injured. He was ambushed at the entrance of the cave and attacked by the purple sound waves of the Jade Knight Bat. He was also injured, which was a double injury. Fortunately, there are 100 years of spiritual milk and 1,000 years of spiritual milk, and the recovery time is much faster than usual. It's just a pity that the formation plate of the Rinshu Trapped Heaven formation was destroyed, otherwise, they would be much safer every time they meditated. Lin Yi could only take out a set of other formation plates, arrange them around, and then take out the spiritual milk and start to recover. He checked the jade bottle and harvested a total of 10 drops of 1,000 years of spiritual milk, and 100 years of spiritual milk was a full 300 drops, which can be said to be rich overnight. This is because the Jade Knight Bat consumed a lot of it, otherwise there would definitely be more 1,000 years of spiritual milk. You should know that ordinary purple mansion cultivators can recover most of their true essence by taking a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. Of course, the most precious thing is the 1,000-year-old spiritual essence. In addition to the spiritual milk and spiritual essence, in his cave world, those soul-devouring ants were also frantically biting the stalactite pillars he cut down. In the distance, Wang Jiao was still coiling around the mysterious spiritual shell. After the mysterious spiritual shell could not escape in the small world, it finally accepted its fate and lay motionless in the swamp. After checking that there was no abnormality, Lin Yi also began to retreat and heal his wounds. Another half-day passed, and fish white floated in the sky. Lin Yi woke up first. However, at this time, the system prompt suddenly lit up again. Please go 3,000 miles north and kill the seriously injured Li Chengxin to obtain a 4th-level war treasure ship. As soon as the system prompt came out, Lin Yi was also completely shocked. He didn't expect that the three of them really escaped from the hands of the Jade Knight Bat King. And it was obvious that they had already started to heal their wounds. This made Lin Yi fascinated. The power of the war treasure ship is undoubted. It can allow the foundation-building cultivators to exert the power of the 4th-order Purple Mansion cultivators, even if it requires countless spirit stones, even if it requires countless foundation-building cultivators. But this is also the foundation of a foundation-building family. If there is a war treasure ship on Shuangmu Island, their Lin family can open up more islands. An ordinary Shuangmu Island has water spirit coconuts and various monster resources, which makes the Lin family profitable and develop rapidly. How can this not make Lin Yi excited? Moreover, once the system prompts, it also means that the three people are probably really at the end of their rope. The 3 proud golden corpses of Jin Shizi have been destroyed. Now at most, they can be called a good foundation-building peak cultivator, and your Wu Iao also does not need to be afraid. The most powerful means of the cultivators of the Heavenly Demon sect is the Heavenly Demon Banner and the terrifying demon head in the Heavenly Demon Banner. The Heavenly Demon Banner was destroyed, and the demon head naturally disappeared. If your Wu Iao wants to sacrifice a new Heavenly Demon Banner, it will definitely take a lot of time and a lot of killing. On the contrary, the biggest threat was Li Chengxin, who was driving the spirit boat. The war treasure ship had its flaws, but you have to know that without enough foundation-building monks, or 3rd-level puppets, and 3rd-level spirit corpses to provide true essence, the war treasure ship, relying on only one foundation-building monk, would be nothing more than a spirit ship that runs very fast. 7th Uncle, how is your injury? Lin Yi sent a voice message to Lin Yi. This moment is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they don't seize the opportunity and Li Chengxin runs away, it will be difficult for them to find him. Similarly, if they meet up with other Xianmo sect monks, this war treasure ship will not have a share for them. Instead, they will have to face endless pursuit. Shiming, what's the matter? Lin Yi was also a little confused. The golden winged mantis seems to have sensed Li Chengxin's whereabouts. Lin Yi once again put the blame on the golden winged mantis. Not far. Are you sure? Lin Yi was also a little hesitant at this moment. 70%. Lin Shiming didn't say it was complete. But seeing Lin Shiming say this, Lin Yi immediately stopped working. He just swallowed a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk, which not only restored his true essence, but also offset a lot of his injuries. Moreover, Li Chengxin knew that they had taken the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. If they advertised it in front of the Qingxuan sect monks, it would be terrible. At that time, they might end up being exchanged for treasures by those Purple Mansion Sanrun. The value of the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk would tempt the Purple Mansion Sanrun. Especially the 1,000-year-old spiritual essence, which could not be measured by other treasures, and it also played a decisive role in their Lin family. He was naturally unwilling to give up the opportunity to silence them. The two set off again. This time, both of them were not slow. Along the way, they released the golden-winged mantis at the suggestion of Lin Yi. If they encountered the Purple Mansion monster, they could still have an early warning. Of course, for Lin Shiming, he knew that the golden-winged mantis had no early warning function. It was just looking for the golden iron stone before. The two people and the beast soon came to a mountain peak, which was exactly 3,000 miles away. However, the entire mountain peak was quiet, and there was no trace of any cave or formation. At this moment, the two of them didn't care about anything. Their spiritual consciousness swept everywhere, even 3,000 or 4,000 meters underground. However, there was no trace of the mountain in front of them. Instead, Lin Yi was a little confused and wanted to take Lin Shiming to other directions to continue searching. But Lin Shiming didn't think so. The system prompt was 3,000 miles, so it must be 3,000 miles, without any deviation, not to mention that Li Chengxin was definitely healing at the moment. No, seventh uncle, Jin Shizi's 5-colored seal coffin. Lin Shiming said. That seal coffin is not an ordinary treasure. If the three of them lie in the coffin, it will be a bit crowded. But it is really possible that they will not find it. In the 5-colored seal coffin, and then use the top-grade spirit stone Huidan or other healing treasures to heal the wounds, it will really not be exposed at all. Seventh uncle, you guys form a formation, go crazy. Lin Shiming saw that the spiritual energy around was not particularly sufficient, and there were no powerful monsters. At this moment, he also released a red-haired demon monkey. Lin Yi quickly arranged a formation. It was not a powerful formation, but a trap formation. A trap formation for a moment was enough for them. The next moment, the red-haired demon monkey turned into a 3-meter-high fire ape, and its tail was burning with strange fire. The method Lin Shiming thought of was to burn the mountain. The flames were burning, and not only that, the red-haired demon monkey also took out the Yuan magnetic seal and kept smashing it. The 5-colored silkworm coffin is of the 5 elements and is also restrained by the Yuan magnetic stone. At the foot of a certain mountain, the Yuan magnetic seal was smashed halfway, and then with a bang, a transparent coffin appeared. There was a huge sound, and the red-haired demon monkey suddenly howled excitedly. Lin Yi's formation was instantly in place. When the coffin lid was opened, Li Chengxin's figure was also revealed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Huge Harvest. Li Chengxin was in disbelief that he could see Lin Yi and Lin Shiming here. He was even more puzzled as to why Lin Shiming was so sure that he was here, and then burned and smashed the mountain to find his location. You know, in the small world, burning and smashing the mountain is just like hanging yourself. Without burning and smashing the mountain, you can't find the location of the 5-colored silkworm coffin at all. Although he was full of mixed emotions, Li Chengxin would not sit still and wait for death. He took out countless third-level late-stage talismans with quick reaction. He threw them forward fiercely, and suddenly there were countless spiritual lights, dazzling and incomparable, and all kinds of spells were stimulated to the extreme. He wanted to confuse and resist Lin Yi and Lin Shiming. Then he began to take out the war treasure ship in the storage bag. But before he could take it out, Lin Shiming's grass sword technique and Lin Yi's blue and gold sword lotus had already arrived in front of him. In order to prevent the three from escaping, they were all unreserved attacks. and they were prepared before the Yuan magnetic seal found the 5-colored silkworm coffin. Facing this peak attack, even Jin Yongfu, who was at the peak of the foundation building stage, could not resist it, so how could Li Chengxin resist it? The sword intent was everywhere, and the sword light was sweeping. The grass cut the sky, and the lotus rolled up the universe. Li Chengxin was immediately crushed into pieces of spiritual light by the sword light, and disappeared completely. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi were also a little surprised. They were ready to make a fatal blow, but they planned to attack Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao together. But for some reason, Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao disappeared. Instead, their treasure seemed to have fallen into Li Chengxin's hands. Suddenly, they guessed that Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao were seriously injured. When they escaped with the help of the war treasure ship, Li Chengxin attacked them and killed them to take their treasures. At the same time, they were also seriously injured. This is how it works without any effort. Otherwise, the treasure would not have fallen into Li Chengxin's hands. Moreover, Li Chengxin seemed to have not been able to completely refine the 5-color silkworm coffin. When he was smashed out by the Yuan magnetic seal, the latter was obviously a little panicked. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi did not allow them to think too much at this moment. They quickly picked up several storage bags and put away the 5-color silkworm coffin. Although this coffin is a little unlucky, it is definitely a treasure that is one of the best. Hidden at the critical moment, unless someone is alert, few people can find it. Even they used their spiritual sense to explore inch by inch, but they did not find it. This 5-color silkworm coffin will only reveal some ripples when it moves forward in the void. Shiming, go. The purple mansion demon is coming. Lin Xianzi also shouted at this moment. Their actions of burning the mountain were too crazy, and they also attracted the purple mansion demon and many cultivators in the distance. Of course, when those cultivators saw the purple mansion demon coming out, they all ran as far as they could. They didn't dare to intervene at all. The raging fire might be a treasure. But the purple mansion monster was there, and how many cultivators could get the upper hand from the purple mansion monster? Seventh uncle, release a few useless monsters and let them die. Lin Shiming saw a purple mansion monster following behind him at this moment, and he also spoke resolutely. I'm afraid that this purple mansion monster will definitely not return until it sees blood. Immediately, he directly released all the 4 monsters that he originally controlled with the Imperial Spirit Seal. The duration of the Imperial Spirit Seal of these monsters is about to expire, and it is just right to play the residual heat. Lin Xianzi next to him didn't dare to delay. If they were really dragged by the purple mansion monster, they would definitely die. 5 third-stage late-stage monsters rushed towards the purple mansion monster as if they were going to die. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi, driving the spirit boat, flew east again. They believed that the further they flew outside, the safer they would be. After finding a hill, they dug a pit, took out the 5-colored silk coffin, opened the coffin lid, and jumped in. The surface of the 5-colored silk coffin also began to change color, like loess, and merged into the pit. The space inside the 5-colored silk coffin is very large, much larger than it looks from the outside, like a mustard storage bag and other magical instruments. And this is a top-grade magical instrument that can accommodate monks. It's just that without successful refining, the 5-colored silk coffin can't see outside, and can't release the spiritual consciousness. Now, the two of them suddenly realized that it was probably that Li Chengxin was healing at the time and didn't refine the 5-colored silk coffin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a little confused when they were forced out. In order to avoid the detection of the purple mansion monster outside, the two of them didn't dare to refine it at this moment. They were still confident that they could hide. The 5-colored silk coffin was in front of them, and they saw it with their own eyes. The Jade Knight Bat King passed by and couldn't find the magical instrument. As for the purple mansion monster chasing them, it was probably impossible to find them. As soon as he entered the coffin, Lin Xianzi continued to heal his wounds. On the contrary, Lin Shiming's injuries were quite minor, but he consumed too much energy. However, he had already taken the 100-year-old spiritual milk, and his body's true essence was rolling like clouds. It kept pouring into the 3 spiritual platforms, and it would not take long for the true essence to be fully restored. So he began to check the spoils of this trip. He first took out Li Chengxin's storage bag and took the lead in checking the war treasure ship. This was also the first time he observed the war treasure ship so carefully. Before this, although he had ridden in the Kingsun sect, it was after all owned by the elder of the purple mansion of the Kingsun sect, so he naturally did not dare to check it too much. And the war treasure ship at the moment, but it was almost engraved with the huge word Lin family. This feeling is naturally incomparable. But he did not dare to release it. You know, the first time he entered this small world, there was a reminder that the King Sun sect could monitor the magic tools released in the secret realm. If those real people were interested, I am afraid that they would have information if they took the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. On the contrary, they took the inheritance of the Sunon Sanrun, and the other party should not know it. Of course, he couldn't release it due to the space limitation of the 5-color silkworm coffin. At this time, the war treasure ship in the storage bag was only the size of a palm, and it looked no different from an ordinary third-level spirit ship. But the spiritual power on the spirit ship and the countless forbidden spirit patterns were magnificent. It made him dizzy for a while, and he felt extremely complicated. The entire spirit ship had 10 spirit storage platforms, which meant that to stimulate the purple mansion power of the treasure ship, at least 10 mid-stage foundation building cultivators were needed to transport their true essence together. The reason why Li Chengxin was able to resist the Jade Knight Bat King that day was because he relied on the puppets and the spirit corpses of the Golden Corpse to transport their true essence. As far as he knew at the time, Zixuan Sanrun's war treasure ship had as many as 32 spirit storage platforms. In this way, this war treasure ship also had a gap. This war treasure ship with 10 spirit storage platforms was obviously the most basic war treasure ship. However, Lin Shiming was already extremely satisfied. With this war treasure ship, the Lin family finally had Purple Mansion combat power in Shuangmu Island. At the same time, Lin Shiming checked the storage bag again. His consciousness was searching. In the corner, there were 6 intact brand new third-level mid-stage puppets and 10 broken puppets. These puppets were missing some weights, and were obviously some puppets that were destroyed in the battle with the Purple Mansion monster. The third-level puppets consumed medium-grade spirit stones, but they could play the same role as third-level cultivators. The Lin family had also searched for these puppets at major auctions, but no one took them out for auction. Now, the Lin family got what they wanted again. Next to the destroyed puppets, there were 7 or 8 destroyed spirit corpses. Although these spirit corpses could not compare with the top gold corpses of the Golden Corpse, they were all third-level late-stage spirit corpses. If the Lin family still had foundation-building cultivators who practiced corpse training, they would definitely be a great fighting force. Lin Shiming was even more delighted when he saw this scene. These puppets and spirit corpses not only meant that their Lin family's foundation would be stronger, but also meant that he could control the war treasure ship and exert the power of the Purple Mansion cultivator. But he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. After seeing the battle array treasure ship, Lin Shiming began to check the treasures. However, compared with Jin Yongfu, there were obviously more treasures in the storage bag, various third-level top-grade magic tools, various third-level and third-level top-grade magic tools, but there was nothing that Lin Shiming liked, and the magic treasures that Jin Shizi and Yi Wuao were proud of, Lin Shiming could not use. The only 2 magic tools that could be used were a lace belt inlaid with the gold threads, and the other was a cold and chilling heavenly demon netherworld needle. Both were third-level top-grade magic tools, and they were not inferior to his grinding god plate. The former was called the corpse binding belt. The effect of the corpse binding belt was similar to his previous demon binding ring, but the former was a top-grade magic tool, and the latter was only a top-grade magic tool, so the power was naturally incomparable. The heavenly demon netherworld needle was incredible, and a heavenly demon soul was sealed inside. If it was used for sneak attacks, it would definitely be one of the best sneak attack treasures for the demon head to disturb his mind. This treasure obviously belonged to Yi Wuao, but the latter was obviously killed by Li Chengxin's sneak attack. Otherwise, once this treasure was revealed, it was not certain who would live and who would die between Li Chengxin and Yi Wuao. In addition to the magic weapon, what surprised Lin Shiming was the spiritual medicines collected by the 3. These 3 people were different from Jin Yongfu, who was trembling with fear for the 1,000-year spiritual essence. On the way, countless Zhao monks died in the hands of the 3. There were countless kinds of spiritual medicines. Lin Shiming also saw the shining fruit and huangxin grass, which could promote the production of several furnaces of spiritual medicines for foundation-building pills. This was a pleasant surprise that he had never expected. The shining fruit tree of the Lin family was not mature. If you want to refine the foundation-building pill, you have to wait for a long time. Even if you auction it, you can't auction a few at a time. The younger generation of the Lin family is almost facing the foundation-building hurdle at this moment. With these spiritual medicines, the Lin family has solved the urgent problem. In addition, the Shining fruit tree has also bloomed. By then, the Lin family will not have to worry about the foundation-building pill for 100 years. With the other spiritual medicines of the Purple Mansion Jade liquid pill recipe prepared by the Jin family, the Lin family only needs to find the last taking purple jade fruit to refine both the foundation-building pill and the Purple Mansion Jade liquid. The purpose of this trip is to achieve. After looking at the spiritual medicine, it is the last spiritual stone. The number of medium-grade and low-grade spiritual stones is also very large. Although most of the spiritual stones have been used up, Li Chengxin and the other three have killed many Zhao cultivators, and the spiritual stones have reached millions. Of course, what makes him most happy is the high-grade spiritual stones, which add up to a total of 500. The Lin family itself has consumed a lot of high-grade spiritual stones because of the teleportation array, and he also has a Wengjiao that he particularly likes. In recent days, he has been preparing to let Wengjiao Jishi, but now it seems that Jin Shizi really made a lot of money in Yunjing Mountain that day. A lot more than Chen Laomo. With these 500 high-grade spiritual stones, the Lin family will not have to worry about the teleportation array being unable to be used for a long time in the future. In addition to the magic tools, there are also many jade slips in the storage bag. What Lin Shiming regrets is that there are no secrets of the exercises, but only some magic exercises and secret techniques of corpse training. For the Lin family, it can only be regarded as tasteless and a pity to throw it away. In the 5-colored silk coffin, they waited for a whole day and night. Lin Xianzi recovered from his injuries. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi walked out of the 5-colored silk coffin. After confirming that the Purple Mansion monster was not there, they breathed a sigh of relief. They arranged the formation again. The two were not in a hurry to go, and Lin Shiming was also ready to refine the 5-colored silk coffin first. Lin Xianzi continued to polish the soul-breaking flag. You know, their next step is to go with Zhao Chen and others to obtain the taking purple jade fruit. The stronger the strength, the greater the chance of winning. The two stayed for another 3 days. Lin Xianzi sat in the formation, and saw a fold of void in front of him, like ripples on the lake. And Lin Xianzi's consciousness, if you don't look closely, you won't feel anything at all. The next moment, in the void, the coffin lid opened, and Lin Shiming jumped out of it, also showing a look of joy. 7th uncle, this 5-color silkworm coffin is really magical. After Lin Shiming refined it, he was finally able to control the 5-color silkworm coffin to move forward, and he could also look through the spirit coffin to check external objects. Instead of the previous 2 eyes were dark and did not hear external objects. In addition, he has also completely refined the heavenly demon netherworld needle. With one more method, he also increased his confidence. It is indeed extraordinary, but it is a little unlucky. Lin Xianzi also nodded, and then frowned a little. Obviously, Jin Shizi was still a little unhappy about refining the silk of the 5-color silkworm into this kind of coffin magic weapon. For old men like them, it might be okay to be dumb, but for a genius like Lin Shiming, it is really unlucky to be in the coffin. Let's rush to the place agreed by Zhao Chen immediately, time is running out. Lin Xianzi also said, his soul-splitting flag has been refined, and now is the best time to set off. They have been in the secret realm for more than a month. If they don't hurry up, when the 10,000 Swords Tomb and Taipei Sword Palace open, they will have to be summoned by Chen Dao Ivan of Kingxuan sect. Zhao Chen and others will probably not wait for them. They will get the taking purple jade fruit alone. The two of them turned into light again and headed east. The further east they went, the more vigorous the purple air became after the sun rose, and there were always some purple clouds in the sky. They stopped on a hill. Suddenly, a scroll opened like a curtain in front of them, revealing the figure of Zhao Chen. Fellow Taoist Lin, it's a little late. It's dangerous on the road, and it took some time. I hope you will forgive me. Lin Xianzi looked into the scroll, and Shi Tai and Madame Zi were already there. On the contrary, the remaining slightly fat monk did not come. Chapter 265, each has his own agenda. The beautiful landscape painting opened, and Zhao Chen, Madame Zi, and Shi Tai walked out. It was obvious that Zhao Chen and Madame Zi were in step with each other. Even though Shi Tai walked in the middle, he seemed to be different and not in harmony. Where is fellow Taoist Su? Lin Xianzi also asked. Fellow Taoist Su was the last slightly fat cultivator. Fellow Taoist Su should be here soon. It was not Xiao Chen who answered Lin Xianzi, but Shi Tai, who was a physical cultivator next to him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shi Tai showed a hint of apology. Lin Shiming felt normal about this scene. Although Xiao Chen and Madame Zi tried their best to cover it up, as allies, they should be the first interest group. Although his seventh uncle Lin Xianzi did not have an ally, he at least had him. Although his cultivation was only in the middle stage of foundation building, his strength and reputation were also spread because of the immortal war between Zhao and Shu. And Shi Tai in front of him, if he wanted to ensure his own distribution of interests, he had to form an alliance with a slightly fat cultivator. It seemed to be an apology, but it actually showed the positions of the two. Although the taking purple jade fruit will not produce only one spiritual fruit, the exact number is still unknown. If there are fewer, the risk he took will lose its value. Besides, there are already 5 people at this moment. If Xiao Chen is unhappy, it is not impossible to replace the slightly fat monk with Lin Shiming. It can also avoid more trouble. Okay, since fellow Taoist Shi promised, I will wait for 2 more days. Xiao Chen also nodded. Then he saw the scroll in his hand move forward again, revealing a set of peach garden scenery with birds singing and flowers blooming. Everyone, then go back to the Peach Blossom River scenery map and get familiar with the Great 5 Elements Demon Killing Formation. Xiao Chen spoke again. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi hesitated for a while, but Shi Tai and the plump and charming Madame Zi next to him followed in. These 2 people have been in, so they are naturally not that worried. Lin Shiming and the others looked at each other meaningfully, nodded, and walked in without saying much. As soon as he entered the scroll, it was like returning to the peach blossom forest on Fangmu Mountain, where the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Next to the peach blossom forest, there was a big river rushing westward. The river was extremely turbulent. Of course, what interested Lin Shiming was whether this scroll was the same as his cave world. He picked up a petal, only to see that the pollen and texture he imagined did not appear, but instead turned into a dot of spiritual light and disappeared. He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, then raised his head and looked at the sky again. It was obvious that he was in a temporary forbidden formation, which was different from the cave world and the sense of space of the 5-color silkworm coffin. But it was also wonderful. The scroll was definitely a rare treasure. Under the peach forest, Xiao Chen took out the jade slip of the Great 5 Elements Demon Slaying Formation and gave it to the 3 people to review and master. After sending it off, he felt a little comfortable. He took out a pot of peach blossom wine and set up a stone table and stone bench. Are you interested in having a drink? Xiao Chen held the cup and looked around. Lin Xianzi and Lin Shiming refused without even thinking about it. Shi Tai, who was standing next to them, also found a peach tree and took out a small formation again. After isolating the information, he also practiced in silence. On the contrary, Madame Zi showed a very interested expression, smiled, sat opposite Xiao Chen, and the two began to drink. After Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi confirmed that the scroll was not a trap or killing formation, they also found a corner, took out the formation, and began to practice. As soon as the formation came out, Lin Xianzi studied the Great 5 Elements Demon Killing Formation, and under Lin Shiming's feet, a soul-devouring ant crawled into his hand. He looked at the sky of the scroll again and began to close his eyes and rest. On the stone platform, while the two drank, they saw scenes emerging in the peach blossom wine. If a few people's consciousness investigated, they would certainly find that the peach blossom wine in the cup reflected the nearby tens of thousands of miles. The two of them drank carefully, and the next moment, a slightly fat monk rode a flying sword and flew towards this side in a hurry, covered in dust. After observing for a while again, Xiao Chen was relieved. He raised the peach blossom wine again and added it to Madame Zi's cup. However, the next moment, the peach blossom wine suddenly changed, and the new picture clearly reflected a picture scroll. In the picture scroll, 3 balls of rich green light shone, which made Xiao Chen and Madame Zi's expressions change a little. Because these 3 balls of green light were not much different. And for them, these 3 balls of green light represented the true essence. In other words, the cultivation of Shi Tai, Lin Xianzi and Lin Shiming was not much different. Sure enough, he went to the enlightenment platform and really hid his cultivation. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, and then he thought of Lin Xianzi's appearance when he just broke through the foundation. For a moment, he was extremely afraid. This cultivation speed is probably more than double spiritual roots. After 3 rounds of drinking, the scroll was opened by Xiao Chen again, and the 5 people walked out. The last one, fellow Taoist Su, clasped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry, everyone, I was delayed by important matters. Okay, since we are here, I will give fellow Taoist Su another day to master the Great 5 Elements demon-slaying formation. Time is running out." Xiao Chen spoke again. Several people entered the scroll again. Another day of peace and quiet. Lin Shiming, Lin Yi and others, almost all adjusted their status to the peak. What they are about to face is the Purple Mansion Great Demon, and what they are trying to seize is the taking purple jade fruit they have dreamed of. In front of the Great Dao, how many people can be indifferent? Seeing that everyone is ready, Xiao Chen also began to pinch the spell, but he did not open the scroll, but rose from the ground. Under their feet, there was a landscape and peach blossom scroll. Please forgive me, after all, there are too many capable people in the small world. If there are too many people, maybe we won't get the taking purple jade fruit. Xiao Chen explained. However, no one said anything at this time. They all made a heavenly oath not to leak secrets and not to fight each other before seizing the treasure. Besides, they need to unite to resist the enemy. Madame Z sat at the end, while Lin Shiming and Lin Yi fell in front of Madame Z. As expected, Shi Tai also started to talk with a cultivator surnamed Su. The relationship between the two was like that of longtime friends, and the relationship was extraordinary. The scroll was flying continuously, but several people could not sense the location of the outside world, and how to fly. Not to mention, make a mark. After more than half an hour, Xiao Chen opened the scroll, and suddenly a purple glow appeared in front of several people. The glow was extremely rich, and several people looked at it. They saw the scene they had seen in the jade slip before. The purple light was dense, the vegetation was sparse, and only in the sky, a purple jade tree rose from the ground. The jade tree was really huge, with a purple aura. It was the taking purple jade fruit tree. The jade tree had no leaves at this time. 5 fist-sized spiritual fruits were hanging in the bare jade branches. Several people couldn't control themselves and probed with their spiritual senses. The next moment, they heard a roar that reached the sky. A taking purple jade python suddenly climbed from the jade tree to the top of the tree. The huge snake eyes, like the god of the sky, looked at everyone coldly. The huge spiritual power of the purple mansion, like the power of heaven, covered them and turned into rolling purple waves, pressing them. In an instant, everyone felt creepy, and the danger and terror reached the extreme. Form a formation. Xiao Chen shouted. Now that they have arrived in front of the taking purple jade fruit tree and saw the taking purple jade fruit that they had been thinking about, who can come down? What's more, there are still 5 purple jade fruits at this moment, just one for each of the 5 people. This is a big stimulation for the 5 people. The 5 people who had been prepared for this formed a sword formation, while Lin Shiming retreated. He was ready to seize the fruit while the others were blocking the purple jade python. Of course, the premise was safety. He would not rush forward in a fit of rage. On the contrary, he was still wondering why Xiao Chen stood out so blatantly. Although the Great 5 Elements demon-slaying formation could combine the combat power of 5 late-stage foundation-building cultivators and barely fight against a purple mansion, he did not believe that this demon-slaying formation could be stronger than the war treasure ship. This taking purple jade python was obviously stronger than the Jade Knight Bat King, and its fierce power was even greater. While thinking, the huge taking purple jade python turned into purple light, and its huge head opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. As the purple light came, the terrifying spiritual power also turned into purple spiritual needles, stabbing at everyone. Under the purple thorns in the sky, Xiao Chen shouted. Then a set of array plates flew out, and the colorful dazzling light also shone brightly. The 5 cultivators each fell into the position of the array plate. The spiritual spells that the 5 people mastered also began to take effect immediately. For a moment, the spiritual light was 10,000 feet high. Lin Yi was the first to draw his sword, and the spiritual power of the entire magic circle began to gather. An indestructible true spirit sword slashed towards the purple needle rain in front. All the attacks of the purple jade demon python were blocked. However, while blocking, the 5 people changed color. Because after being chopped by the sword light, the purple thorn rain gathered again in the air and continued to come towards everyone. Shi Tai hurriedly gathered a huge stone wall, standing between heaven and earth, 100 feet away. Only then did he block the purple thorn rain, and the purple jade demon python also flew in front of everyone. With a bang, a huge purple jade crystal tail hit the stone wall. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world began to shake. The deafening sound was extremely terrifying. The stone wall was instantly blasted and turned into a head of dust, pouring down like a waterfall. Two purple eyes as big as lanterns suddenly shot out a purple spiritual sword. This purple spirit sword is really terrifying. As a physical cultivator at the peak of foundation building, Shitai desperately operated the Great Five Elements demon-slaying formation again to condense a thicker spiritual shield. The five people's true essence was instantly consumed by more than half. It was only when Lin Yi swung his sword again that he barely blocked the tail of the demon python. And you have to know that this is just the beginning. Retreat. Retreat. Shitai was the first to roar. At this moment, he no longer had the will to fight. Even if the purple palace jade liquid was right in front of him, he didn't want to continue to fight. But the next moment, he found that the formation flag in his hand was firmly sucking his hand. He couldn't retreat at all. He had to keep putting in true essence. Xiao Chen, why can't you disperse the formation? Shitai shouted angrily. And Lin Yi also found doing at this moment. The formation plate in his hand was constantly absorbing his true essence. Unless he can be heartbroken and cut off his arm. Lin Yi is not a nagging person. Seeing that he was calculated by Xiao Chen, he was planning to cut off his arm. But suddenly he found that the Great Five Elements demon-slaying array absorbed even more horrible true essence. He had to swing out his sword energy with all his strength, and he had no spare energy to cut off his arm. Moreover, even if he wanted to cut off his arm, the purple jade demon python was right in front of him, and he would not survive. At this time, it was Madame Z, the slightly fat monk, and Xiao Chen who were surprisingly calm. Madame Z looked at the monk surnamed Sumoer. As for Xiao Chen, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. The next moment, countless flames erupted, instantly wrapping the purple jade demon python and trapping it in the Great Five Elements demon-slaying array. Xiao Chen, we will all die like this. Shitai roared again. The purple jade demon python was not something they could deal with at all. To lock it up was just to let it burst and kill them from the inside. Outside, Lin Yi also noticed something strange. From this moment on, Xiao Chen's face became expressionless. Madame Z was the same as him. The purple jade python roared wildly. It was a great purple mansion demon, but was trapped by a group of foundation building monks. Suddenly, its entire huge body began to surge wildly. The terrifying true essence instantly caused the Great Five Elements demon-slaying formation to begin to crack. And the few people still couldn't get out. At this moment, Xiao Chen took out a blue inner pill. The next moment, the inner pill was thrown towards the purple jade python. What is this? Everyone was immediately confused. Although the purple jade python was extremely furious, its bloody mouth that kept opening was thrown directly into its belly by the blue inner pill. However, the next moment, it suddenly discovered that the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. The entire space became more and more dull. Having experienced the wood demon tribulation, at this moment, Lin Yi also immediately recognized that this was a thunder tribulation. This is a transformation thunder tribulation, a transformation pill. Lin Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that Xiao Chen actually took out a transformation pill. This transformation pill is also a 4th level treasure and is extremely precious. However, this transformation pill is useless to cultivators, but it is a transformation pill for monsters. As long as you swallow the pill, you can pass the tribulation on the spot, and then you can transform into human form and your intelligence will increase greatly. Similarly, swallowing this transformation pill is equivalent to being bound by the thunder tribulation. And with the purple jade demon python's purple mansion cultivation, this is also a 4th level purple mansion thunder tribulation. After being bound, even if the purple jade demon python wants to resist, it can't. It will be blasted into thunder slag. Of course, for Lin Yi, Lin Yi and the other 5 who trapped the purple jade demon python would also be in danger at this moment. Because they are also in the center of the thunder tribulation. Shitai cursed Xiao Chen as a lunatic, but he couldn't escape. Lin Yi also frowned and looked at Xiao Chen from time to time. At this time, Xiao Chen and Madame Z were still not in a hurry. But the next moment, a scroll in the void was cut open, and another Xiao Chen and Madame Z walked out of it. Madame Z walked in front of Lin Yi and stared at Lin Yi. The remaining Xiao Chen went towards the purple jade fruit tree. He wanted to take the fruit. And he wanted to eat all 5 purple jade fruits for himself. Lin Shiming wanted to move, but he saw Madame Zhu looking at him with a smile. Lin Shiming, I know you have the strength of the peak of foundation building, but if you want to leave some foundation for the Lin family so that there will be no successors, you'd better not take action on your own. I can let you go. Please subscribe, brothers. Chapter 266, The Incarnation of the Monk Su's Backhand. Lin Shiming saw Madame Z and Xiao Chen in the Great Five Elements demon-killing formation, and they were still very calm. Although they released various trapping techniques to trap and kill the purple jade demon python, they obviously lacked a bit of charm and became a bit dull. At this moment, he also asked in confusion, the technique of external incarnation. Madame Z did not answer, but not answering was the best answer. I am afraid that this is why Xiao Chen and Madame Z were able to lure them into the trap so smoothly. Otherwise, the other cultivators would not have been fooled at all. But what Lin Shiming couldn't understand was that the latter entered the Jian Jingtu magic weapon, which was obviously not an external incarnation, otherwise Lin Xianzi and others would not have made a mistake at that time. Unless it was an external incarnation from the beginning, it was just because of the scroll magic weapon that covered up their specialness. The transformation thunder tribulation came very quickly, and the thunderstorm clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. The lightning arc jumped between the clouds, and thunder sounds were heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had condensed to the extreme, like the anger of punishment. With a bang, a bucket-thick lightning suddenly hit. Next to him, Xiao Chen was overjoyed and came to the taking purple jade fruit tree. Now no one and no beast could stop him. But the next moment, a huge broadsword suddenly slashed out and slashed at Xiao Chen's back. The sword energy and murderous aura were almost sharp to the extreme. For a moment, Xiao Chen had to turn around and block. Xiao Chen took out a huge black tower, which blocked him and blocked the giant sword. However, even so, his body was smashed out like a cannonball. Who? Xiao Chen was furious, but at the same time, he was also confused. In this purple secret realm, there were actually people who could follow in. And he had clearly checked the area for thousands of miles. Only then did he bring a few people to this purple jade mountain. And you know, Purple Jade Mountain formed a huge natural illusion in the small world. Without the purple cloud mirror in Madame Z's hand, it is impossible to enter this secret realm. This is why this taking purple jade fruit tree was not widely spread in the sect. When they came in, they didn't give everyone a chance to leave a mark, and at the same time, his peach blossom river scenery map blocked the spiritual consciousness. No one could follow them. Madame Z was also confused, and her face changed drastically. In front of them, 6 Taoist monks carrying heavy swords appeared at some point, including these 3 people, who Lin Shiming was very familiar with. They were Wan Qing, Wan Wuyan, and their 5th uncle that they saw in the Sanelin Sanren cave. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, they gathered together again. Fellow Taoist Wan, I hope you won't break your promise. In the Great Five Elements demon-slaying formation, the slightly fat cultivator surnamed Su finally spoke. Under his calm face, there was madness, sneer, and bloodthirstiness. Did you make a vow to the heavenly Dao? Xiao Chen also had an ugly face. He didn't expect that it was the cultivator surnamed Su who brought a few people in. The cultivator surnamed Su made a vow to the heavenly Dao. If he violated it, he would not be able to practice for the rest of his life. Once he practiced, he would definitely be rejected by the heavenly Dao and become possessed. So what? Did you know that the cultivator who walked out that day was Su's best friend? He didn't know anything about it, but you still killed him. Do you know what will happen today? The cultivator surnamed Su shouted coldly. His best friend was the one who took the initiative to leave at the foundation building meeting that day. Afterwards, Xiao Chen also took the opportunity to come to the door and killed the family behind the cultivator. It can be said that his means were extremely cruel. What's more, the Taoist friends of the Wanjian sect promised to support my Su family. It doesn't matter if I, Su, am destroyed by the heaven. I am already a person whose lifespan is about to end. Could it be that you, old dog Xiao, will share the purple jade fruit with me, so that I can have the chance to see the great way? The cultivator surnamed Su shouted coldly, staring at Xiao Chen. Seeing the latter's cold face and feeling uncomfortable about being insulted, he laughed. For a moment, it was so unpleasant. Cultivating immortals, if it is not pleasant, Then what is the use of becoming an immortal? Old dog Zio, are you worthy of the purple mansion? The cultivator surnamed Su wanted to say more, but suddenly found that the extraction of true essence became more terrifying, and his body suddenly began to dry up. Zio Chen in the formation showed a cruel look on his face, and he was actually forcibly sucking the cultivator surnamed Su dry. Su is waiting for you under the yellow spring. You will not get what you want today. The cultivator surnamed Su roared with his last bit of strength. Then he showed a long-lost ease. He violated the oath of the heavenly Dao, and he could no longer practice. If he practiced, there would be demons. Now, it was a different kind of transcendence. Boom. The thunder tribulation came down, and the purple jade demon python didn't care about the formation. It roared and was not only not scared by the thunder tribulation, but it rushed into the sky and bit the thunder tribulation to pieces. It was just that the terrifying thunder tribulation was hundreds of times stronger than the thunder tribulation of the wood demon. Under the roar, the arrogant taking purple jade python turned into an arc python, surging and roaring in the formation, and its tail flapped randomly. Lightning arcs danced all over his body, and many purple crystal scales were directly blown to pieces, revealing the purple flesh and blood inside, which was shocking to the people. And this was the first wave of thunder tribulation. In the formation, suddenly, a small cloud of star-spotted insects appeared again, and the cloud of insects began to float around Lin Xianzi, making Lin Xianzi into an insect coat. Under the bite, Lin Xianzi also instantly broke away from the formation, and in a flash, he came to Lin Xianzi. The two grandparents stood with each other as horns, without making a move, but also looking for opportunities. In the end, only Shitai was left, still in the formation, struggling to support. For a while, the sadness became even worse. He had never expected that among these 5 people, he was the only one who had no backup. Looking back at the beginning, he was glad that he and the cultivator surnamed Su had reached an agreement. Now who'd have thought that the other party had kept a backup and led the people of the 10,000 Swords sect in, at least for his family, to find a way out. On the contrary, he had nothing. But there was no time to think about it. The residual power of the thunder tribulation exploded and also exploded on the formation. Although the power was dispersed too much, it still made Shitai's whole body tremble constantly, and many lightning arcs penetrated into his body. Fortunately, he was a physical cultivator at the peak of foundation building. For a while, he could bear some residual power. But if the formation broke, or the thunder tribulation was a little bigger, he would definitely die. On the other side, under the jade tree of taking purple jade fruit, 6 people from the Wanjian sect directly surrounded the entire jade tree. One of the old men, who was also the old man who released the sword formation that time, took out the sword formation again. As soon as the sword formation came out, Zio Chen's face turned green and purple in the distance. Friend Lin, Madam Z, we must not be spared from today's battle. Now we must let go of our past grudges. Zio Chen sent a voice message to Lin Xianzi. Lin Xianzi glanced at Lin Shiming, and the two nodded almost at the same time. The current situation is really not optimistic. Lin Shiming and Wan Qing don't get along well, not to mention that they have robbed the inheritance of the other party's Sinel and Sanrin cave mansion. The 3 of them rushed towards the taking purple jade fruit tree in an instant. The sword formation of the Wanjian sect may be an unsolvable existence for others. But for Lin Shiming, once it involves the formation, the soul-devouring ants are the nemesis of the formation. A total of 81 soul-devouring ants rushed to the front, and as the soul-devouring ants opened a big hole in the sword formation, Madame Z rushed out first. At this moment, Madame Z's pretty eyebrows were tight, and her beautiful white hands pressed forward, and a heart fell into her hands. I saw her hands constantly plucked, like a charming dance, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of spiritual patterns were released, and they were released towards the 6 people of the Wanjian sect. The Z family's Jade Sea Tide Rising Ju and Jade Sea Kinayan. Close your hearing. Among the 6 people of the Wanjian sect, the head of the old man suddenly looked gloomy. The star-spotted ants that could break through them at will, plus the Jade Sea Kinayan of the Z family, the field became difficult again. The 5 people resisted with swords, while Wan Qing behind them rushed towards the jade tree, and in the blink of an eye, he got 2 purple jade fruits. Just when he was about to get the remaining 3, Madame Z's green sound waves attacked the people of Wanjian sect. Even though they had closed their hearing, the transmission of sound waves was more than just hearing. The terrifying vibration pulled the heartbeats of the cultivators. and endless water arrows emerged in response to the tide, shooting at the people in the sword formation. The gap was exactly the door hole bitten out by Lin Shiming's 81 soul-devouring ants. In addition, Lin Yi also swung his sword and slashed. His Rinshu Genjinju was brought to the extreme, and accompanied by the soul-breaking flag, a magical weapon for attacking the spiritual consciousness. The sword formation of the 5 people of Wanjian sect almost collapsed instantly, and the 5 people had to control the heavy sword to resist. At this moment, I don't know when, in the void, a huge palm stretched out, and scratched it fiercely, like a cracked scroll, and Xiao Chen walked out of it at some point. I saw that he had already arrived under the jade tree, and with a flick, 2 more purple jade fruits were in Xiao Chen's hands. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi glared at each other again. Xiao Chen was indeed not trustworthy. He took advantage of the 3 of them to seize the spiritual fruit. However, this scene also angered the remaining 5 people of Wanjian sect, especially Wan Qing's 5th uncle. The old man Wan Kanghe, who carried a sword, had sacrificed 6 spiritual swords at some point, and each of them was a top-grade magic weapon. The 6th sword slashed at Xiao Chen fiercely. In the eyes of the people of Wanjian sect, not only these purple jade fruits belonged to them, but also the harvest of everyone on the field. And Xiao Chen's elusive scroll magic weapon, in their view, was undoubtedly extremely difficult and must be eradicated first. As expected, Xiao Chen pulled his hand towards the scroll and pretended to rush into the scroll again. He obtained 2 purple jade fruits, and he also got the object of his goal. His external incarnation was about to be destroyed, so he naturally would not stop here. 7th uncle. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi looked at each other. He was angry again in his heart. Xiao Chen actually tricked them twice in a row. Although Xiao Chen snatched 2 taking purple jade fruits, he would most likely share them with Madame Z. He would never share them with him. The 2 of them withdrew almost at the same time. Madame Z was left alone to face the remaining 4 people from the Wanjian sect. A sound cultivator was already afraid of physical cultivators and sword cultivators. Without the restraint of Lin Yi and Lin Shiming, she was even more helpless. She had no choice but to throw out one spiritual talisman after another. 2 sword puppets appeared around her in an instant to help her resist most of the spiritual swords. But the swords of the Wanjian sect were all heavy swords. The swords that opened and closed, turning into giant swords of several feet, were not something that the sword puppets could resist at all. As a result, only 3 people from the Wanjian sect were able to suppress Madame Z and save her from death. Elsewhere, 6 top-grade magic swords formed a sword formation and began to cut Xiao Chen's painting scroll magic weapon. But Xiao Chen smiled coldly. His painting scroll magic weapon was more than that. He swiped his hand again and was about to step into the painting scroll. But the next moment, what he couldn't believe was that Lin Shiming waved several soul-devouring ants and came straight towards the scroll. At this time, the soul-devouring ants had already devoured a lot of stalactites in the cave world, and their bite force and devouring power were far better than before. They bit a big hole in the forbidden formation. His Peach Blossom River scenery map failed for the first time, and his figure was revealed. What made Wan Kanghe a little unbelievable was that Xiao Chen had already escaped his encirclement. However, as his figure was revealed, Wan Kanghe would not let Xiao Chen escape with 2 purple jade fruits. His fingers moved again, and a palace-like magic weapon went towards Xiao Chen to suppress him. At the same time, 6 top-grade magic swords formed a sword that could cut the sky and slash towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen couldn't believe it, and looked at Lin Shiming in confusion. He didn't expect that Lin Shiming could see that his scroll magic weapon was just an illusionary disc, but it was just more advanced, but it was also restrained by Lin Shiming's soul-devouring ants. Evil beast. On the other side, Wang Qing, who was harvesting the last purple jade fruit, felt dizzy for a moment. I don't know when, the red-haired demon monkey has turned into a 3-meter giant ape behind him, and the huge red flame stick slammed towards Wang Qing. And Wang Qing, in anger, also chopped at the red-haired demon monkey. But a golden light flashed behind him, and the 8-winged golden-winged mantis had already taken the remaining purple jade fruit. You must know that at this moment, the speed of the 8-winged mantis is not as fast as Lin Xian's full-speed flight. After taking the fruit at this speed, it fled to Lin Shiming's side, but at this time the golden-winged mantis squeaked, somewhat unwilling. In the past, it killed the enemy, but today it just took the fruit. Retreat. Lin Shiming sent a voice to Lin Xianzi, who is now fending off Wan Wuyin and the remaining Wanjian sect's peak foundation building cultivator. After taking a spiritual fruit, they plan to retreat. Unless the two of them expose the war treasure ship. And even if it is exposed, when the purple jade python has survived the transformation thunder tribulation, it will be even more difficult to escape death. This taking purple jade python is obviously many times more powerful than the jade knight bat king. After Lin Shiming got the purple jade fruit, he was instantly under great pressure. Wang Qing was already furious at this moment. The treasure of Sanelin Sanren's cave was taken away, and now Lin Shiming was going to take the purple jade fruit away. He was furious. He took out several treasures continuously, and even took out a talisman engraved with a heavy sword. It was a 5th level magic weapon level Jinden talisman. After the foundation building cultivator activated it, its power was definitely equivalent to blow from a 4th level purple mansion cultivator. Moreover, at this time, there were 6 people in their Wanjian sect. Due to their absolute advantage, no one could interrupt them when using talismans. Wanjian sect also instantly separated 2 people to block Wan Qing and Wan Kanghe. 1 person saved Xiao Chen from death. The remaining 3 people, 1 to resist Lin Xianzi, and 1 to resist Madame Zi. Chapter 267, The Spiritual Fruit is Obtained. Target, Jade Tree. In the distance, the thunder tribulation was like a thunder purgatory, still fiercely destroying the taking purple jade python. This was already the 7th wave of thunder tribulation, and the later it was, the denser and fiercer it became. At this moment, the purple jade python had already been torn to pieces, leaving only the tail and the top of the head, and the purple-red crystal armor. The rest was mostly purple-red flesh and blood, and a lot of it had dried up and scabbed. As the next thunder tribulation fell, those scabs would be covered by blue arcs again, exploding with burnt purple smoke and purple-red blood. However, its eyes were even more ferocious, and its flesh and blood turned directly into a thick blood cloud, becoming more violent and terrifying, like an eternal true spirit. It seemed that under the thunder tribulation, the strength of the taking purple jade python was even greater than before. You must know that the transformation pill itself is used for the transformation of monsters. Although it has to go through thunder tribulation, for powerful monsters, their strength will be even more terrifying after the thunder tribulation. This 4th rank taking purple jade python is exactly like this. And Lin Shiming, who is familiar with half-dragons, also found that the latter's head has begun to bulge. This means that this taking purple jade python will not only transform into human form, but also has the tendency to transform into a dragon. Of course, after the thunder tribulation, this purple jade python must be weak. But even so, it is also a 4th rank purple mansion monster. Lin Shiming does not think that they can kill the 4th rank purple jade python. Looking at the Great 5 Elements demon killing formation again, it is found that Shi Tai, who is trapped, has been completely sucked dry. At the same time, Xiao Chen and Madame Zi's incarnations are in danger. However, the two have no time to pay attention to their incarnations now. Xiao Chen is trapped in a corner by Wan Kanghe's 6 top-grade magic swords. From time to time, he wants to use the scroll to enter the void and escape. However, his Peach Blossom River scenery picture is originally a magic array artifact. He is surrounded by 6 magic swords and can't get out at all. He can only use his Black Cloud Tower to resist continuously. For a while, he was covered in dust and his injuries became more and more serious. And seeing that Wan Qing had taken out the 5th level talisman, he became even more worried for a moment. He never expected that the Wanjian sect even had this kind of talisman, but at this time, no one could interrupt him. His figure suddenly fled to the side. Wan Kanghe was even less anxious at this moment. Even if the purple jade python came out, their talismans could fight for a while. At this moment, he was just trapped, but Xiao Chen scratched again this time. However, it was not his figure that went in. Instead, a jade box containing purple jade fruit went towards Madame Zi. As a crack opened in the void, the jade box of purple jade fruit fell into Madame Zi's hands. As soon as the purple jade fruit came into her hands, Madame Zi's eyes suddenly shone with brilliance and her face was full of joy. Then she also took out a purple mirror. How could the monks of the Wanjian sect let Madame Zi perform? But at this time, Madame Zi frowned, and then exerted force with her jade hands. Clang! The strings of the zither broke first. It turned directly into a flying needle and went towards the monks of the Wanjian sect. The speed of the strings was too fast, breaking the sound waves. The monks of the Wanjian sect quickly blocked it with their swords. But they were blown away for who knows how many feet. His face was full of horror. He really didn't expect that Madame Z would break the strings this time and attack with a power beyond imagination. Madame Z's mirror finally opened in time. She shone it towards Xiao Chen, and suddenly a spiritual sword in the void stopped. At the same time, Xiao Chen was overjoyed again. He swiped into the void and entered the scroll, and then left Wan Kanghei's sword formation. Madame Z retreated behind him almost at the same time. While everyone was intercepting, Lin Shiming also suddenly released a full 81 high-grade sword formations. The Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation was released to the extreme. It slashed fiercely at the monks who were fighting against Lin Xianzi. Lin Xianzi also reacted very quickly, and the soul-splitting flag in his hand was also fully activated. Like Jin Yongfu before, the first time he used two soul-splitting flags separately. Now that they resonate together, the power is even stronger. The Peak Foundation cultivator who resisted was not prepared at all. With the cooperation of Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi, one arm was cut off in an instant. Retreat. Seventh uncle. Lin Shiming spoke fiercely. The two retreated to the back almost at the same time. The 6 people of the Wanjian sect were immediately furious. The 6 of them only got 2 purple jade fruits, but Lin Shiming and other cultivators took 3. But at this time, Madame Z was also very generous. The purple mirror shot a channel in 3 directions. With this channel, you can walk out of the natural illusion. Even from this light path, everyone saw the wilderness of the small world and the sky, and the breath of 10,000 swords appeared. What is that? Everyone was immediately surprised and suspicious. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi's eyes suddenly widened. In their storage bags, a piece of spiritual jade also began to shine and became extremely hot. Especially Lin Xianzi, at this moment, the sword enriching technique on his body began to operate continuously, and the sword in his hand became more terrifying. The same is true for Lin Shiming. His first secondary spiritual platform is his sword-containing spiritual platform, and it also breaks out at this moment. Seeing that the 10,000 swords tomb has appeared in advance, and the cultivators of the Zixuan Sanrin lineage also need to rush to the 10,000 swords tomb immediately. Of course, the vision is a vision. At this moment, the 3 parties still need to pay attention to the pursuit of the 10,000 swords tomb. How to take the taking purple jade fruit away is the most important thing for the Lin family at the moment. The 3 parties rushed out together and fled outside the illusion. The 6 people of the 10,000 swords sect were furious and chased out. You are looking for death? Xiao Chen also shouted angrily at this moment, and saw that under his shouting. The array plate of the Great 5 Elements Demon Slang Array also began to explode in an instant, and suddenly a terrifying spiritual power exploded like a volcanic eruption, blowing the taking purple jade python even more embarrassed. At this time, it was also the last layer of thunder tribulation of the purple jade python. The spiritual cloud dissipated, and the original purple jade python's land was already completely destroyed, and a large pit of hundreds of feet was directly blown out. At this time, the purple jade python turned into a young man with a snake tail again, but his body was covered with blood and he looked seriously injured. However, a layer of colorful rays of light fell from the sky, covering the young man who is the incarnation of the taking purple jade python. The next moment, there was a huge deafening sound of vibration and roar, and the purple jade python turned into a demon again. Its huge lantern eyes glared at the monks of the Wanjian sect. Wang Qing had just activated the talisman at this moment, but was extremely angry when Lin Shiming and others ran away. At this moment, he happened to use the 5th level talisman to chop at the purple jade python. The huge magic flying sword took shape and chopped at the purple jade python, carrying an amazing sword power. The oppression of the purple mansion was extremely terrifying. He fought with the purple jade python, but the terrifying thing was that the purple jade python swung its tail and actually smashed the magic flying sword directly out. Wang Qing couldn't believe it at all. This is a 5th level magic weapon. Even if it only has 30% of the power of a 5th level magic weapon, it has reached the power of a 4th level magic weapon. But now it is still shaken off by the taking purple jade python's tail. Scatter. When this beast was crossing the tribulation just now, it was either still hiding or it was at the end of its strength. Let's consume it. Wan Kanghe shouted at the others. As Wan Kanghe's words fell, all the people from the Wanjian sect took off the heavy swords behind them, turned them into sword lights, and flew out on the swords. Wan Kanghe was the last one to fall. He threw out hundreds of talismans in his hand, all of which were 3rd level top-grade Lurk talismans. At this moment, the purple jade demon python was injured by the thunder tribulation. The Lurk talisman was thrown out, and hundreds of them exploded at the same time, instantly turning into sky-high Lurk, burning the originally angry taking purple jade python even more angrily, hissing. The scabby purple flesh and blood turned into purple blood again and flowed down. For a while, the taking purple jade python rolled and roared in the fire, and the next moment it chased one Kanghe of the Wanjian sect. With the departure of the cultivators and the disappearance of the taking purple jade python, the purple jade mine finally became quiet. Only the ground was left desolate. After an unknown amount of time, there was a ripple in the void. In a transparent coffin, Lin Yi stared at the taking purple jade fruit tree. The two were naturally Lin Yi and Lin Yi who had returned. When they saw the jade tree, they both breathed a sigh of relief. At the last moment, they realized that the purple jade demon python had escaped, so the jade tree would definitely not be stolen. In addition, they had a 5-color silkworm coffin, and although it was a bit shabby to hide inside, there was no danger, and there was also the opportunity to steal the taking purple jade fruit tree. The value of this tree is a priceless treasure for a family of immortal cultivators, and it is also the foundation of the family. Even if the cultivators of the Qingxuan sect found it, they would transplant a purple jade fruit tree. Not to mention the Lin family. Even though the 10,000 Swords tomb was opened outside, the spiritual sword was not only extremely dangerous to the 2 Lin family members, but also had no substantial benefits for their Lin family. The temptation of the taking purple jade fruit tree was no greater. Lin Yi was about to open the transparent silkworm coffin, run out of it, and transplant a purple jade fruit tree. However, the next moment, the system prompt sounded. Please pay attention to the hidden cultivators. Lin Yi was a little dazed. He didn't expect that in the void, besides him, there were people hiding here. You know, his transparent silkworm coffin was originally a hidden weapon. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's Peach Blossom River scene map is also a hidden weapon, but it is easy to be restrained by his devouring spirit ants. At the same time, if he encounters a master of formation, this river scene map will also become a waste. But his river scene map is better than his 5-colored silkworm coffin in escaping. And his 5-colored silkworm coffin, it can be said to be more good. Sure enough, a figure walked out of the void with a scratch. As soon as the figure walked out, it was Xiao Chen who had left earlier. Then he spoke in a low voice. Dao, there is no need to hide. Although your concealment method is high, I happen to have a pupil technique. Lin Yi was not moved by Xiao Chen's test. Even the Purple Mansion Great Demon couldn't find him, how could Xiao Chen find him? What's more, if Xiao Chen really found him, he would have attacked with a sword long ago. For these old monks who have been in the martial arts world for a long time, the first time they found the enemy, they would attack wave after wave. They wished to kill them at the first time. How could they speak kindly to remind them? After 3 breaths, Xiao Chen saw that there was no movement around, and he was relieved and his brows relaxed a lot. He walked towards the purple jade fruit tree and took out a 4th-level gem in his hand. Ordinary treasure trees only need 3rd-level gems, but transplanting this 4th-level purple jade fruit tree, using 3rd-level gems, causing a little damage, may make the jade tree bear fewer fruits in the future. Each missing spiritual fruit is worth at least millions of spiritual stones. He couldn't help but be careful. Xiao Chen had obviously prepared a lot. When the jade box was opened, it revealed an amazing 4th-level earth-attributed spiritual energy. It was the 4th-level spiritual soil. This spiritual soil was also seen by Lin Yi, who said that Xiao Chen was rich and powerful. He took out the transformation pill before, and then took out a black cloud tower, the river view map, the great 5 elements demon slang array plate, and now the 4th-level spiritual jade and 4th-level spiritual soil. He is worthy of being the deacon of the Liu Tower of Qingxuan sect. Xiao Chen kept pinching his fingers, and it was obvious that he was very skilled in spiritual plant skills. Even Lin Yi had learned a lot at this moment. Of course, this was not the time to watch and learn. As long as the spiritual plant was put into the jade box and would not be accidentally injured, they would take action. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Yi, and the two exchanged glances, and then nodded. The entire taking purple jade fruit tree was put away by Xiao Chen. Half of the top of the purple jade mountain was also put away. These mineral veins and mountains are also the cultivation sites of spiritual plants. When the mountain was put away, Lin Yi was about to open the coffin and stand up, but he saw a 100-foot sword in front of him. He had never expected that there was someone else in the dark. This scene also stunned Lin Yi. It was not someone else who had the sword, but Wan Qing, and another one-armed old man from the Wanjian sect. "Leave the jade tree, and leave the head too," Wan Qing shouted coldly. At the same time, the one-armed old man also waved the sword light and formed a sword formation again. Xiao Chen had never expected that he would be set up by the Wanjian sect again and fall into the sword formation. His hands kept scratching in the void, but he could not enter the Jiang Jingtu magic weapon. He had to be chopped by the 100-foot sword controlled by Wan Qing. "Don't force me. Once the jade box is destroyed, you will get nothing." Xiao Chen raised the jade box and suddenly shouted coldly. At this moment, Wan Qing did not stop at all. His huge sword was still slashing towards Xiao Chen. Although Wan Qing's attack did not cause much damage to Xiao Chen was in the sword formation after all. He not only had to dodge the flying swords in the sky, but also had to block Wan Qing's sword light. For a while, he was like a small boat floating in the tsunami. Relying on the Black Cloud Tower, they were safe. But this time, there was no Lin Yiming's devouring spirit and the one-armed old man did not dare to take it lightly. Xiao Chen's magic weapon was too slippery. If you are not careful, the other party will run away. As for destroying the jade tree, it was destroyed. They did not believe that Xiao Chen had the courage to do so before the critical moment of life and death. What's more, if it was destroyed, Xiao Chen still had a taking purple jade fruit in his hand. Wan Qing on the side also took out a talisman paper again. This talisman paper was also a talisman treasure, but this time it was a 4th level upper grade talisman treasure. The power of the 4th tier talisman is naturally much weaker than that of the 5th tier talisman, but now that Xiao Chen is trapped, the power of the 4th tier top grade talisman is not something that a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage can withstand. Thanks to Aeon for the reward. Chapter 268 Yushu gets the purple mysterious jade. The sword energy filled Xiao Chen's surroundings. Once the Peach Blossom River scenery picture appeared, he would be torn apart by the sword energy. Xiao Chen had no choice but to frown and control the Black Cloud Tower to emit a layer of black light. The black light formed a spiritual shield, blocking all the sword energy, but it also left countless sword marks on the Black Cloud Tower. In the distance, Wan Qing's 4th level talisman was also activated to the end. Although the 4th level talisman is not as powerful as the 5th level talisman, the 5th level talisman can only be used once and takes a long time to activate, but the 4th level talisman does not have these restrictions. The sword is getting bigger and bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it is already 100 feet in size. The sword is mighty, like a terrifying sword mountain, slashing towards Xiao Chen fiercely. Xiao Chen's face changed instantly, and he threw the Black Cloud Tower out without hesitation. This time, the Black Cloud Tower directly turned into a giant tower dozens of feet high. On the giant tower, countless doors opened, and suddenly countless black beetles appeared in the black tower. Blood Cloud Worm. Wan Qing and the one-armed old man from the Wanjian sect were both a little surprised. This Blood Cloud Worm, although black in color, is a kind of spiritual worm that can self-destruct into a dirty formation. It is similar to the self-destructing spiritual corpse of the corpse training sect. They did not expect that Xiao Chen's Black Cloud Tower actually raised so many Blood Cloud Worms. The self-destruction of the Blood Cloud Worm instantly tore open the formation. Not only that, the Black Cloud Tower also blocked the 4th level talisman. It was just cut into a huge crack. His Black Cloud Tower is indeed a top-grade magic weapon, but it is still a little bit short of the 4th level top-grade talisman. However, what Xiao Chen wants is not to resist, but to hold on for a moment. He was seen holding on to his injuries and quickly opened the scroll magic weapon, ready to sneak into the river scene map. However, the next moment, a transparent coffin lid suddenly hit his chest, knocking his figure out of the Jiang Jingtu, and then a cyan blue lotus sword suddenly swung out from the void. Xiao Chen was watching Wan Qing and the one-armed monk behind him with all his heart, and he didn't notice that a transparent coffin was opened in front of him, let alone the blue lotus sword. When he noticed it, he quickly took out the Black Cloud Tower and blocked it again. But this time, the blue gold sword core was stimulated to the extreme. It was the Rinshu Zhenjinju plus half of the sword energy condensed silk. The cracks in the Black Cloud Tower were instantly hit even bigger. Xiao Chen was about to continue to use treasures, but he saw two soul-breaking flags already fluttering in the air. The terrifying soul attack made Xiao Chen's mind lose control in an instant. A bright golden light floated past, and Xiao Chen's head flew high in the air. The storage bag fell into the hands of an 8-winged golden mantis. Xiao Chen's escape and instant death happened almost in an instant. Xiao Chen's eyes were full of doubts, wondering why Lin Xianxi and Lin Shiming would kill him. This scene was seen by the one-armed old man and Wan Qing of the Wanjian sect, and they were also shocked. They had never expected that there was someone else in secret. It was Lin Shiming and Lin Xianxi, a pair of grandparents. They were very courageous, but also thoughtful. However, Wan Qing's attention had just fallen on Lin Xianxi and the golden-winged mantis, but the next moment, he secretly said that it was not good, and the 4th-level talisman treasure wanted to be taken back repeatedly. At this moment, a huge millstone appeared above his head, and the spiritual consciousness attacked and hit the soul directly. Wan Qing's body also instantly emitted a green light shield, isolating the attack, which was the spiritual consciousness defense magic weapon. This made Wan Qing feel lucky. However, the next moment, a full 81 top-grade array sword surrounded Wan Qing. The wood-attributed Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation is good at trapping and killing and evolving a steady stream of sword energy. This complete Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation can be said to be the secret method of the master of this technique. On the scene, the same sword formation appeared to trap the enemy. It was just that Wan Qing went from being the trapper to being the trapped. The Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation was stimulated to the extreme, and countless sword energies cut towards Wan Qing. Wan Qing activated the 4th-level talisman, which was indeed extremely powerful for a while, and the Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation suddenly showed signs of failure. But the next moment, Lin Shiming raised his hand, and countless poisonous dragon vines entangled towards Wan Qing. Wan Qing had seen the thorniness of the poisonous dragon vine, but at this moment, he was trapped by the sword formation and had no way to deal with it. The power of the 4th-level talisman at this moment was not enough to instantly break the Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation. The old man from the Wanjian sect next to him was also anxious, but at this time, Lin Xianxi had freed his hands and instantly stepped forward to block the ladder. Lin Shiming, you dare! Wan Qing roared and took the opportunity to release a jade talisman. The jade talisman suddenly disappeared in the air. It was obviously a sound transmission talisman. After sending out the sound transmission talisman, Wan Qing felt relieved. The 4th-level flying sword talisman immediately turned around and formed a sword curtain around him. However, the next moment, a red fire ape appeared. The fire ape turned into a 3-meter-long giant ape in an instant. The Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation also changed from trapping to killing. 81 top-grade magic swords merged into one sword, and combined with Lin Shiming's grass sword intent, it slashed towards Wan Qing in an instant. Wan Qing was overjoyed for a while. He didn't expect Lin Shiming to be so arrogant and withdraw the trap. Without the trap, he could meet up with the old man from the Wanjian sect. He could choose to escape or stay. As for Lin Shiming's sword formation attack, he didn't believe it could be stronger than his 4th-level talisman. The flying sword of the 4th-level talisman treasure shone brightly, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, fiercely slashing towards Lin Shiming's Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation. At this moment, he was full of disdain. As expected, his talisman treasure unified and defeated the sword formation formed by Lin Shiming's Purplewood Zuanshan sword formation. The sword light turned into spiritual light and dissipated, and the 81 top-grade formation swords all dimmed and their power was greatly reduced. However, at some point, a shiny black seal had already fallen over his talisman treasure. Wan Qing instantly felt a terrifying pressure, and he strangely discovered that his talisman treasure actually began to dissipate. It was already consumed by Lin Shiming's sword formation, and the spiritual light was dissipated. How could it resist? It was hit hard by the Yuan magnetic seal, and instantly turned into a spiritual talisman, and dissipated directly in the air. How could it be? Wan Qing couldn't believe it, but he saw the Yuan magnetic seal gather and magnify countless times. And he found that the true energy in his body began to be out of control. His reaction was not slow, and he dodged the Yuan magnetic seal. But he was still greatly affected by the Yuan magnetic seal. Wan Qing suddenly thought of the time when their treasures were stolen in the Sinan Sanren cave. But his thoughts were not yet completely sorted out. He saw a 3-foot fire ape and Lin Shiming, all turned into spiritual light and rushed towards him. The speed of the man and the beast was extremely terrifying, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Under the Yuan magnetic seal, the 5 elements of magic were greatly weakened. But both of them were physical cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, not to mention the red-haired demon monkey, and Lin Shiming also completely stimulated the mountain ape body training technique at this moment, like a roaring mountain ape. The blood and energy in his body rushed to the sky, which was no worse than the 3-foot fire ape. The terrifying physical combat technique directly submerged Wan Qing. Wan Qing also died on the spot. Wan Qing! The one-armed old man over there also shouted angrily. But he didn't dare to fight anymore, so he turned around and was about to leave. But before he could walk out, Lin Yi had already entangled him, and the golden-winged mantis also kept attacking him. The latter's speed was so fast that even Lin Yi had to frown. Naturally, the old man suffered a lot at this time. He had already lost one arm by Lin Shiming and Lin Yi, which greatly reduced his strength. What about Lin Shiming, Lin Yi, the golden-winged mantis and the red-haired demon monkey? With the attacks from all directions, the 2 soul-breaking flags resonated and fluttered again, and at the same time, the grinding god plate was also stimulated to the extreme. The one-armed old man was in a trance for a moment, and when he reacted, a dark flying needle had already sunk into his forehead. As for the various spirit shields and spirit covers, they were like nothing. It was the top-grade sneak attack magic weapon that Lin Shiming had prepared, the Netherworld Needle. After killing the one-armed old man, Lin Shiming and Lin Yi all swallowed 2 drops of the 100-year-old spiritual milk. The 2 felt very fortunate to have gone to the stalactite cave to obtain the 100-year-old spiritual milk. If there was no spiritual milk to restore, they would not have been able to fight for so long relying on spirit stones and pills alone. Lin Shiming skillfully collected the storage bag, and then asked the red-haired demon monkey to release fire to cover up all traces of the fight. After another look with his spiritual sense to confirm that there were no traces, the 2 entered the 5-colored silkworm coffin again and headed out of the illusion. He had the soul-devouring ent, so he could naturally enter and exit the illusion array freely. Once out of the illusion array, the 5-colored silkworm coffin suddenly stopped. It disappeared into the air and did not move again. In the distance, a purple jade demon python with many tail scales falling off was seen circling back from the air with countless purple clouds. At this moment, the taking purple jade python was too miserable. Its purple crystal body was almost covered with scales. There were also many sword marks on its huge head, and its lantern-sized eyes were full of bloodshot. Lin Shiming instantly felt that Wang Jiao in the cave world began to become extremely excited. Delicious. Delicious. Wang Jiao signed a soul-binding contract with Lin Shiming, and at this moment he could convey some simple information in his spiritual sense. At this moment, he showed full of desire. Obviously, Wang Jiao also noticed the weakness of the taking purple jade python. This 4th-level purple mansion monster, which has the tendency to turn into dragon, is definitely the best tonic for Wang Jiao. But Lin Shiming refused without thinking. This purple mansion monster may have some terrible trump card. The Wanjian sect didn't kill it with the 5th-level talisman treasure, so how could he dare to make a move? Maybe he might have a chance if he sacrificed the war treasure ship. But for Lin Shiming, the system prompts that the Jindans Henrin of the Kingsuan sect are monitoring the entire small world. If there are any cultivators from the Kingsuan sect, he dare not show his harvest and all his combat power, let alone use the war treasure ship, because he will be completely targeted by those Jindans Henrin. The purpose of their trip, the 4th-level alchemy inheritance, the taking purple jade fruit, and the 1,000-year spiritual essence, have all been in their pockets, so how could they take such a risk? The purple cloud of the taking purple jade python, together with the illusion, soon disappeared in the wilderness, and no one knew where it went. Lin Shiming and Lin Yi looked at each other and were about to leave. However, not far away, Wan Kanghe had arrived with the other 4 Wanjian sect monks. It was obvious that Wan Qing's mysterious jade talisman had worked. It made them give up the siege of the purple jade python. However, Wan Kanghe and others were in a bad condition at the moment. They were seriously injured. Even if Wan Qing was not in trouble, they would not be able to kill the taking purple jade python. The 4 of them quickly took out the talisman. This talisman made Lin Shiming take a second look. It seemed that the Wanjian sect monk's previous hidden means was this precious talisman. In addition, Wan Kanghe even sent a voice to it, But the voice transmission talisman did not reply at all. The four wanted to enter the mind illusion again. However, they only heard a roar. The taking purple jade python rushed out of the mind illusion in an instant and chased the four Wanjian sect members again. Obviously, the taking purple jade python had discovered that the jade tree had been stolen, and its anger at the moment can be imagined. The four Wanjian sect monks instantly took out the third-level top-grade spirit boat and flew away. They had previously guessed that the taking purple jade python was in its last moments, but after a battle, they found that the taking purple jade python that had survived the transformation calamity was becoming more and more ferocious. It was not the end of the road. They also underestimated the physical strength of the purple mansion monster. At this moment, they could only flee in panic. Lin Yi was somewhat relieved, and then took the five-colored seal coffin and went to the center of the small world. Chen Dao Itunanzi and had reminded him of the jade slips in his storage bag countless times. Not to mention, they still had a spiritual platform in their bodies where they practiced the Yunjianju. Although he knew that the 10,000 Swords tomb might be in danger, at this moment, Lin Yi would definitely be discovered by the Kingsuan sect unless he did not go out. Fortunately, the system prompted that the spiritual platform could be stored in the cave world, so he did not worry about being occupied by the spiritual sword in the 10,000 Swords tomb. After running for most of the day with a five-colored silk coffin, Lin Yi and Lin Xianzi also put away the silk coffin, took out the third-level spiritual boat, and flew towards the center. This time, the spiritual boat was also driven by Lin Xianzi, while Lin Yi began to investigate the harvest this time. The jade tree of taking purple jade fruit was undoubtedly the biggest harvest. As soon as it was taken out of the storage bag, only the fourth-level gem was seen, with infinite purple glow and lingering spiritual light. It was extremely well preserved, which made him marvel at Xiao Chen again. Without checking too much, Lin Yi directly put the jade tree into the cave world. At this time, the storage bag seemed to him to be unsafe. In addition to the jade tree, he also found a taking purple jade fruit in Xiao Chen's storage bag, and two more in Wan Qing's storage bag. Together with the one he originally obtained, they harvested a total of 4 taking purple jade fruits. Lin Yi's heart was immediately excited. With these 4 taking purple jade fruits, not only he can successfully break through the purple mansion in the future, even Lin Shitao, Lin Shiji, and Lin Shilai can break through the middle purple mansion, and wait until the next 300 years, the taking purple jade fruit jade tree will mature again. Instead, they are currently lacking a 4th-order spiritual vein to place the taking purple jade fruit tree. 7th Uncle. There is also the purple mysterious jade. When taking the treasure, Lin Yi spoke excitedly again. This purple mysterious jade is exactly the one that Wan Qing auctioned in Jidai City. For a moment, Lin Xianzi was extremely excited. You must know that the taking purple jade fruit needs to be refined into the purple mansion spiritual liquid. The highest of the Lin family is only a 3rd-order middle-grade alchemist. With Lin Xianzi's birthday, he may not be able to hold on until that moment. As for finding a purple mansion alchemist to refine it, it is even more dangerous. But now, with the 4th-order purple mansion gem and the 1,000-year spiritual essence, Lin Xianzi's probability of breaking through the purple mansion is already 30%. Almost as soon as he leaves the secret realm, he can start trying to break through the purple mansion. Thinking of that moment, both Lin Yi and Lin Xianzi were excited. Chapter 269, Soul Protection Jade Burning. In addition to the taking purple jade fruit, Lin Yi could not find many rare spiritual fruits and spiritual materials in the storage bags of the two. There are many 4th-level treasures, and there is a kind of 5-color mud, which can be used with a 4th-level Zhengjin he harvested to refine magic flying swords. Such magic weapons are not only powerful, but also highly plastic. After being nurtured for dozens or hundreds of years, they will definitely have the opportunity to become the best among magic weapons. There are many such spiritual materials, which makes Lin Yi sigh at the richness of the two. There are even many other auxiliary spiritual medicines for the purple jade liquid. Obviously, Xiao Chen and Wan Qing are ready to refine the purple mansion jade liquid after getting the purple jade fruit. In this way, the Lin family only needs Lin Shitao to improve his alchemy skills, and the Lin family can start refining the elixir. And there are enough fault tolerances. If the refining is good, it is possible to refine several portions of purple mansion jade liquid. In addition to the 4th-level alchemy inheritance recently obtained, the Lin family may be able to have a 4th-level alchemist as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Shiming suddenly felt better. A family with strong combat power does not mean that it has a deep foundation. Only when the four arts of cultivation develop in parallel can it be truly long-lasting. In addition to natural treasures, the two also have a lot of spiritual stones. I don't know how many cultivators they robbed along the way. These two are ruthless and have robbed others in the small world. There are also many magic tools and jade slips, but not many of them are pleasing to Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi. The Peach Blossom River scenery map is a good third-level top-grade treasure. In addition, Wan Qing's heavy sword is also a precious third-level top-grade magic weapon, and it is very heavy. The main practice of the Wanjian sect cultivators is the heavy sword, which emphasizes the unity of man and sword. Therefore, they carry the heavy sword all day long, and while exercising their bodies, they can also improve their sword perception. However, this heavy sword is not of much benefit to Lin Shiming. Not to mention that this kind of sword is a standard magic weapon of the Wanjian sect. If an outsider uses it, the Wanjian sect will definitely come to the door. Besides, the Lin family has the mountain ape body refining technique, so they don't need to care about this little bit of profit. Among the remaining magic tools, there is a jade pendant that caught his attention. This jade pendant is the jade ring on Wan Qing's neck. This jade is obviously a rare spiritual consciousness defense magic tool. Although he has practiced a soul-splitting technique and his spiritual consciousness is much stronger than ordinary cultivators, he is still greatly affected by magic tools that attack the soul, such as the soul-splitting flag. With this soul-protecting jade, Lin Shiming is more confident. The soul-protecting jade is extremely warm and elegant. When you touch it, you feel a slightly cold touch. It actually has the same effect as the futon he got in the Purple Mansion cave mansion. This made him a little surprised at the extraordinary soul-protecting jade. Of course, apart from these three magic tools, the remaining magic tools seem sparse and ordinary. Although there are also third-level top-grade magic tools, Lin Xianzi and Lin Shiming have no shortage of attack magic tools, so they can only be put in the storage bag and put into the family treasure house later. In addition to the magic tools, there were also some techniques in the jade slips. What disappointed him was that there were no secret techniques of the Wanjian sect. Most of them were some ordinary techniques and some small secret techniques with little power, especially those of Xiao Chen. Looking at this posture, Xiao Chen seemed to have the intention of establishing his own family after breaking through the Purple Mansion. Lin Shiming put away the jade slips of the techniques one by one. After searching the storage bags of the two, he finally had time to look in the direction of the Wanjian tomb. In the distance, sword shadows swept across the sky and earth, like swords that had become immortals, very impressive. Even though they were separated by an unknown number of miles, Lin Shiming still felt the magic of these swords. Moreover, every time he looked, the second spiritual platform in his body began to glow and become extremely hot. Obviously, they who practiced the Yunjian Ju were a little different from other cultivators. This made him feel ridiculous. A group of cultivators wanted to seize the treasure, but they didn't know that the treasure they thought was going to seize them. Thinking of this, Lin Shiming's impression of Zixuan Sanren was reduced by half. No wonder the system prompted that day that without Zifu divine consciousness, it was impossible to withstand ordinary spiritual swords. These spiritual swords in front of him seemed to have achieved great success. Even Jinden monks might not be able to subdue them. Shiming, do you also feel the call and heat? Lin Xianzi sat at the front of the spiritual boat and turned to look at Lin Shiming. Seventh uncle, I do feel this way. Of course, I am more worried. Lin Shiming was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. Lin Xianzi did not reply immediately, but sighed and let the strong wind blow his temples. Your feelings should be right. Xianjian Peak of Qingxuan sect is famous for its ruthless sword. After a long time, Lin Xianzi spoke. Sometimes, people always have some expectations. After speaking, the two looked at the sky and were speechless for a long time. Zifu Sanren's actions, in general, were good enough for their Lin family. Although 1,000 gold coins are enough to buy a horse's bones, who can face death calmly? Especially now that Lin Xianzi has the purple mysterious jade and the millennium spiritual essence, and the Purple Mansion opportunity is right in front of him, how can he be willing? A full lifespan of 500 years means that he can still protect the Lin family for a full 250 years. But he understands that at the critical moment, he can't retreat no matter what, even if the Purple Mansion is right in front of him. Because behind him, There is a younger generation who may lead the Lin family to the golden elixir in the future. Also because, that person calls him the seventh uncle. Seeing Lin Yi looking forward, Lin Shiming was a little stunned. The next moment, he took out the Peach Blossom River scenery map, swiped it into the air, and the spirit boat entered the illusion. Then he took out the soundproof formation and various formations. Lin Yi was confused by Lin Shiming's actions. In his opinion, Lin Shiming was nothing more than taking out a treasure of the level of the taking purple jade fruit tree. But in the small world, the two of them took too many treasures of this kind. There was no need to do so, but the next moment, he felt as if he was teleported to a small world. It was as if he was pulled into a special magic circle. Shiming, come behind me. Lin Yi was as if he was facing a great enemy. This time, Lin Shiming was a little confused. But the next moment, Lin Yi saw the red-haired demon monkey, who was sitting under the shining fruit tree with his eyes wide open, looking at Wang Jiao alone with a spiritual shell with a helpless look. The shining fruit tree was full of flowers, and each petal was extremely beautiful. He also saw the flashing arcs on the golden thunder bamboo. One spiritual bamboo was already 3 feet high, while the other was only half a foot. Further away, there was a slightly bald tea tree, with only a small cluster of spiritual tea leaves on the top. The golden winged mantis was crawling under the tea tree and taking a nap. Shiming got to cave world, but failed to report it to the seventh uncle. Please blame the seventh uncle. Lin Shiming said beside him. What do you blame? Lin Yi asked with a smile on his face. It should be. With this dragon of luck in our Lin family, why should we worry about not prospering? Lin Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. However, when he thought about it, there were too many miracles on Lin Shiming, and he felt that it was natural. So much so that now that he had this treasure, the waves in his heart seemed to be flat. And you know, in the entire Zhao state, even in the cultivation world of Chu, Qi and Yan, no real person has ever heard of a cave world. Can you tell the seventh uncle that the seventh uncle is very happy, but this matter is of great importance? You shouldn't tell me. Lin Yi was happy, but also a little melancholy. This kind of treasure is of great importance. It is many times higher than the taking purple jade fruit. Even a giant and real person would be jealous of this kind of treasure. As for not being able to lose face, how many of these old cultivators who have lived for hundreds of years really have the face? Seventh uncle, look at your spiritual platform. Do you still have that feeling? Lin Shiming did not answer Lin Yi's words. In his opinion, telling Lin Yi would not necessarily expose the small world. If he didn't tell Lin Yi, he would definitely die and become the real vessel of the sword. After hearing what Lin Shiming said, Lin Yi also looked inside the spirit platform and found that there was no movement. However, the next moment, he shook his head. He was an old man, and hiding in here was nothing. Lin Shiming was in danger. Seventh uncle, Shiming's spirit platform is bound to the small world, and the spirit platform can be placed in the small world. Lin Shiming saw Lin Yi's admiration and instantly understood that the latter was worried about him, and explained again. When Lin Yi heard what Lin Shiming said, his eyes shone. The purpose of their grandparents and grandchildren coming to the small world has been achieved. As for whether they can take the sort of spiritual communication, they can't take it. Anyway, Zixuan Sanren has so many preparations. Seventh uncle, but I may have to wrong you today. Lin Shiming spoke again. When Lin Yi heard this, he naturally understood. Lin Shiming meant that Lin Yi had been dead since he left the secret realm. But in his opinion, this was nothing. Anyway, he is an old man, and he is still practicing Renshu Genjinju. It would be abnormal if he didn't die. And this can also offset the fear of the entire Zhao Kingdom cultivators towards the Lin family. The development of the Lin family in recent years can be described as rapid. Whether it is the Lin family's industry, the 4 arts of cultivation, the family members, or the high-level cultivators, they have all turned over countless times. These may not be perceived by others during wars and when treasures are in trouble, but once it reaches a period of peaceful development. At that time, there will be too many obstacles, and gods, ghosts, cows and snakes will jump out. The most important thing is that Lin Yi has time to go to Shuangmu Island and break through the Purple Mansion. Shiming. Lin Yi didn't know how to brag about Lin Shiming at this moment. This young man who grew up under his nose has now become the real pillar of the Lin family after more than 30 years. He has done better than any other patriarch. I hope that the seventh uncle will break through the purple mansion as soon as possible. This is the expectation of the entire Lin family for generations. Lin Shiming also said. When Lin Xianzi heard this, he couldn't help but smile. For this great-grandson, he was smooth in his actions and measured in his words, no worse than those old monks who were over 100 years old. By the way, seventh uncle, the fourth-level spiritual vein we obtained before was placed in the cave world by me, but it only became a third-level top-grade spiritual vein. It doesn't matter, the spiritual vein itself is for you to deal with, but it's a pity that the spiritual veins in this small world or secret realm cannot be transplanted. Lin Xianzi waved his sleeves and didn't care at all. It's just a pity. There are many spiritual veins in this small world and this kind of secret realm. It's just that there are the rules of the avenue, and the dragon-seeking disc can't transplant them at all. It's a big loss for their trip. After leaving the secret realm, the two sat on the spirit boat again. Looking at the shining spiritual sword in the distance, they didn't worry at this moment, but were amazed and watched with relish. If you can comprehend one or half of the sword power exerted by the spiritual sword, you will benefit a lot. Seventh uncle, let's use the spirit seal to control some spirit beasts to prepare. Lin Shiming suggested. All the spirit beasts that Lin Shiming had used before were fed to the purple mansion monster as abandoned beasts. Now that the battle for the 10,000 swords tomb is imminent, he naturally cannot be unprepared. As for Chen Dao Idun, he was very anxious. It is normal for the middle and late stages of the foundation building families to fly a little slower. Along the way, Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi once again controlled 5 monster beasts, 3 for Lin Shiming and 2 for Lin Xianzi. Lin Shiming could still control 1, but because there was no suitable third-order late-stage monster beast, 1 was left empty. Along the way, the two also met many fellow cultivators, some from the Kingsun sect, some from the 10,000 Swords sect, and some from the Spirit Beast sect. The Demon sect did not meet the cultivators from the Corpse Training sect and the Heavenly Demon sect, and they seemed to have disappeared along the way. Everyone's goal was the same, the 10,000 Swords tomb. Especially the 10,000 Swords sect, who carried swords and flew the highest. At this moment, it seemed as if the 10,000 Swords tomb in front of them was their 10,000 Swords sect. Every time he met someone from Kingsun sect, Lin Shiming would step forward and call him senior brother. However, these senior brothers left in a hurry. They did not respond much to him, a junior brother in the middle stage of foundation building. Lin Shiming was not annoyed. Coming to the 10,000 Swords tomb, he was completely in the eyes of the real person. At this moment, he looked like everyone was being monitored by the real person, and he wished that everyone would regard him as an ordinary cultivator. After flying for 2 full days, Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi also arrived at the 10,000 Swords tomb. The 10,000 Swords tomb is a mountain that looks like a sword. The mountain is inserted diagonally into the ground, like a defeated abandoned sword. The mountain is full of black fog, and the mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the peak, is full of swords. Lin Shiming did not know how many swords there were. The black fog could block the divine consciousness. At this moment, everyone could only imagine the number of swords like ordinary people counting stars. Of course, more people were thinking about how to go to the sword tomb and pull out 1 or 2 swords. The area near the 10,000 Swords tomb was already full of people. In the sky were the Spirit Beast sect monks riding on birds and beasts, and on the left were the Spirit Talisman sect monks wearing heavenly talisman robes. The Kingsun sect was on the right. Lin Shiming quickly found Xian in the crowd, and Chen Dao Idun, Yi Changgigan and others were there. They came quite early. It is Shiming's weak cultivation that has dragged down all the brothers. Please blame me, Brother Chen. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi came to Chen Dao Idun. Chen Dao Idun glanced at Lin Shiming, but did not say anything. He just motioned Lin Shiming to get ready. Then, he continued to look at the spiritual sword in the sky. Of course, at this moment, Lin Shiming also knew, because the spiritual platform in his body was like a furnace at this moment, and it was also extremely hot. Chapter 270 Sword Tomb Secret Method. Lin Shiming looked around. Although everyone was looking at the sword shadow in the sky, he still found that the reaction of the 10 of them was the most intense. However, to his disappointment, he did not find the person who supervised the battle. Among the 11 of them, at least 2 supervised the battle. Chen Dao Idun, needless to say, must have been acting with his scorching eyes just now. He was definitely a very cunning person. And there was at least 1 person left, Who was the hidden supervisor? If anyone dared not to go on the stage, he would probably be backstabbed. However, he didn't know whether it was one person or several people left, and who they were. These people behaved too normally. According to the practice method, it was impossible to identify them. Except for him, the others were all majoring in the 5-element sword art of their respective attributes. Anyone could be possible, and no one could be possible. Since he couldn't guess, Lin Shiming simply stopped guessing, and instead paid attention to the sword tomb in front of him. Xian took the initiative to walk to the side of the two and looked at Lin Shiming and the two. There was some worry in his eyes, and he looked at the sword tomb with desire. What did you gain along the way? Xian transmitted his voice. I encountered a demon cultivator and was chased all the way. Lin Shiming shook his head and did not elaborate. Judging from Xian's expression, he probably did not find the elixir to break through the purple mansion, and could only pin his hopes on the sword tomb. As long as he had the spiritual sword, Zixuan Sanren would protect his purple mansion. This time is indeed more dangerous than before. Xian also sighed. He also did not elaborate, but the anger in his eyes was self-evident. It is estimated that on this trip, he also encountered a demon cultivator who was trying to steal the treasure. However, in Lin Shiming's view, the Spirit Beast sect, the Spirit Talisman sect, and the 10,000 Swords sect are better than the Demon sect. In this small world, who is the hunter and who is the prey, only those who get out alive know. As if seeing Lin Shiming's doubts about the sword tomb, Xian began to introduce it as if he was breaking through the world tower. This sword tomb is the place where the sword cultivators of the Tebe sword sect passed away their weapons, and it is also the place where their swords are passed down. It is rumored that there are 180,000 magic swords, of which 30% are 3rd-grade top-grade magic swords. In addition, there are 81 4th-grade magic flying swords, 9 5th-grade magic flying swords, and 3 6th-grade magic flying swords. Even if someone takes it away, the Tebe sword sect will replenish it and always keep this number. Moreover, here, you must be recognized by the spirit sword, otherwise even the most outstanding successor of the Tebe sword palace cannot take any sword. Xian said, with a hint of envy in his eyes. This is the foundation of the Yuanying sect. A sword tomb for disciples, even with a 6th-grade magic flying sword. At the same time, it is not determined by birth, but only by talent. You must know that next to these magic flying swords, there are many inheritances of a generation of sword cultivators. Although there is no Tebe sword sect skills, the perception of the sword cultivators alone is already precious and extraordinary. There are rumors that the secret method of the Tebe sword sect sword generating all methods is recorded in detail in the sword tomb. The first level of the realm of sword cultivation is the transformation of sword light, the second level is the condensation of sword energy, and the third level is the sword generating all methods. At this level, you can be called a generation of sword immortals. Everything can be broken, and nothing can be invaded. The Xianjian peak cultivators of the Qingxuan sect are so jealous, not to mention the Wanjian sect next to them, which claims to be the orthodox sword way. Their eyes are eager to be embedded in the sword tomb. Among these 5th level or 6th level magic weapons, they have generated spiritual intelligence and can be called spiritual swords. However, because these spiritual swords are born here, their strength is often not comparable to their own level. The spiritual communication of the 5th level magic weapon is often the existence of the 4th level purple mansion. Moreover, these spiritual communication cannot attack cultivators. This is the rule of the sword tomb. Xian said firmly. At this point, his eyes became more determined, and his spiritual platform was already shining. He felt the call. It is indeed the work of a big sect. Lin Shiming was also amazed. This sect was too terrifying. These sword cultivators really rely on their talents to inherit. Even if the sword cultivator is not here, his sword is still looking for a master for his mantle. Those with mediocre talents will not pass it on, even if the sword is covered in dust. Of course, Lin Shiming also knew that the spiritual sword would naturally be looked down upon by ordinary cultivators, so Zixuan Sanren chose the Yunjianju. Yunjianju is to make the spirit platform into an existence that can nourish flying swords, a living scabbard. At that time, those spiritual swords can be occupied at will. Thinking of this, Lin Shiming also mourned for Xian in his heart. Xian's feelings were right. He would definitely be able to obtain the spiritual sword, but he didn't know whether he would still be himself at that time. Of course, his silent mourning in his heart was just that. Although Xian had a special relationship with him, in fact, The benefits were greater than the friendship. He couldn't reveal this secret because of Xian, or even expose the cave world. Moreover, as one of the direct disciples of Zixuan Sanrun, there is a possibility that he is the hidden supervisor of the battle. Brother Z, why don't these cultivators go up the mountain to get the sword now? Lin Shiming asked with some doubts. If Chen Dao Iwan and others are waiting for them, it is impossible for the people from the other sects and other factions of Qingxuan sect to be indifferent. And you have to know that there are nearly 200 people gathered behind the 10,000 swords tomb now. Wait? Xian looked at the sky, and the majestic and detached sword shadows were rising to the sky at this moment. When the sword shadow disappears, the fog of the sword tomb will disperse a sword-seeking path. At that time, it will be our opportunity. Everyone who walks into the sword-seeking path is different, and when they come out again, it means that they have found a sword in the sword mountain. After Xian finished speaking, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his face was extremely confident. In this sword tomb, who can compare with them who have at least comprehended the sword-like transformation, not to mention that they also have the secret method of Yunjianju. Hearing this, Lin Shiming also nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, he found a small hill and began to look at the cultivators of other sects. In the entire Wanjian tomb, there are only 4 sects of cultivators, which is too unusual in his opinion. Even if there are not many people practicing sword cultivation in Xianmo sect and Lianxi sect, they will not really let the 4 sects of the righteous path to obtain swords and magic weapons here. Especially the 3 sects of Zhao state, which is headed by Qingxuan sect. At this time, he wanted to inquire about the news of the 4 sects, but found that he knew too few cultivators of the 4 sects, and even Lin Xianzi, who has practiced for many years, can know many cultivators of Xianjian peak of Qingxuan sect, which is considered to be worthy of making friends. As for asking the other disciples of Zixuan Sanrun, he thought about it for a while and gave up. Xian was like this, and the others were probably excited at this moment. In order to cooperate, he even had to pretend to be like everyone else, looking at the sword shadow in the sky and waiting. In fact, part of his attention was already on the leaders of the cultivators from other sects. The leader of the Qingxuan sect was a senior brother Zhao from Shenji Peak, Zhao Wuji. It was rumored that he was not only a natural spiritual root, but also had the strength of the peak of foundation building. He was also the direct disciple of Shenji's Henren. The status of a disciple of Jindan's Henren can be imagined. Even someone as strong as Chen Dao Iwan was very respectful to the latter. In addition to senior brother Zhao, there was also a senior brother in white clothes. The Qingxuan sect cultivators had never seen him, but he was very close to Zhao Wuji. His strength and cultivation must be at the peak of the 3rd level. The leading cultivator of the Spirit Beast sect was a hook-nosed cultivator named Wang Yu. He sat on a golden rock. His cultivation was also very high. He was the most prestigious among the cultivators of the Spirit Beast sect. Speaking of this person, Lin Shiming had seen him in Jiwai City. The cultivator of Wanjian sect was a middle-aged man with a square face named Wan Changqing. The most notable thing was that there were 3 swords behind him. The 3 swords were of different sizes. The small one was only more than 1 foot long, and the big one was 5 feet long. They were not much different from his body. The cultivator of Lingfu sect was led by a girl, wearing a Xianfu robe, and there was a red mole on her forehead. Her name was Ying Hongao, and she was also a disciple of the Jindan cultivator of Lingfu sect. Lin Shiming kept looking at the cultivators around him. Although this place was not all the cultivators who entered this small world, but it also represented most of the cultivators. For him, he was unwilling to be an enemy of anyone at the peak of foundation building, and even the stronger ones in the late stage of foundation building, he had to stay away from them. At the moment of being monitored, he did not think it was a wise move to stand out and offend the other party. Besides, he came here just for the sake of going through the motions. As Lin Shiming kept memorizing the characteristics of the cultivators, he secretly decided to only show the strength of the peak disciples in the middle stage of foundation building. The sword shadows in the sky also became extremely bright. The sword lights reflected the eternity, and the sword shadows were overwhelming. Finally, at a certain moment, it reached the extreme. As if all the power was released, the sword shadows immediately retreated towards the sword mountain. Like a rising tide, it slowly retreated. At this moment, all the cultivators began to rub their hands, ready to enter the 10,000 swords tomb to find a peerless sword. On the sword mountain, the dusk was heavy, and the light was very little under the black fog. As the sword light in the sky slowly fell, it slowly shrank into dozens of swords. In these sword tombs, every sword floated in the air, standing, lying, drawing swords, or sheathing. The next moment, there was only a buzzing sound. All the swords began to tremble, making a crisp sword sound. These spirit swords seemed to come alive and began to draw their swords. Another 30 years. A hoarse sigh sounded. Young guy, this time, will you lower the difficulty? A questioning voice appeared beside him. Probably, but it won't be much lower. A voice echoed. Why lower the difficulty? We are spiritualists. How can ordinary people approach us? Yang Yang, it is precisely because of your thoughts that we have been left here for thousands of years. That's you. If there is no one who can inherit the legacy, can't we walk out a true path of sword immortals? You must know that there are spirits in the spirit world. Okay, stop arguing. Do you feel it? This time, the scabbard appears. As soon as these words came out, dozens of swords in the void began to tremble more and more violently. Even sword lights appeared in the void. As if confirming something, the next moment, the sound of swords began again. I saw countless sword lights evolving and condensing. In the territory of Zhao State, it is extremely rare for sword lights to take shape and sword energy to condense, but under these spirit swords, they can be easily displayed. For thousands of years, these swords have been restless. The people from Tebei Sword Palace are back. After a long time, another question was raised. No, it should be that the method of the spiritual sword to break the purple mansion has been obtained by someone. As soon as this was said, many swords began to be quiet. The method of the scabbard was originally the oldest method of the Tebei sword sect, and it was for the purpose of taking away the spiritual sword from the 10,000 swords tomb. Use your body to cultivate the sword, and use the spirit platform as lamp oil. Then give it to the younger generation, but over the years, the fall of the Tebei sword sect has caused these spiritual swords to forget. The scabbard is undoubtedly their opportunity, but by the same token, after they go out, they may still be attacked by the secret method of gathering pills. I must try. Another word sounded. If they can eat my sword, even if they take it to gather pills, what's the harm? At this time, the voice that had been sighing for 30 years sounded again. Didn't you notice that this time, Senior CEO also ascended to the sky to reflect? As soon as this was said, many swords in the void looked in one direction. They then recalled that when the reflection just now occurred, Senior CEO, who had been indifferent and guarding the sacred mountain, also began to ascend to the sky and reflect, almost covering most of the secret realm of the small world. And that kind of ability is not something that their spiritual swords of the 5th level magic weapons can display. Outside the sword mountain, the sword shadow disappeared. The entire sword tomb began to return to calm, revealing the black mountain body. The black mist began to roll and began to gather, thicker in the thick and thinner in the thin. As a result, a path dozens of feet long for climbing was left. Everyone watched the changes in the sword tomb, but no one moved first. The fog had not stopped yet, and everyone could only look towards the sword tomb, hoping to see a peerless sword outside the mountain. Although those who can stay here are obsessed with treasure hunting, they also have a good understanding of themselves. On the contrary, the people of the 10,000 swords sect, carrying heavy swords, seemed to be the first to go. Everyone, follow me up the mountain to find the sword. Chen Daoyun walked in front of Lin Shiming and others. He turned his head and looked into their eyes, then walked in front. The 11 people also walked forward in an instant. They would not fall behind the Wanjian sect. With the preparations of everyone, the passage was finally formed, revealing a black staircase full of spiritual swords. It was somewhat similar to the Kingsuan sect's immortal staircase. The one walking in the front was Wang Yu, who strode onto the stairs. Then, magically, everyone outside could no longer see Wang Yu's figure. Obviously, the latter had entered the sword tomb and climbed up the sword mountain. With Wang Yu's entry, more and more Wanjian sect monks entered, and at this time, what Lin Shiming did not expect was that, as expected, Ziyan walked at the back, and Yi Changgian of the Yi family also walked at the back. Lin Shiming was really a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was normal. At the same time, his mind became clearer about the arrangement of Zixu and Sanrun. On the surface, he was also closer to Lin Xianzi. As a junior, he would do the same when encountering a secret realm, so Lin Shiming was generous. Because they would be separated when climbing the ladder, he had to take Lin Xianzi into his cave as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Hints and Sword Formation. Chen Daoyun was the first to step into the sword tomb, followed by the other two disciples of Zixuan Sanren, Yi Qingren and Zhao Yongcheng. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianci were ranked in the last four. Only Yi Changgian and Xian were left behind. Lin Xianci walked in front, and because of the randomness of the sword tomb, Lin Xianci felt a little uneasy. The burning feeling of the spiritual platform became more and more intense, and even the sound of swords rang in their ears. When he looked around, he found that Lin Shiming and others were also looking at him. Obviously, they all had this feeling. Seeing this, Lin Xianci felt a lot more at ease, and also walked towards the sword path stairs with big strides. When Lin Xianci half-stepped onto the sword path stairs, Lin Shiming also quickened his pace and stepped into the sword path at the same time. The next moment, both of them disappeared in the sword path. Xian glanced at Lin Xianci and Lin Shiming. His eyes did not change at all, and then turned to look at Yi Changgian. Yi Changgian, who had been rushing forward, suddenly retreated backwards. This scene happened so fast that people had no time to react. The next moment, Xian suddenly drew his longsword and chased after Yi Changgian. The reactions of the two also made the entire Qingxuan sect cultivators extremely confused. Xian, are you sure you want to force me to say it? After all, Yi Changgian was only in the late stage of foundation building. At this moment, he was no match for Xian. Not to mention that Xian's swordsmanship at this moment was far more exquisite than before. Speak. Xian didn't care at all. The sword in his hand didn't listen at all. The huge flame swordsmanship showed countless sword beams. I thought it was a member of the Lin family, but I didn't expect it to be you, Yi Changgian. Xian said with some disdain. However, many cultivators from the Qingxuan sect walked to Yi Changgian's side. They were the other cultivators of the Yi family. The Yi family is a purple mansion family in the Qingxuan sect. There are also many cultivators coming in. But the next moment, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly turned over, and a fiery red saber-toothed tiger made of sword energy fiercely bit towards Yi Changgian. It was the samadhi sword art that Xian performed. This saber-toothed tiger was the sword-like transformed. All of its scorching hair was densely packed with sword energy. Of course, what was even more terrifying was the two fangs of the saber-toothed tiger. The sword light was extremely blazing and condensed like the stars in the sky. It was the half-step sword energy condensation. Yi Changgian's eyes suddenly became ashen. The peak foundation cultivator performed the half-step sword energy condensation. With his strength, even the senior brother Zhao Wuji of Qingxuan sect did not dare to say that he could easily block it. You forced me to do this. You are seeking death by trying to seize the spiritual sword. Yi Changgian took the last chance and shouted angrily. However, the next moment, he was directly pierced through and died by Xian. The remaining Yi family monks were also killed one by the monks of Shenji Peak in the distance. Especially Zhao Wuji and the monk beside him, almost killed instantly as soon as they made a move. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Xian immediately bowed his hands to thank him. Uncle Ji is getting older and older, so I'll let you stay at the end. Zhao Wuji did not accept Xian's bow, but said coldly, and then walked towards the sword path. He ignored Xian. Seeing this, Xian's face naturally looked a little ugly. After a while of adjustment, he fell behind the monks of Shenji Peak. And around, a group of monks suddenly became calm, especially the monks of Wanjian sect, who almost surrounded them at this moment, but their eldest brother had already entered the sword path, and finally they could only retreat under Zhao Wuji's glare. The leading monks of Lingxiao sect and Lingfu sect were indeed there, but at this time, both of them had calm expressions. Qingxuan sect opened the secret realm of the small world with such a big hand, and they had entered it once before, so how could there be no follow-up measures? However, if they hadn't seen the treasure, they wouldn't be so stupid as to do it now. The small episode passed in an instant, as if nothing had happened the moment before. They were still quietly queuing up and walking towards the sword path stairs of the sword tomb, one by one. In the darkness, Lin Shiming only felt that he had fallen on a staircase. The second spiritual platform in his heart became extremely hot again. And it was getting hotter and hotter, like a furnace. The purple wood heart sutra in his body could not help but operate automatically, and the sword intent of the grass sword art rushed to the sky. The grass sword seed in his sea of consciousness was also vibrating like this. It was said that this grass sword seed was the sword spirit seed formed by the grass sword art he comprehended under the system prompt screen. The changes on the field became more and more intense. On the stairs, it seemed that thousands of swords were moving together, and the sound of swords resounded to the extreme. It made his body tremble. And farther away, a sword light suddenly appeared, as if a terrifying breath appeared, making him suddenly feel like carrying a mountain, and his breathing was rapid. Lin Yi dared not hesitate any longer, and moved the spiritual platform in his body into the cave world. The next moment, the pressure disappeared. The sword shadow in the distance seemed to hesitate, and fell into the sword mountain again, and disappeared. The sword movement in the sky also disappeared, and in front of him, it turned into an ordinary black staircase. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he no longer doubted the horror of the spiritual sword. The sword art was indeed very attractive to the spiritual sword. If he hadn't put it away urgently, he might have been cut off from his mind and soul by the spiritual sword in an instant. Become a scabbard shell. He dared not imagine such a scene. Of course, he didn't relax his vigilance at this moment. In his opinion, this so-called sword tomb was definitely not a good place. Weird stairs, weird reflections, and the horror of the spiritual sword, plus the inheritance of the Tebe sword school. Sure enough, the next moment, several spiritual swords floated out from the darkness of the sword mountain and slashed directly at him. These spirit swords are all different in shape, and there are 9 of them. They also used an unknown sword technique, which could form a sword formation. Lin Yi didn't expect that the swords on the sword mountain were a sword formation when he first arrived. He didn't dare to be careless at all. He took out the cloud sword and slashed at these spirit swords. The power of this sword formation is enough to reach the peak of the 3rd stage mid-stage. If it were other mid-stage foundation building cultivators, they might be suppressed by the sword formation. But for Lin Yi, no one was paying attention at the moment, so there was no need to hide, but it was easy. Under his grass sword intention, the 9 spirit swords were soon beaten back to the depths of the sword mountain. What puzzled him was that Xian said that there was no such spirit sword test, but instead climbing the sword ladder to find the sword of his choice. Now it seems that some changes have occurred, and it can no longer be speculated according to common sense. Lin Yi was puzzled, but the system prompt did not appear, so he simply continued to go up the stairs. Lin Yi walked up the 2nd step. He saw that sword energy and sword light began to gather around him. The piercing sword intent pressed towards him, as if to tear him apart. Interesting. Lin Yi had never expected that the sword ladder suppressed his grass sword intent. In other words, climbing this kind of ladder depends on the level of sword intent, not pure strength. His grass sword intent also slowly unfolded. Because of a large amount of 3rd level minx and tea, plus his deduction route, he has piled the grass sword intent to the peak of sword light transformation. Facing the sword intent in front of him, there was not much pressure. No spirit swords flew out of the 2nd step. Instead, he saw many spirit swords on both sides of the sword ladder, which were now inserted diagonally on the sword mountain, and he could get them easily. It seems that this is the spirit sword that can be obtained in the sword tomb. Lin Yi took a few glances and found that these spirit swords were all 3rd level middle grade, so he stopped paying attention and continued to walk up the stairs. In this way, he climbed another 9 steps. The spirit swords around him had become 3rd grade upper grade beings. The sword intent had also reached the point where the sword light took shape, condensing into one sword grass after another, just like the brewing sword grass seeds he had encountered before. These sword grasses only put pressure on him, but did not stab him. Lin Yi was no longer able to stroll around the garden as he had been before. When he stepped onto the 10th step, he saw 9 spirit swords flying out from the sword mountain again. The grade of these spirit swords had reached the 3rd grade upper grade, and they formed a sword formation again. Moreover, he suddenly discovered that the sword intent around him had become stronger again, and the sword grasses around him seemed to be rising from the ground one by one. Sword light took shape. Lin Yi did not expect that these grass sword intents were actually growing and absorbing sword intent. He looked again and found that the sword formation in front of him was actually a sword formation composed of grass sword tactics. The 9 spirit swords seemed to form a sword grass. And at this moment, he seemed to be in a world of green grass. The grass sword cuts the sky, and he becomes that sky. Lin Shiming's pressure increased dramatically. Before this, he practiced the grass sword art and the sword art of cutting the sky. Naturally, he knew the horror of the sword art. He dared not hesitate any longer. He released his sword intent to the extreme. Grass swords appeared around him, and these grass swords were opposite to the previous grass swords. And the next moment, the Lin sword in his hand activated the sword seed, connected the grass sword art, and cut towards the sword formation in the sky together. Grass cuts the sky. At this moment, Lin Shiming did not hold back at all. Boom! With a loud noise, the sword formation disappeared. Lin Shiming breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was not good. This was only the 10th step. There were also 3rd level top grade magic swords around, but he had already used his strongest move. If he wanted to continue to climb up, he had to use his other means, but whether it was the grinding god plate, the 5-color silkworm coffin, or even the Yuan magnetic seal, he was not sure that he would be able to successfully suppress these spirit swords. But if he failed, that possibility, he dared not imagine. Of course, if the rules of the sword path ladder were like this, he could still climb 8 more steps and stop at the 19th step. However, before he could climb another step, a system prompt appeared in his mind. It was just not a text prompt, but another screen prompt. The grass sword formation composed of 9 spirit swords appeared in front of him. And it kept reappearing. Is this a sword formation? Lin Shiming was also very surprised at this moment. He didn't expect the system prompt to copy the 2nd level of the test of the sword tomb and reproduce it for him to comprehend. Once. Twice. When it came to the 9th time, Lin Shiming's understanding of the grass sword art became even clearer. 1 grass can cut off the heaven, earth, sun and moon. Then 9 grasses? How terrifying. This is clearly the sword formation version of the grass sword art to cut off the sky. Lin Shiming was very excited. He didn't expect that the sword tomb would have such an advantage. Of course, at this moment, his grass sword seed might not be able to support him to perform this move. Lin Shiming shook his head. The screen prompts in his mind continued, but he did not stop. He wanted to go to the 19th floor to see if the screen prompts could continue. As the 11th floor began, the sword intent around him became more and more terrifying. He had to use his sword intent to resist all the time, and his true energy consumption became more intense. The 2 sword intents collided, and one after another sword grass disappeared into thin air, turning into spiritual light and dissipating. In the sword mountain next to him, 3rd level top grade magic swords began to appear. Lin Shiming's spirit was also shocked. If he went on, he might get a magic weapon. In a blink of an eye, he came to the 19th floor. As soon as he set foot here, the sword intent around him completely passed him. Lin Shiming had to take out a set of purplewood Zuanshan sword formation to resist the sword intent around him. At the same time, he was surprised to find that his sword intent became stronger again under this step. The sword energy condensed into silk, and he made some progress again. In the sky, as expected, there were 9 3rd-grade flying swords, forming a new grass sword formation. This sword formation was even more sharp, and the rich sword light was like a bright star, with the cold and pressing light. Lin Shiming did not dare to delay and took out 9 top-grade magic swords. These magic swords were all obtained by him this time, and he also took the first drop of the 1,000-year spiritual milk. At this moment, he did not care about the huge amount of the 1,000-year spiritual milk. He must defeat the power of these 9 swords. He raised his hand high, and the 9 top-grade spiritual swords behind him were also like a bunch of sword grass, with a grass tip facing the sky. The next moment, the rich sword light merged into one, like a bigger grass sword, and went towards the 9 top-grade spiritual swords coming from the sword mountain. Boom! A more violent explosion sounded. Lin Shiming's true essence, I don't know how many times it has been consumed, dried up, and filled with the 1,000-year spiritual milk, and then dried up again, and filled again. His spirit was concentrated to the extreme, and his understanding of the sword formation became deeper and deeper. The next moment, there was an explosion, and dots of green starlight fell. The sword light disappeared into thin air, and 9 top-grade spirit swords flew back to Jianshan. The green starlight fell into Lin Shiming's body, and he suddenly discovered that his grass sword seed, which had been exhausted and could not be restored, began to recover slowly. These green spiritual lights were like the recovery of the true essence by the 1,000-year-old spirit milk, restoring the mysterious power of his grass sword seed. Moreover, the prompt picture in his mind also changed again. At this moment, the sword that was retained became the sword just now. Lin Yi was overjoyed, and he also stayed on the stairs, constantly gaining enlightenment. And he didn't know that in the sky of Jianshan, a withered yellow grass was looking at this side. Chapter 272, Confrontation and Mutation. Outside the sword tomb, many monks were ejected by the sword mountain and fell in front of the sword stairs. Everyone wanted to step into the black stairs again. But they saw the black mist suddenly gathered and turned into a black spirit sword, slashing towards them. Everyone was horrified and hurriedly retreated. When everyone retreated, the black mist disappeared again, revealing the originally dark black stairs. The stairs also looked more mysterious. Everyone was dejected and somewhat dissatisfied with their performance. When they asked each other, their eyes were dim. They didn't mention the level of the treasure. They just became much more excited when they checked their storage bags. Many monks in the middle stage of foundation building got the peak level of the third level middle grade spirit sword. Monks in the late stage of foundation building got the third level upper grade spirit sword, and monks at the peak of foundation building got the third level top grade spirit sword. There are even fourth level magic weapons. But the disappointment in their eyes was also not false. This sword ladder is indeed not dangerous, but you have to face the sword intent and then draw the spirit sword. So even if there are good gains, how many people can be satisfied with witnessing a higher level of spiritual swords at this moment? They wish they could hold on for a little longer and get a better sword. It is extremely difficult to just walk on the stairs. It is even more difficult to cross the sword ladder and go to Jianshan to extract the spiritual sword. The huge sword intention forced them to stop. The monks of Wanjian sect are very high profile. They claim to be the orthodox sword sect. They rely on long swords and fly directly in the air, especially Wan Chanking of Wanjian sect. I saw that the sword behind him is divided into 4 handles. The latest one is extremely wide, and the spiritual light is blazing, and the treasure light is soaring into the sky. It is a 4th level magic weapon. He didn't say anything, but his might and sword energy were overwhelming. As the sword light rose, it actually pointed directly at Kingsuan sect. I heard that the sword cultivation of Xianjian peak of Kingsuan sect is unique. I also invite Otaoist friends to take a look at the sword and compete. Wan Chanking landed in front of the people of Xianjian peak of Kingsuan sect. He looked at Xian, and then at Chen Daoyin. The meaning was self-evident, and it was exactly what Yu Changin had revealed before. At this moment, most people had already withdrawn from the sword ladder, not to mention Chen Daoyin and Xian. They were the first to come out. Xian turned his head and glanced at the other brothers and sisters, and saw that the faces of the people behind him were all arrogant. Then, he looked at Chen Daoyin, and there was some evasion in his eyes. Chen Daoyin also looked back and saw that there were 11 people, but only 6 came out. He frowned and was a little disappointed, and finally looked at Wan Chanking. He reached into the storage bag and took out a 4th level magic flying sword. You win. After Chen Daoyin finished speaking, he put away the magic weapon and directly released the war treasure ship. Xian and other Xian Jianfeng monks all jumped up and arrived on the spirit boat. They were about to leave. But a huge sword turned into a size of dozens of feet in the blink of an eye, like a sword mountain, blocking the spirit boat. This fellow Taoist Chen is too insincere. We, the Wanjian sect, are also guests. It's too disrespectful to bring a newly refined magic weapon. Wan Chanking's body once again stood in front of Chen Daoyin and blocked his way. With Wan Chanking, there were 40 or 50 disciples of the Wanjian sect. In addition to the Wanjian sect disciples, on the left and right were disciples of the Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Talisman sect respectively. On the surface, the disciples of the two parties seemed to be colluding with the Kingsuan sect, but in fact, they were preventing Chen Daoyin and others from escaping from both sides. Fellow Taoist Wan, do you really think I dare not kill you? Chen Daoyin's eyes were cold and gleaming with cold light. A touch of sword intent rose, and suddenly everyone within 10 feet around felt the cold air pressing, and their hair stood up. One golden sword after another condensed and took shape in the air. The rich sword intent rose directly to the extreme. Those monks who were watching couldn't help but step back 3 steps. Only the Wanjian sect people did not retreat at all. That heavy sword, as if blessed by a mountain, also rushed up to the sky with a mountain sword intent, not afraid at all. The shadow of the mountain and the golden sword confronted each other, and for a while, the sound of the sword resounded through the sky. 2 peak sword intents confronted each other. The sword has a sword edge, which is a half-step sword energy condensed silk, and the mountain has a mountain peak, which is also a half-step sword energy condensed silk. The two are the peak dual of the peak foundation building cultivators. Instantly pulled apart. And next to him, Xian also walked out, and in his hand, a red fire sword instantly rose dozens of times. Another terrifying fire sword intent. One by one, the flaming saber-toothed tigers appeared, and the torrential sword intent once again went towards the monks of the Wanjian sect. In the Wanjian sect, another female monk also walked out, and at this moment, she also fought with Xian. However, at this time, the monks of the Wanjian sect were a little uneasy. You must know that Chen Dao Ivan and Xian are both at the peak of their strength, but at this moment, they found that there were still 4 people on the war treasure ship. However, the 4 people on the war treasure ship had extremely teasing eyes and had no intention of moving at all. They just watched quietly, which made the monks of the Wanjian sect bolder. They had 40 or 50 people against 2 people. They would not lose at all. When people are exhausted, immortal cultivators also have their true essence exhausted. Wan Shanking, you attacked our King Sun sect in our King Sun sect's territory. Are you bullying us because we have fewer people? Suddenly, another small tower flew out and landed in front of the monks of the Wanjian sect. The small tower suddenly rotated, and most of the monks of the Wanjian sect trembled and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. From the countless windows of the small tower, copper coins began to fly out. However, before the copper coins arrived, they were all sealed in the talisman array by a spiritual talisman. Zhao Wuji and a female cultivator with a red mole, Ying Hongyu, appeared in the void. Zhao Wuji frowned. Looking at Wang Yu and Ying Hongyu who appeared beside him, "Brother Zhao, I am sorry for offending you, but there are rules for sword fighting. We should not disturb you," Ying Hongyu said apologetically with a pretty face. Ying Hongyu looked like a girl, with a petite and delicate appearance. The red mole between her eyebrows made her even more lovable. When she apologized, people wanted to accept it immediately. However, the coldness in her eyes was very different from her current expression. It goes without saying that Wang Yu was standing next to her. Of course, then Brother Wang and Sister Ying should discuss the Dao with you. Zhao Wuji was not afraid at all. The spiritual sword was not only about Zixuan Sanrun, but also about the entire Xianjian peak. Even if he couldn't stand his indecisive Uncle Ji, he would not stand idly by. On the sword ladder, Lin Shiming stood quietly like a wooden man. After a long time, the sword intent suddenly rose around him. Countless sword lights pressed towards the surroundings, and the pressure of the entire staircase was instantly released. Lin Shiming also opened his eyes, and the sword intent in his eyes was amazing. He was surprised. The screen prompted by the system actually transformed the enhanced version of the Grass Heaven Slashing Sword into a sword array. And at this time, he could control the size of the sword array. For example, his current true essence and the sword intent in the sword seed can only support him to swing 3 swords, and he can perform the 3 sword in 1 heaven slashing. Compared with the previous 9 sword grasses, the demand for true essence and the requirements for the sword grass seeds are much less. Otherwise, with his current cultivation and sword grass seeds, he can't perform it at all, even with 1,000-year spiritual milk. And because of frequent comprehension, he found that his sword grass seeds seem to have absorbed nutrients, and now they have become much larger, and there is a tendency to grow new leaves in his body. By the way, his sword intent has also made a great breakthrough, and now it is comparable to the scene where Lin Xianzi did not break through before. You know, this is the peak of sword light transformation. The next level is the sword energy condensation. And he has been practicing sword for less than 20 years. If this is said, even Zixuan Sanrun will be extremely shocked. He suppressed his surprise and continued to move towards the stairs. The sword intent of the stairs became stronger and stronger. The pressure around him was getting stronger and stronger, but at this moment, because of the sublimation of the sword intent, the pressure has been reduced a lot. As the number of levels increased, Lin Shiming found that there were already 4th level flying sword magic weapons around him. And not just 1 or 2. Looking over, there were more than 10. Every time you climb a step, you will see a new magic weapon flying sword, which is more powerful. These magic weapons, as long as they break through the Purple Mansion and are nourished by the Purple Mansion, will definitely have greater power than the magic weapons of many Purple Mansion Sanrun in Zhao State. Lin Shiming's heart was a little numb at this moment, and if he was outside, the magic weapon flying sword would definitely make him feel like he had found a treasure, and he would be cautious and try every means to seize it. But he did not stop his pace and continued to move up the stairs, all the way to the 27th floor. Lin Yi looked at the strange shapes of sword grass formed by sword intent in the air, which once again surpassed his sword intent. And if he guessed correctly, on the 28th floor, there will be a half-step sword energy condensed silk. That is to say, the sword grass will have a sharp edge. And it is the sharp edge of the sword energy condensed silk. The difference of just one word, the power is unknown. Lin Yi began to hesitate. The prompt screen in his mind has not disappeared, which means that if he wants to continue to comprehend, he can still do it. But on the next floor, there will not only be sword intent of sword energy condensed silk, but also magic weapons to attack him. Lin Yi still stopped. Even though Xian said that this sword tomb would not be dangerous, he knew about the spiritual sword and the sword accumulation method, and there was a danger of flying sword attack that was not originally there. How could he not be careful? You know, his system prompt has become a system screen, and he can't predict what will happen next. After hesitating again and again, Lin Yi still stopped. Even if he reached the 28th floor, he might get a more powerful grass sword formation and get a greater harvest. But he also knew that one cannot eat a fat man in one bite, and that one should do what one can. He stayed on the 27th floor and slowly comprehended the prompts in his mind. In the sky above the sword mountain, more than a dozen swords were floating in the air. But surprisingly, at this moment, all the swords were pointing directly at the foot of the sword mountain. There was no sword sound, and no communication. Beside the swords, the withered grass also stood quietly. But the withered grass began to sway, as if a little impatient. The next moment, a yellow light appeared. The withered grass disappeared from the spot. Dozens of floating swords were left behind. These swords began to move, began to make sword sounds, and became active as if reflected. It's over. Senior CAO has taken a fancy to that boy, and he's going out too. If I had known earlier, I would have rushed to occupy those scabbards. Don't make a fuss. How could Senior CAO take a fancy to that boy? Although he has a sword seed, he hasn't even reached the level of sword energy condensation, and his cultivation is only in the middle stage of foundation building. But Senior CAO has already broken the rules and taken the initiative. Impossible. Even if Senior CAO is willing, it is no longer the Taiyi divine sword that kills all enemies in the world. The doubts in the void became louder and louder, and in their eyes, the withered grass really flew into the sword ladder. It fell from the 81st floor. 70 floors. 60 floors. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 28th floor. The next floor is the 27th floor. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the withered grass, he only felt desolate, killing, and unyielding. This is clearly the grass in his picture. Lin Yi was horrified. The sword intent around his body became overwhelming again and pressed towards him. He never expected that even if he stopped at the 27th floor, this situation would still happen. At this moment, the pressure of death made his mind unusually calm. He raised his hand, and 4 top-grade magic swords suddenly appeared in his hand. His limit is 3 top-grade magic swords, but at this moment, he can't care about the most. He must do his best. Another drop of 1,000-year spiritual milk dripped into his mouth. It was too late for the war treasure ship. The spiritual shield and attack formed by him alone were only at the level of the 3rd stage. Unless he controlled 6 puppets and 3 3rd-stage late-stage monsters in one breath and let them land on the war treasure ship. But how could that be possible? Unless he prepared in advance, it would take at least 3 breaths. Under the pressure of death, let alone 3 breaths, even 1 breath was not enough for him. The 3 spiritual platforms were running frantically. At this moment, he didn't care about the attack of the spiritual sword. If he didn't choose to draw his sword again, he felt that he would die. At this moment, he felt that death was closer than ever. The sword grass seeds were also running wildly, and all the sword intent was poured out. Suddenly, 4 sword grasses formed a sky-cutting formation and rushed towards the withered yellow sword grass. The next moment, the withered yellow sword grass disappeared. Lin Yi cut into the air, and his sky-cutting sword formation suddenly failed. The power of the sword formation immediately tore a huge vacuum zone in the fog in the darkness. The rampant sword energy lasted for a long time. He gasped heavily. He wanted to curse a little. The weirdness of this sword ladder was really beyond his imagination. Just now, he felt that death was reaching out. But he didn't know why. After he released the sky-cutting sword formation, the withered yellow grass disappeared. The sword intent was exhausted, and Lin Shiming had to cross his legs and walk down to continue to recover. But just after recovering a little, he stood up again. He couldn't stay here any longer. At this moment, he just wanted to take the 4th level magic weapon and leave. He looked at the sword mountain next to him. The 4th level magic weapons here were already 4th level lower grade peak magic weapons, much stronger than the twin sword magic weapons they had obtained before, and the gold brick magic weapon they had obtained in the Purple Mansion cave. He didn't hesitate, crossed the sword path stairs, and walked towards the sword mountain next to him. As soon as he fell into the sword mountain, he saw a thick black fog in front of him. The thick fog dissipated again, and he appeared in front of a palace. Keep writing, there's still one chapter, it must come out tonight. Chapter 273, 3 Life Sword Techniques Phantom Blood Lotus. Lin Shiming couldn't describe what kind of palace this was. It stood between heaven and earth. It was lonely and silent. And it was mostly covered by black fog. He could only see half of this sword palace. Lin Shiming stopped. He didn't know why the normal way of taking the sword had changed again. You know, normally, it was just climbing a mountain to take the sword. How come now when he came here, not only did the flying sword attack appear, but now there was also the strange sword palace? He wanted to retreat. But he found that the back was covered by black fog. He tried to cross it. But he found that the dark fog seemed to be another kind of sword intent, which instantly made him fly backwards. Returning to the original place again, he was unwilling to move again. In such a place, only the system prompts could make him feel safe. He had to wait for the arrival of the next day. Lin Shiming meditated quietly, but in fact, he had already contacted Lin Yi in the cave world and asked the latter to prepare the war treasure ship. As long as he released the war treasure ship, he would truly have the combat power of the Purple Mansion. At this moment, he could not care even if he was discovered by the Jindans Henrin of Kingsun sect. If he died now, there would be no future for the small world. Lin Shiming sat down to meditate and prepare quietly. Since he could not move forward or backward, he simply recovered his true essence. Because he had swallowed a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk before, there was still some residue in his body at this moment, so he recovered extremely quickly. However, the recovery of the sword grass seed slowed down. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Shiming released the golden-winged mantis and the red-haired demon monkey again, and then followed the system prompts again to comprehend the sword formation and sword intent. After a long time, Lin Shiming still sat on the ground, closed his eyes and rested, quietly watching the pictures in his mind. As he watched more and more, he had a deeper understanding of the sword intent of grass and the sword art of grass. The sword art is used for sword seeds. The sudden voice transmission made Lin Shiming pause. He opened his eyes and saw that a large amount of black fog had dissipated from the palace in front of him. He looked up and looked around, but did not see anyone. It was as if the voice transmission just now was an illusion. But he knew that it was not an illusion. Someone was definitely sending him a message. Senior, this is my first time here, I really didn't know. If I have offended you, I apologize to you. Lin Shiming bowed his hands and said hurriedly. If he guessed correctly, it was probably the spiritual sword here. It was probably because he had the spiritual platform of the sword art in the cave world, and the other party was angry. From Xian, I learned that there were quite a few spiritual swords in this sword tomb. All things have spirits, not to mention the sword spirits born in such a dark place. They are probably forcing him to hand over the spiritual platform. But he didn't understand why he released the spiritual platform when the withered yellow sword grass appeared just now. Do you know what sword cultivation is? Suddenly, a voice came back from the palace. In the voice, there was a sense of anger, which made Lin Shiming even more panic. A sword cultivator should have a clear sword heart, go against the will of heaven, and be fearless in the world. Lin Shiming was stunned. He did not raise his head, but he could sense that the black fog in the palace was getting less and less. Of course, what surprised him even more was that the person in front of him was lecturing him. He seemed to be blaming him for not going to the 28th floor, and for not entering the palace. He was also blaming him, bowing his head to apologize. But he had never claimed to be a sword cultivator. Cultivating the sword was just to enhance his strength. You are not worthy of my eyes. The voice came again, and at this moment, he suddenly discovered. At the top of the palace, a withered grass grew out of the palace. And at the root of the withered grass, there was a broken sword. Grass in the sword. And as his spiritual sense glanced over, Lin Shiming saw the cracked sky, the broken earth, and the strong men who were filled with hatred. A glance for 1,000 years, and the next moment it was the jade ring on Lin Shiming's neck that pulled him back to reality. Seeing this, he dared not look again. I am a junior with adult talent and have disappointed you. Please let me go. I will come back to repay you when I succeed in my cultivation. Lin Shiming estimated the time when the system prompt would appear, and his heart was in his throat. The withered yellow sword grass in front of him was the sword grass that fell from the stairs and wanted to chop him down on the 27th floor. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to stop, and he didn't know why the other party seemed to like to teach the younger generation a lesson. But at this moment, he just wanted to get out. His trip to the small world this time was successful, and there was no need to take risks again. At this moment, he couldn't think of a way to crack it. Even if he used the war treasure ship, he couldn't completely deal with it. The other party was a terrifying existence that could break the rules of the 10,000 Swords tomb. He needed to delay time. If he delayed too much time and the system prompt appeared, he might still have a chance of survival. Want to leave? Tell me, who taught you the method of planting sword grass and the heaven-slaying sword formation? Did you know it before? Remember, don't lie, otherwise, stay and cultivate the sword with your body. The withered yellow sword grass was obviously a little impatient. Replying to the senior, this method was taught by my master, and the sword formation did not know it before. Lin Shiming also replied in detail. He put his hand on the storage bag, paying attention to the response of the sword grass. But he found that the latter had not responded for a long time. For a while, the world was silent, and only the heartbeat filled his ears. Finally, the sword grass spoke, "Then you try this trick." Suddenly, the withered yellow sword grass moved, and countless sword grasses grew wildly around the entire sword palace. Unlike the previous sword energy transformation, this time, Lin Shiming was horrified to find that the sword intent around him was torn apart in an instant. Looking around, one sword grass after another bloomed, like a grassland. But you have to know that these are all sword-like transformations, sword intent. Under the strong sword intent, at that moment, he only felt that the whole sky was going to be silent. No one in the world can stop this sword. This is no longer cutting the sky, this is covering the sky. Not to mention him at this moment. The terrifying crisis of death appeared. At this moment, Lin Shiming could no longer hold back and suddenly opened the cave world. Lin Yi also released the defensive formation of the war treasure ship. The war treasure ship was released to the maximum, and countless spirit stones fell into the spirit slot, blooming with brilliant spiritual light. Hey, there is also the true spirit mark of the Shenji Tower. The sword grass murmured in the void. The next moment, the sword grass tore the spirit cover of the war treasure ship. The treasure ship was instantly covered by the sword intent, and the next moment, a red mark fell from the treasure ship and then disappeared. Put away your war treasure ship, use the sword, use your heart. The voice of the sword grass sounded again. The sword intent directly dragged Lin Shiming out, and the sword intent surrounding the war treasure ship disappeared. Moreover, even Lin Yi was not targeted. Only targeted him. At this moment, Lin Shiming felt much more at ease. He realized that even with the extremely strong killing intent, the sword grass did not seem to want to kill him at all, but let him understand. Seeing this, Lin Shiming calmed down. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend quietly. And he suddenly found that the prompt screen in his mind had changed to the current sword intent screen. Are these many sword grasses sprouting? Lin Shiming was shocked. He had comprehended the scene in the system prompt screen. This move is not the final heaven slashing, but the budding growth stage. These sword intent grasses are growing. Growable sword intent. Lin Shiming was extremely shocked. He realized that the most terrifying thing about this grass sword tactic was not heaven slashing, but the growth of sword intent. For example, now, his sword seed can only support him for 3 swords. But if his sword intent is released and condensed into 100 grasses, it will be 100 heaven-slashing sword grasses. Under that scene, I am afraid that even the Purple Mansion cultivators will not be able to resist. When Lin Shiming thought of this, he dared not hesitate any longer and quickly comprehended it. Outside, Lin Yi also watched Lin Shiming close his eyes and saw that next to Lin Shiming, there were green sword grasses. This sword grass formed a strong contrast with the withered sword grass. Lin Yi understood that this sword grass was actually teaching Lin Shiming. He raised his hand and saluted to the withered sword grass. Thank you, senior. After Lin Yi saluted, He did not continue to talk to interrupt, but put away the war treasure ship and waited by the side. Another half-day passed, and 10 sword grasses had bloomed around Lin Shiming at this time, and they had condensed into the size of the heaven-slashing sword grass. With Lin Shiming's cold shout, the 10 sword grasses formed the heaven-slashing sword formation he had comprehended before, and slashed towards the sky. Boom! A loud noise spread, and countless black mist spread and exploded. Lin Shiming was overjoyed. You know, before, he couldn't do anything with a black mist, but now he can disperse the black mist. He looked at himself again, but was surprised to find that he still had a little true essence and sword seeds. You know, before he used the heaven-slashing sword formation formed by 3 sword grasses, his true essence had been exhausted, and he had to take the 1000-year spirit milk. Now, the power of this move is much greater, but the consumption is slightly less. At this time, the withered yellow sword grass also retracted the sword intent. Everything returned to calm and dark. And the sword palace seemed to be occupied by the black fog again, leaving only 1/3 of its size outside. Senior, you. Lin Shiming naturally did not dare to disrespect at this moment. It's just that my skills are not as good as others. The sword grass shook its head. Lin Shiming turned and looked at the black fog, and was surprised to find that the black fog was indeed a kind of sword intent, but the horror of this sword intent had lasted for a long time and was getting stronger and stronger. It had a similar growth meaning to his previous move. The withered yellow sword grass shook its head and sighed, and then saw another leaf flying out of it and flying towards Lin Shiming. This is the last move of the 3-lived swordju. Since you have comprehended the sword grass seed, take it and comprehend it. However, you have to wait until your catastrophe move reaches 100 sword grasses at the same time before you comprehend it. The withered yellow sword grass continued. The leaf also fell on Lin Shiming and sank directly into the palm of Lin Shiming's hand. It turned into a leaf-like tattoo. 3 life sword art, 1 style cuts the sky, 2 styles transform disasters, 3 styles great evolution. You should know that it corresponds to the life of Giant KO. Thank you, Senior. Lin Shiming was grateful in his heart. This Senior Giant KO not only trained it, but also gave him the sword art, even though there was unpleasantness before. But he is really expressing his true feelings now. And the preciousness of this sword art is not much. You know that just the 1 style cuts the sky, it is a top grade J1 level. And you know, it is still the version that Zixuan Sanrin comprehended. In fact, it is definitely a ground level existence, not to mention that there are now 2 more styles. May I ask the senior's name? Shiming will always remember it. Lin Shiming spoke again. The name is too old, Tae. Giant KO recalled for a while, and then spoke. But he turned to look at Lin Shiming. You have inherited the cause and effect of the sacred mountain today. If possible, find someone who can truly inherit the sacred mountain in the future. Although your talent is the only one I have ever seen in my life, you are not a sword cultivator. The withered yellow sword grass added. This made Lin Shiming a little embarrassed. Indeed, he practiced sword techniques because of Zixuan Sanrun. Otherwise he would have practiced the art of magic weapons and vines. His main skills are the Purple Wood Heart Sutra. As for the sword heart and character of a sword cultivator, he has none. He only has the system prompt. Senior, isn't it Tebe Sword Sect? Lin Shiming had some doubts. This Wanjian tomb did not belong to Tebe Sword Sect, so the restoration was naturally the inheritance of Tebe Sword Sect. Tebe Sword Sect is just a corner of the inheritance of the sacred mountain. The former Tebe Sword Sect was just an inferior foundation building sect. Tae Sword Grass was extremely disdainful. Then he looked at Lin Shiming and said, but you can go to Tebe Sword Sect to find their sect protecting technique, Kimu Sword Cannon. That's suitable for you. It not only focuses on the wood system, but also can practice sword techniques. The unique sword essence is far more terrifying than that of ordinary sword practitioners. Thank you, Senior. Lin Shiming was extremely happy at this moment. From Tae Sword Grass, it is not difficult to know that this Kimu Sword Cannon is the most suitable technique for him. As for the Purple Wood Heart Sutra, it not only has many restrictions for him, but he may also be threatened by Kingsuan sect and have no subsequent techniques. At present, it is definitely good news for him to have such a volume of techniques in the Sword Palace of Tebe Sword Sect. Of course, he is also a little worried. With his strength, he can't get the sword cannon at all. He still knows this. It would be strange if he can get it with so many old monsters. Senior, May I ask if there is anything strange about these maps? Lin Shiming suddenly remembered something and took out the sheepskin maps he had obtained. He didn't quite believe this map because it had been spread during the war between good and evil. Yi, this is the formation map of the Tebe Sword Sect's spiritual medicine garden. Tei Jiankao was also a little surprised. Then he asked Lin Shiming, how many are there on this map? Thousands. Lin Shiming answered truthfully. The nether blood lotus is about to bloom. The nether blood lotus is a spiritual object that can help cultivators break through the nascent soul stage, but the growth period is tens of thousands of years, but the blood of the cultivators can nourish his growth. Tei Jiankao's words suddenly made Lin Shiming suddenly realize. At this moment, he completely understood why King Xuan's sect allowed so many cultivators to come in. This is not to share the treasure, but to serve as nutrients. King Xuan's sect cannot afford so many foundation-building cultivators, and they are all their own people, but the other 5 sects, they don't care. Chapter 274, Cause and Effect. The matter of the Phantom Blood Lotus also completely shocked Lin Shiming, but he changed his mind. He was a little confused again. Although all the cultivators were pulled into the spiritual medicine garden, how could the cultivators of King Xuan's sect have the confidence to fight against the 5 sects with one sect? You know, the other 5 sects definitely have doubts, and the cultivators who came in this time are also quite strong. But doubts aside, Lin Shiming dared not continue to hold the treasure map and foolishly go treasure hunting. He even didn't want to go to Tebe Sword Palace. Zixuan Sanren's plan had already given him a headache, and as for the plans of those Jindans Henren of King Xuan's sect, they must be even more massive. This formation map is also considered the treasure map of Tebe Sword Palace. I can help you modify the formation so that it does not pass through the spiritual medicine garden and directly enters Tebe Sword Palace. Tei Jiankao spoke again, and took the sheepskin map from Lin Shiming's hand. As a yellow light fell into the treasure map, the next moment the treasure map actually appeared in the shape of a spiritual sword. Although it was still a treasure map, its appearance and aura had changed greatly. Thank you, Senior. Lin Shiming spoke solemnly. The more Jiankao helped, the more pressure he felt. There is no love or hate without reason in this world. Jiankao never talked about inheritance. He could not be considered the other party's inheritor. And those who are not inheritors must have something to ask for. You know, he can't get out of this place in front of him. No matter how much Jiankao said, it was useless if he couldn't get out. I feel so ashamed of your kindness, Senior. Please tell me what I can do. With your current strength, you are indeed a little weak. You can't even reach the 28th floor. However, you have been involved in many karmas today, and you must settle them in the future. When you have achieved something in the future, break the sword intent around here and let the sacred mountain see the light of day again. Who knows, one day, the sacred mountain can also be used by you. Tei Jiankao was also very serious at this moment, but the last sentence was surprisingly a bit joking. Lin Shiming took the first half of Jiankao's words to heart, and as for the second half, he just listened to it. With the arrogant attitude of the former, he didn't mean to take his various life and death tests seriously. If he really took it seriously, he probably wouldn't take life and death as a test. It's just that for thousands of years, it's probably only him who has reached the minimum requirements by relying on the screen prompted by the system. Please rest assured, Senior. When Shiming Dao achieves success in the future, I will do my best. As he finished his promise, he suddenly found that his soul seemed to have something extra. This feeling was intangible and invisible. But he understood that he had to fulfill his promise when he had the strength in the future. This theory of cause and effect was obviously like a heavenly oath. It also made him stagger in his heart. He originally thought that there was no heavenly oath. Now it seems that he just underestimated the cause and effect that Jiankao said. Jiankao finally nodded after seeing this. By the way, Senior, how can the juniors and others leave? With the theory of cause and effect, Lin Shiming now had the confidence to mention it. As for the matter of carrying cause and effect, he could only wait until later. Take a sword and leave. Tei Jiankao itself is a grass, and there is no joy in it, but from the tone, Lin Shiming still heard that the other party's perception of them has become better. When Lin Shiming heard this, his eyes immediately looked at the palace, where there was a broken sword. Although it was broken, it was definitely the most precious treasure. Don't overestimate your ability with that sword. I can't go with you now. I'll give you a seed. Jiankao shook his head, which made Lin Shiming's expression suddenly dim. But facing the seed that giant KO said, Lin Shiming took it and found that it was a giant KO seed. Senior, this. The Tai Shan KO seed with the same root and origin will grow up in the future. Even the 6th level magic weapon is not as good as it. When you reach the Purple Mansion, you can use the Purple Mansion to hatch the seed. Giant KO said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Shiming said with joy on his face. Of course, at this moment, he was particularly careful about the so-called giant KO seed. The withered and yellow giant KO continued to sway, and then looked at Lin Xianzi again. You can also choose a sword, but you don't have the sword spirit seed, so you practice the Yunjianju, which is a stupid behavior. Tai Giant KO spoke again. Senior is right, but I can't help it. Lin Xianzi also sighed. Oh. Tai Sword Grass spoke meaningfully. Then I'll help you again. The withered and yellow sword grass was silent for a long time, but the moment it spoke, a yellow light shot up into the sky and disappeared. At the top of the sword mountain, among the dozen floating swords. Suddenly awakened by the passing of the yellow light, a fire sword suddenly shook violently, and the sky was full of flames, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among many other swords. Yan Yang, what's going on? Senior Xiao called me and said there was a way to get me out. Yan Yang Fire Sword also replied excitedly. Yan Yang, didn't you say that you couldn't get out? You can't reduce the difficulty yourself. Senior Xiao asked, how can I refuse? The elders ask, I can't refuse. You short-sighted people, naturally follow the steps of Senior Xiao. Yan Yang replied excitedly. The next moment, it turned into a flame, disappeared from the spot, and flew towards the mountainside. Outside the sword palace, Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi saw a fire sword falling and inserted in front of the two of them. Pull it out. Tai Sword Grass said to Lin Xianzi. Lin Xianzi glanced at Lin Shiming, and then resolutely pulled out the fire sword. They had an agreement with Zixuan Sanren, and Zixuan Sanren even promised to protect their Lin family for 300 years. At this moment, Tai Sword Grass did not seem to harm them. Otherwise, the benefits and causes and effects just now would not have been discussed with Lin Shiming and others. Of course, after leaving the secret realm of the small world, it is still unknown whether to hand over the Yan'ang fire sword to Zifu Sanren. It will be decided after they leave. You know, a spiritual sword is equivalent to a 5th level magic weapon, equivalent to a giant and cultivator, and can exert the strength of Zifu at the lowest level even in the secret realm. As Lin Xianzi pulled out the red fire sword, waves of repulsion began to appear around Lin Shiming and Lin Xianzi. At some point, the two had appeared on the sword path stairs. The repulsion was still growing. 7th uncle, you should stay in the small world first, and be ready to support me with a war treasure ship at any time. Lin Shiming still spoke to Lin Xianzi. There is no doubt that there will be a fierce battle after leaving the 10,000 Swords tomb. Even if other sects do not take action, he still feels that something is wrong with the demon sect. Lin Xianzi nodded. He also knew that Lin Shiming's strength, coupled with 1,000-year spiritual milk, is no worse than his, and if he appears outside, he may be exposed. Almost at the same time when Lin Shiming put Lin Xianzi away, the repulsive force reached its highest. The next moment, he appeared outside the tower. However, as soon as he appeared, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. The cultivators of King Sun sect actually confronted the other 3 sects. The Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Talisman sect, which used to collude with King Sun sect, instead joined forces with the 10,000 Sword sect to fight against King Sun sect, and their Xianjian Peak Zixuan Sanren lineage was the first to bear the brunt. At this moment, Chen Dao and fought Wan Chanking alone. Both of them are at the top of the foundation building level, and the residual sword energy from the battle is extremely terrifying. The sword energy is rising, and the sword intent is rampant. And Chen Dao is worthy of being the most proud disciple of Zixuan Sanren. His strength alone is comparable to the leading monk of Wanjian sect at the moment. Wan Chanking's face turned pale for a while, and he became more and more angry as the battle went on. In his opinion, he must take down Wan Chanking in a short time. But the more the battle went on, the more the opponent's sword intent seemed endless, and the offensive became more and more fierce. The killing of gold was brought to the extreme. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Shiming also saw Xian. At this moment, Xian was also in the limelight. The sword intent of fire, plus the flaming saber-toothed tiger transformed by the sword energy, combined with the two peak foundation building monks of Wanjian sect, pressed the latter to be breathless. Even faintly wanted to kill the opponent. You know, it is still a lineage of Xianjian Peak. At this moment, the other cultivators of Xianjian Peak also fought together, and the scene was extremely fierce. In the distance, Zhao Wuju also fought with Wang Yu of the Spirit Beast sect and Ying Hongai of the Spirit Talisman sect. The battle between the three was even more terrifying, but the small tower in Zhao Wuji's hand suppressed the latter too. Even if the latter released a third-level peak Depan Bird and several third-level peak monsters. Ying Hongai even took out several spiritual talismans that were kept in the bottom of the box. At this moment, she was really angry while fighting. When the saying of the spiritual sword came out, it was obvious that the Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Talisman sect were also afraid that the Qingxuan sect would dominate and unify the Zhao kingdom. You know, now that Shu, Qi, and Yam countries, the world of immortal cultivation, are all ruled by one family. How can these two not worry? On the contrary, Lin Shiming was more afraid of the mysterious cultivator next to Zhao Wuji and the mysterious cultivators hidden in the other three sects. Instead, they paddled in the water and fought against a peak foundation cultivator, neither having the upper hand nor losing. They fought seriously, but they were also very casual. This was too familiar to Lin Shiming. He was also so shy during the battle in Xi'an City. As soon as Lin Shiming came out, he also attracted everyone's attention, and many Wanjian sect cultivators came towards Lin Shiming. You should know that there were 11 people in the Zixuan Sanren lineage, and only 6 came out, and Lin Shiming was the 7th. Among the other 6 people, except Xian and Chen Dao Idun, all stood on the Qingxuan sect's war charter. As a result, Lin Shiming now looks so conspicuous. Even Xian and Chen Dao Idun couldn't help but look at Lin Shiming more. Especially after seeing Lin Shiming's clear eyes, and his expression was almost the same as before, they were even more surprised. Obviously unexpected. In their opinion, the one who was safe and sound was more likely to be Lin Xianzi, but Lin Xianzi did not come out, and there was a high probability that he had met with an accident. After all, the spiritual sword forcibly occupied the spiritual platform, and accidents might occur. However, since Lin Shiming, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, could survive, they could only think that Lin Shiming's sword building technique might not be practiced well enough. Lin Shiming, who was outside the sword tomb, did not stop. Seeing so many Wanjian sect monks rushing over, he also took out the grinding god plate. With a roar, many Wanjian sect monks had to stop to resist. Then, with an extremely complex spiritual seal, suddenly, poisonous dragon vines surged all over the sky, turning into dragon-like vines, and tied up the Wanjian sect monks. Everyone be careful, this kind of poisonous dragon vine must not be covered by poisonous fog. Some monks who knew the characteristics of the poisonous dragon vine immediately sent voice messages to remind others. But Lin Shiming did not want to kill them. Seeing that they stopped to resist the poisonous dragon vine, he took out the Peach Blossom River scenery map, and disappeared from the spot with a scratch. When the poisonous dragon vines dispersed, there was no trace of Lin Shiming. Everyone used their spiritual sense to explore, but they only saw a huge crack next to the war treasure ship, and Lin Shiming walked out of it safely. Brother Z, have you seen my 7th uncle? Lin Shiming anxiously sent a voice message to Xian. And then, at the same time, he sent a voice message to Chen Dao Idun. Chen Dao Idun ignored it as usual. And Xian couldn't help but look at Lin Shiming again, although he didn't know why Lin Shiming was safe and sound, and didn't know why he could stay for so long. But Lin Xianzi was probably finished. He should still be inside. Xian answered casually. The two old men at the peak of the foundation building of the Wanjian sect were immediately furious. Xian was fighting with them, but he dared to distract himself and send a voice message. The two looked at each other, and the swords on their backs pressed forward at the same time, and the two heavy swords immediately formed overlapping shadows. Endless sword light began to flash out from the overlapping shadows and slash towards Xian. Kendo battle formation. Xian was obviously a little surprised. In a hurry, he slashed out another flaming saber-toothed tiger sword light. It immediately hit the sword lights of the latter two people, and there was a loud explosion for a while. The next moment, what made the two frown was that they saw that dense phantoms of poisonous dragon vines appeared under their feet at some point. They were not as good as Xian in the first place, and now they were attacked by the phantom of Lin Shiming's poisonous dragon vines. For a while, They were beaten by Lin Shiming and the battle formation was a little unstable. And Xian's ability to seize opportunities is so strong that he would not miss it. Almost instantly, he slashed the latter's battle formation. The two spit out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Lin Shiming used so many poisonous dragon vines, and his face was pale for a while. He took out the top-grade spirit stone on the spot and began to recover. It was enough to show that Lin Shiming's true essence was scarce. But the next moment, his system prompt suddenly sounded, "Please leave as soon as possible. Be careful of the encirclement of the demon sect and the corpse sect." The appearance of the system prompt made Lin Shiming's original intention to fish in troubled waters disappear instantly. At this moment, he could not care about acting. He felt it was strange that no one from the demon sect came. Now it seems that the other party thinks that his sword skills are not good enough and wants to pick peaches directly from behind. "Brother Z, my monster feels the breath of the spirit corpse." Lin Shiming sent a voice message again. Xian, who wanted to kill the two old monks of the Wanjian sect, also stopped instantly. He knew the role of the golden-winged mantis a long time ago, and now he was shocked when he heard it. The reason why the four sects were reserved was to guard against the demon sect. At this moment, Xian returned directly to the war treasure ship. He wanted to sail out before the demon sect arrived. Chapter 275, Dragon Corpse Training 6 Paths of Purgatory. The void was filled with various spiritual lights, and the sword energy swept for dozens of miles. Fighting everywhere, the chaos was extremely great, and at this moment it was almost the same as the battlefield outside Xi'an City. However, the difference was that at this moment, Qingxuan sect was facing the other three sects. There were not many casualties, and they were mainly focused on containment. Xian glanced at the other four people on the spirit boat, and then sent a message to Chendao Yin. But Chendao Yin still did not respond. Xian seemed to have expected it, and did not care, waving his big hand. As the spiritual light appeared, several spirit puppets appeared around the war treasure ship in an instant. Countless spirit stones flew out of Xian's hand and fell into the various spirit storage platforms of the war treasure ship. A full 11 spirit storage platforms were filled in an instant. The remaining empty spirit storage platform was the one close to Lin Shiming's side. Lin Shiming understood, and without saying much, he immediately went to the empty spirit storage platform, pressed his right hand down, and absorbed the true essence of the top-grade spirit stones while urging the war treasure ship. He glanced at the other four people. Their eyes were obviously different from before. They were probably occupied by the spiritual sword. At this moment, the four people stopped at the collision of the swords of Chendao Yin and Wan Changqing, but the next moment, only one person looked at Lin Shiming. "Huh?" The exclamation also affected the other three people. In a blink of an eye, the four people walked towards him, looked around again, and stopped not far from him. "Boy, what is your relationship with Senior Xiao?" "Yang Yang." A series of vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Shiming also raised his head, but did not respond at all. He continued to transfer his true energy. Sure enough, the gaze of the four people just now instantly attracted Xian's attention. However, seeing Lin Shiming continue to input true energy, he ignored it and turned to look at the encirclement of the 10,000 Swords sect. They must rush out. The spiritual sword is too important. They can't tolerate any variables. Otherwise, even if he is in the Purple Mansion, there will be no place for him in the entire East region. Once the war treasure ship was activated, it was like an awakened ancient beast. The huge spiritual ship suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Waves of spiritual power comparable to that of the Purple Mansion Great Demon emanated, and even the peak foundation building cultivators such as Chendao Yin and Wan Changqing did not dare to confront it. Chendao Yin, who was standing next to him, took this opportunity to pull Wan Changqing away, and his sword energy was fully contained in his body. He stepped onto the spiritual ship, holding the sword and standing, like a sword god, overlooking the earth. Go. The war treasure ship exuded endless spiritual light, and spiritual rays emerged on the surface. Countless spiritual swords floated on the surface of the war treasure ship. As long as Chendao Yin gave an order, he would be like a Purple Mansion sword cultivator, attacking with anger. It rushed all the way, and no one could stop it. This spiritual ship was far more precious and powerful than Lin Shiming's. The 4th level killing array covered was even more of a sword killing array. Its lethality was definitely the best among all the 4th level treasure ships. Even the Wanjian sect cultivators who formed the sword formation had to make way. Chendao Yin, Do you think you are the only one with a war treasure ship? Wan Changqing shouted angrily, and as he pinched his fingers, a war treasure ship of average size also emerged in the air. It exuded the same terrifying spiritual power. Today, he must let Chen Dao Itin stay. If the Xianjian peak of Qingxuan sect has a spiritual sword, then Xianjian's Henren and Zuanjian's Henren will be invincible in the field of sword cultivation. Unless their Wanjian sect finds a magical flying sword with the same spiritual power. Otherwise, their Wanjian sect can only become a joke in front of Qingxuan sect. The two war treasure ships rushed towards the distance one after the other. However, at this moment, a terrifying dragon roar was heard. The next moment, two 4th-level monster corpses and a 4th-level dragon corpse rushed from all directions and slapped the war treasure ship with one claw. With a bang, the entire treasure ship was blasted back by the dragon corpse. Lin Shiming's true essence was instantly disordered, and he vomited blood. He opened his eyes wide and looked forward, unable to believe it. He saw not only 3 4th-level purple mansion corpses in front of him, but also densely packed, countless 3rd-level late-stage corpses. Of course, the most terrifying one was the dragon corpse that slapped them away. This dragon corpse was more than 10 feet long, much larger than the previous taking purple jade python. It was covered with barbs and looked extremely fierce. There were 2 claws under its belly, and it was so fierce that Lin Shiming was a little dizzy after looking at it for a few more times. Not only that, most of the monsters in the spirit beast sect in the distance began to crawl uncomfortably. They began to become extremely panicked. He couldn't imagine the strength of this dragon corpse, and he didn't know which corpse training sect cultivator's corpse was able to control a 4th-level spirit corpse with foundation building cultivation. But the next moment, he thought that this 4th-level dragon corpse was definitely not from those foundation building disciples. It might be the clone of some real person or casual person. In addition to the Jiaolong corpse training, Lin Shiming was also extremely shocked by the generous move of the corpse training sect. He even suspected that the corpse training sect had not put any thought into treasure hunting. These days, they were endlessly killing monsters and refining corpses. Otherwise, there would not be so many 3rd-level late-stage corpse training. You know, even in the Xian City War, the corpse training sect did not have so many corpse training at that time. Ni and Lin Xianzi also found a lot of monsters, but they only controlled 4 or 5, and they had to be careful of the purple mansion monster. And behind the corpse training were many cultivators of the corpse training sect, as many as 100 people. The way of the war treasure ship was completely blocked. Xian also spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the war treasure ship was hit like that, and it was all shaken. As the main controlling cultivator, he was also slightly injured. There was even a spirit puppet that was directly cracked by that claw. Xian had to take out several spirit puppets to replace it. This made the spirit boat's spiritual light not diminish. Chen Dao Itin also looked extremely unhappy. They had not expected that the corpse training sect and the demon sect were not delayed, but had already prepared to ambush their large forces here. Chen Dao Itin pointed in a direction again, but suddenly black fog began to rise all around. Like an upside-down black curtain, it rose one after another and connected to the sky. In front of the black curtain, a number of demon banners supported the sky, fluttering in the wind, and the demon fog surged wildly. These demon banners formed a circle. Counting carefully, there were a total of 35 demon banners, completely covering the entire Wanjian tomb. On the demon banners, demon heads surged, and their number was simply incalculable. There was only a black mass, most of which were demon spirits of monsters and beasts, and each of them was extremely terrifying. Period. And each demon spirit had a very high demon energy, and several of them were particularly terrifying, completely at the 4th level. They were also 4th-level purple mansion demon heads. Lin Shiming felt even more uneasy. He did not expect that he would be involved in the confrontation of these powerful people so soon. You discovered it quite early. A white-haired young man appeared at the end of the magic banner. In his hand, a smaller magic banner was controlling the whole situation. It was also the last of the 36 heavenly demon banners. As long as this one fell, the formation would be complete. These demon cultivators and corpse cultivators had obviously arrived near the 10,000 Swords tomb a long time ago, but for some reason, they were not detected by the divine consciousness, and they had already laid down 35 heavenly demon banners. If he had not asked Xian to escape in advance, I'm afraid everyone would not have known. As this young man appeared, Chen Dao Itin, Zhao Wuji and others all came to him. But when they recalled that all the cultivators of the corpse training sect had never seen such a person, Wan Changqing, Wang Yuang Hongaiyu and other 3 sect cultivators also put aside their prejudices at this moment and stared at the corpse training sect and the heavenly demon sect. The civil war of the righteous path will happen, but once facing the demon sect, the sects will still put aside their prejudices. But Wang Yuang Hongaiyu and Wan Changqing found that they had never seen this white-haired young man. But after careful sensing, the cultivation level of this white-haired young man was actually slowly rising. In a blink of an eye, a purple palace power swept out. Old Demon Liu, you are really willing to do it. Zhao Wuji and other young cultivators did not know him, but at this time, the old man next to Zhao Wuji strode out. It was the man that Lin Shiming could not understand before. King Lin, I didn't expect it to be you. The heaven sword, the mysterious sword, and the divine machine, come out together. The man called the old demon Liu also spoke generously. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether you come or not, whether you show up or not, I will refine you altogether. If you, the Kingsun sect, are targeting our demon sect, you should be prepared to be trained into a demon by us. The old demon Liu licked his lips and showed a bloodthirsty expression. We don't need to know what you are planning, because you are all prey. The old demon Liu waved his hand, and the black flag in his hand had turned to the extreme. The next moment, the 35 demon banners surrounding the outside gathered and resonated with it. The last demon banner propped up the sky. It turned into a huge heaven and earth demon cage. Countless demon spirits roared wantonly in the sky, and grew huge fangs at everyone. For a moment, it was like a ghost cave on earth. Lin Shiming, who was next to him, saw the old demon Liu closing the formation, and he wanted to curse at this moment. He finally got a hint and planned to escape in advance, but was blocked by the people of the corpse training sect. Now this so-called clone of King Lin's Henren actually chatted with the other party. Missed the opportunity in vain. However, when he saw the group of corpses in the corpse training sect, he couldn't help frowning. With so many corpses, I'm afraid they can't get out for a while if they want to force their way in. Heavenly Beast, if Shenfu doesn't want to die, come out together. The 6 Paths Purgatory formation has just been opened, and this is also the weakest time. The clone of King Lin's Henren shouted loudly. As he shouted, his body rushed forward. A shocking bloody energy rose up to the sky. At this moment, it seemed that what was displayed in front of everyone's eyes was not a cultivator, but a purple mansion monster. Countless true essences burst out, and around him, a larger true essence phantom was directly formed. It was a body cultivator of the purple mansion realm. As the clone of King Lin's Henren rushed out, a white tiger rushed out of Wang Yu's hand from the Ling Xiao sect. It was also a 4th-level purple mansion monster. Be careful of the old monster Xianqi, he is attached to the dragon corpse. The white tiger spoke in human language. It was the clone of the 1st floor of Xianxiao's Henren. In Ying Hongaiyu's hand, a spiritual talisman flew out and turned into an old Taoist figure with immortal style and bones. He was seen holding a talisman pen. Draw 3 strokes in the air, and the 3 strokes became a sword. The law follows the words. He rushed towards the clone of Liu's Henren. At this moment, the 3 people all showed the strength of purple mansion cultivators at the same time. Not only that, the Kingsun sect took out 4 war treasure ships in a row. The Wanjian sect and the Ling Xiao sect each took out 2 war treasure ships. For a moment, the horror of the true essence directly doubled several times. The purple mansion combat power of this side also reached 13. All rushed towards Liu's Henren. Lin Shiming was also in the war treasure ship at this moment. At this moment, he felt particularly hopeless. Any residual power of combat power could put him to death. Once the combat power of the purple mansion was released, any foundation building cultivator was eclipsed. Especially these real clones, the purple mansion combat power they exerted was even more terrifying, and their strength was definitely not just the early stage of the purple mansion. And you have to know that these cultivators were originally late 3rd order, but they were forcibly promoted through means. For Lin Shiming, the only good thing was that he was also in the war treasure ship, and it was a war treasure ship with 12 storage platforms. However, this did not make him safe. A red spiritual sword came out of his spiritual platform without anyone noticing and landed on his 3rd spiritual platform. It was the Yan-Yang magic weapon that Lin Xianzi pulled out. As Yan-Yang appeared in his spiritual platform, in his mind, the voices of the other 4 spiritual swords came again. Yan-Yang, aren't you a man of steel? Yan-Yang, Why are you helping these monks? Lin chiming through all the voices behind him at this moment, and did not look at the four people. Obviously, the four people also thought that he had been wiped out of his spirituality, but Yan Yang was just pretending. But he couldn't refute it, and he was more worried that Xian and Shen Dao Iden were paying too much attention to him at this moment. In this kind of battle, he felt that being a cultivator who transported true energy was good. The less people paid attention to him, the more he felt safe. You know, at this moment, the war treasure ship appeared, and I don't know how many real people were paying attention to this place. And I don't know how many hidden real people's clones there are. At this moment, Yan Yang was also in his spiritual platform, extremely irritable. He kept absorbing his true energy, and the flame sword energy washed his body. Boy, you have 3 spiritual platforms, so your true essence should be enough. These juniors actually dare to talk about me. Senior Yan Yang, please keep a low profile at this time. Lin Shiming wanted to take Yan Yang back to the cave world again. While Lin Shiming was anxious, Tian Shi's Henren, who had transformed into Dragon Corpse, took the remaining 2 purple mansion corpses and many other corpses to block the clone of Liu's Henren. The demons and demon souls in the sky also swooped down like dark clouds. The leader was a huge 4th level middle stage demon soul bat, which rushed towards everyone first. Boom! The terrifying spiritual light and black light intertwined, turning into waves of air, destroying everything. Several slightly inferior war treasure ships were blown away in an instant, and countless 3rd level corpses turned into dust under the residual power. Only a few clones of the real person could stop and resist. Even the remaining 4th level corpses and demon souls retreated. But the dragon corpse was so terrifying that it blocked the clone of Liu's Henren alone and blocked 3's Henren. At this time, the clone of Liu's Henren laughed and disappeared. In the distance, 6 demons appeared from 6 directions. They were the demons of Shiro, human, hungry ghost, animal, heaven, and hell. The 6 paths of purgatory are complete. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.